Hi ho, hi ho. Off to work we go. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. Joining me tonight is Reese,
Hi.
Randy,
Hello.
and Greenline.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
Sorry, I'm just reaching my optimal form.
This isn't even his final form.
So, Footnum is experiencing a power outage that has decided internet cannot exist, even though his generator allows the Wi-Fi to connect. So we're gonna keep him in our hearts. Let me open the dock. We almost kind of sort of a little bit started at our normal original. Haven't done it this late in a long time. Randy, look out. Oh, okay. I thought we were gonna see your Cheeto face and your fat folds.
No.
Did you try
I don't
uploading?
even-
Did you try uploading that to ChatGPT?
Not yet.
This no.
All right, here we go.
It also wouldn't help because like this is all animated. It's
Bro. Yeah, but if you gave it all the pieces, did you know that you can have it do sprite sheets for your video games?
oh yeah, that's cool.
So if you have all the pieces, you might be able to give it, all the pieces at once. And but
maybe.
The problem is it's racist against Spooderman though.
It is. It doesn't like Spooderman.
All right,
But
let's jump
also,
into it.
I was trying to make it recreate my cottage, and I wanted it at a higher resolution, so I was like taking tiles, and I couldn't put them back together. Like it had put in enough differences that when I tried to put it back together, it didn't look right. So I don't think it would work for all the layers in my V2 model.
I bet we can make it work, but
You gotta tell it to not change the orientation whatsoever.
Do you not think that I told it to recreate my cottage exactly? Like, come on, Reese.
1 second. One mother effing second. I did not upload the header image. Thumbnails. Look at how good I'm doing here.
Congratulations on our
Leishonsky,
300th episode.
Yeah, he says congrats on number 300. You'd think I'd be good at this by now. All right.
You also forgot to change the website.
Yeah, I also noticed that. But I did change it to that midstream last podcast. So I feel like I can almost get away with it. There we go. Hello. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's bread. Soda bread. It's not even garlic toast. It's all right. Thank you.
My mom just baked that with love.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's nice.
There you go. All right. I don't have a spot for it. There we go. Okay. Let's jump into this. We can talk all we want about ChatGPT's gift from God once we've discussed it with the audience. But first, if you'd like to support the OCA podcast, I would like to remind you that we are trying to get into the black by 2030. So that we all
I'm already in the black.
Splooge. Boom, just like that, right? We still need $70.94 before
Tomorrow.
Technically Tuesday. For this number right here to not go up instead of down. So if you can find it in the bottom of your heart or wherever you keep your wallet to do that, I would be forever grateful. And even though I am a horrible piece of shit who never gets anything done despite doing nothing but fucking work all the goddamn time, you can support us on Patreon. You can support me on Patreon. And now Cool, Tucci. I hope you're watching. You can support us on. Oh wait, profile is under. You will soon be able to support us on Subscribestar, or you can support us on Ko-fi, Ko-fi, whatever this is. So that's going to be subscribestar.com/OCA podcast or co-fi.com/OCA podcast. Or you could just shop at Tenga. Every nut you make puts a
We'll be
smile
watching
on
you.
your face. Rewind to that, please. All right, let's move past that. Okay. Ooh. All right, off to a great start. Definitely not going to be a trash fire podcast tonight. Let me go ahead. Not a good sign that these have a line through them. Okay, let's talk about the Tsushima Island Shrine that has banned tourists after Gaijin commit grave and unforgivable act. I will just say right now, the most unforgivable thing about their act is it has not been disclosed as to what exactly it was.
It's still standing, right?
Yeah. So the Watazumi Shrine, located on the island of Tsushima, has officially banned all tourists after Gaijin committed a, quote, grave and unforgivable act of disrespect on March 22nd. While it remains unknown as to what transpired, the ban applies to all tourists, including domestic and foreign, and only parishioners and worshippers can visit the shrine. Boom. Legal Mindset had this to say. On the 23rd, Watatsumi Shrine in Tsushima City, Nagasaki Prefecture, announced on Facebook a measure. He is such a lawyer. On Facebook, FB. Right? like it's a legal document. From now on, referenced as FB. A measure to prohibit entry into the shrine grounds to those other than the parishioners and Shinto devotees. They expressed, quote, the way inbound tourists are destroying the places, the way inbound tourists are destroying the places, things, and people that Japanese people have cherished is nothing short of the collapse of Japanese culture. The shrine has been troubled by the troublesome behavior of South Korean tourists, including smoking, littering, throwing stones, and defecation.
I didn't know they had South Korean Papa Squats.
I have just learned of the ethnicity. Oops. What? Never mind.
I think you clicked on the wrong picture there, man.
On the 22nd, an incident occurred where a shrine employee was assaulted. The shrine stated that they have repeatedly consulted with the City Hall, the Tourism and Local Products Association, and the Nagasaki Prefectural Police regarding the troublesome behavior of South Korean tourists. In their Facebook post, they wrote, quote, in addition to the unbearable mental anguish of having the sacred precincts desecrated, the repeated verbal and physical abuse of our employees has left us feeling that the shrine's operations are in crisis. We hereby express our regret and will take action to protect the shrine and the hearts of the people. Now, this shrine previously was damaged in a tsunami or something, and it was actually restored by fans of the Ghost of Tsushima video game who donated to it. A ban on tourists would be difficult, if not impossible, for Watazumi Shrine to enforce, at least in its current configuration. While Japan's largest and most famous shrines have admission gates, i.e., gates where a staff member sells tickets or otherwise regulates entry, the majority, including Watazumi, don't. A large gate may be placed across the entire entry path at night, But at least while the shrine is open to visitors, there is no one checking visitors on an individual basis and asking what the purpose of their visit is. Especially at rural shrines, usually you can just walk right in. In addition, shrines don't usually have an equivalent to Christian Mass or Islamic Salah, never heard of that word, in which a Shinto priest leads a congregation and organizes participative prayers at a set time. Unless someone is visiting a Shinto shrine for specific reserved in advance rites, which are a very rare occasion, worship tends to be very low-key, tossing a coin into the collection box, ringing the bell, and saying a short, silent prayer or wish, which is pretty much the same thing that tourists do at Shinto shrines. Quite frankly, if you didn't have tourists, you'd probably go bankrupt. It's also worth noting that taking pictures of or filming Shinto shrine structures isn't generally considered sacrilegious. And so, the no photography part of Watazumi's statement appears to be more of a way of weeding out disrespectful YouTubers and social media influencers who can't be bothered to avoid damaging the shrine grounds while lining up their shots for which to say, "Hey, what's up, guys?" Pretty much everyone, Japanese or not, who visits the Hiroshima Prefecture's Miyajima takes a picture of the torii, and no one is offended by the practice. Also, important to bear in mind is that even the Japanese people there, even for Japanese people, there's often a tourism/sightseeing element to shrine visits. Many shrines are historically significant, have stunning classical architecture, and gorgeous gardens. While shrines are religious sites, many Japanese people have a mixed attitude about religion, and secular enjoyment is often as strong a factor for Japanese shrine visits as spiritual fervor. It seems as though Watazumi itself may have later realized that its tourist ban was going to be difficult to carry out, and that even if it did find a way to do so, it was running the risk of throwing the baby out with the bathwater by banning well-behaved tourists as well. In a follow-up post on its Instagram account, the shrine says that for the purposes of its new policy, a worshiper is someone who respects the gods and visits the shrine with a sense of reverence. And that anyone visiting with that sentiment is welcome. The follow-up also says that visitors are free to take photos while on shrine grounds as long as they maintain that sense of reverence. On the other hand, those who see the shrine as a theme park or just a place to take buzzworthy pictures do not fall under the shrine's definition of worshipers. So as things stand, even though Watazumi isn't taking back its tourist ban, in effect, it's really more of a bad-mannered tourist ban. Since the requirement for visitors isn't devotion to the divinity of the Shinto gods so much as being respectful to the religion. However, the fact that things have gotten to the point where Watazumi has enacted a no-tourist policy, even one with these fine print allowances, shows that frustrations are still on the rise in many parts of Japan, where the sudden rush of inbound foreign tourism is flowing, and underscores the need for travelers to be on their best behavior. Wow. Should have read that before podcast. Any thoughts?
You should have read that before podcast.
Yeah.
No, whatever. Anyway, obviously, I think that the news kind of got, because the news went around and saying like banning foreign people.
Mm-hmm.
But once you look into it, it's like, no, they're not really. They're just trying to make it so that people are respectful, and I think rightfully so. Like, we're having an issue in Canada with a specific popular beach and having a specific group of people going and making little poo landmines on the beach. So I relate to the strife.
Why are they making shit landmines?
It's a cultural difference.
They're from the Papa Squat tribe.
Mm.
The specific group of people that think it's okay to just take a shit on the beach.
The cat boys.
Are you inferring to like just bums and like fucking disgusting people? Or are you referring to
No,
an actual
families.
like?
We just
The Papa Squat Indians.
groups of people walking on the beach. Just when they gotta go, they just literally
Papa
pop a squat.
Yeah, well, that's lovely.
And don't even dig a hole and bury it. They just let
Yeah,
it-
at least the cat has the
They-
decency to
they
like
just
bury
let
its
it
own
rip.
shit in the sand.
Oh my god, keep stalling.
Like in some ways, it's just like, I mean, you know, cats bury their own shit to keep predators away. Like, why wouldn't these Papa Squat tribes do the same?
I don't know. But at least, like, I don't know. You gotta. There's like they're dealing with apparently pooing, peeing, cigarette butts, garbage, attacking people. You
I
know,
swear to God, if it fails, I am gonna lose my goddamn. Oh,
Are you
He's
taking a certain
currently-
picture from a certain
oh yeah.
yeah!
All right. I have just procured the police sketch of the culprit.
Oh god. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
It is now being faxed over to StreamYard.
Whoa.
How did he get out?
Damn.
Oh my god.
That profiler is very good.
Holy fuck.
This is what he looks like, officer.
Oh my god.
Hey, wait a minute! I know that fucker.
AI is the greatest thing that has ever happened. Man. Born too late to discover new lands. Born too early to colonize the stars. But born at exactly the right time to shitpost with AI. All right. Oh, that's fucking wonderful. That's going in the doc. Oh, I forgot to take it off screen before I clicked away. All right.
Yes, I knew that's Sonny Joe.
Yes, that is Johnny Samar. Oh. Luigi Mouse 64 says, I have been to a Chinese restaurant wearing a red sun shirt, and the employees are willing to serve me as a customer. Wow. You have a red sun shirt?
Damn.
Oh. The ban may include the Kyushu people too. They would be tourists since Kyushu is a different island than Honshu. Yeah, I'm sure that really is going to come across their mind. Probably the Ryukyu people too, huh? The only shrine people should stay away from would be the Yasukuni Shrine. As people suggested, the war criminals list should have been put in a museum. Even I know the U.S. would never would do war crimes. You know what? Great point. When the OCA podcast goes to Japan, I was going to try to get us into the Tsushima Shrine, but you're right. The Yasukuni Shrine is more our speed. We should definitely go there and pay our respects to all the war criminals. JT Vega says, I got the breaking point that soon Japan will tell tourists to leave. Yeah. Yeah. It got to the break. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's get into pickups. No more stalling. My pickups from like 2 weeks ago that I forgot to share. It's going to underwhelm you a lot.
Oh.
My copy of Nasu, The Summer in Andalusia with the OCD store official thing. Okay, you know, whatever. You know what it looks like. You look, imagine it. Okay. Ooh, okay.
I don't know. I need AI to fill that in for me.
Don't worry. You can. I'll we'll have a chance to look at the Media Blasters exclusive slipcovers in a minute.
It's not an exclusive slipcover. It's an exclusive reverse cover sheet that doesn't even have any art that shows us what the cover sheet is.
No, it actually is an exclusive slipcover. I'll tell you, son of a bitch. All right, anyway. All right, so Bobby Hill has picked up Master Keaton Excavation 2 and Fakers and Friends. I'm hooked on Master Keaton now. Welcome to the club.
Master
It is
Keaton is great.
fantastic show.
I actually think I like it more than Monster, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it is. It's pretty fucking fantastic. You know, opening song is pretty wild too. Full version of it is 90 seconds.
Typical opening length.
No, but I mean like that is the full version of the song. There isn't a TV size. It's like and you picked up Those Who Hunt Elves. Good for you. You're right on schedule for our watch club after gushing over magical girls. Anime Fan 007 says, after 3 weeks of waiting, my packages arrived from the UK. Oh, that was a mistake. Funny thing is, after conversion and buying a region-free Blu-ray player, it was still cheaper for me than buying them from the States. Oof. Foodnum has shown you the dirty ways of importing. Now, I did not know they had a complete version of Apocrypha until after I ordered it, but it was like a few dollars different, so I'm not at all upset about it. Meaning instead of buying part 1, part 2, just buying it as one set. Heaven's Feel.
1, 2, and 3.
I still haven't bought that. Oh, I feel sick to my stomach thinking about how much that's going to cost me. Konosuba 2, Konosuba.
The movie, which we still haven't gotten over here. Like, fuck? Cowards.
Fate Grand Order, Fate Zero, all the other stuff we already said. Cool. Bobby Hill picked up more. Killer Conscience, Blood and Bullets, nice. Master Keaton DVD sealed in the motherfucking plastic from 2003. It's not that long ago. Looks at a watch. Oh fuck. Blood and Dust as well. You've got almost all of them now. How many do you have? 3, 4, 5. Were there more from before?
There's like 40 episodes. How many ever per each volume?
I think there's 8 volumes. So good. Definitely watch club it when it gets a Blu-ray. All right. Enriv said, I had trouble finding the best place for my thumb on this one. If you ask me, there's no place that you couldn't have just put your thumb. The only courtesy you're doing for us is not covering up the ass. Reese, you picked up the Apothecary Diaries.
Season 1, Part 2. Yep.
And you got
made a giant mistake
Lego
in
Pokemon.
buying this.
These are
Lego.
Mega Blocks.
You know these are gonna be on fucking clearance because they announced an official Lego
I know
Pokemon.
They're gonna do Lego Pokemon next year or some shit.
This stuff is going on clearance. No one wants this shit.
Oh God. This was a mistake. All right.
I mean, Squirtle and Bulbasaur look fine, but Pikachu looks like an eldritch creature. Like that's just like
just in time. Just in time for the next topic here. All right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You ready for
Unless you got any pickups.
By the way, do you have any pickups?
No. I got
Cool.
picked downs. I've lost internet.
Hey, look at my new image. Isn't it great?
Wow. It almost looks on the third over there.
I get to be a part of this too. Isn't it great that my voice still isn't back? Isn't that wonderful? All right. OpenAI CEO responds to ChatGPT users creating Studio Ghibli-style AI images. I respond to my screen going into night shift mode. Okay, there we go. Wonderful already. Let's read more.
Are you on the right mic?
Yes, my voice is still gone. Shut up. Audio. It switched on me.
I think it just switched.
The fuck was that?
I think when you, oh, maybe not. Maybe you've always been on the bad mic.
No, because before I went to walk the dog, I switched to this mic so that I wouldn't forget. And then when I came back, I checked just to make sure. Fucking goddamn it. Anyway.
Well, now you're on the right mic.
The latest version of OpenAI's image generation technology has resulted in a flood of users sharing images on social media that have been transformed into the style of Studio Ghibli, the legendary Japanese animation studio. On Tuesday, OpenAI launched what it is called its most advanced image generator yet, built into GPT-4o, that features a natively multimodal model capable of precise, accurate, photorealistic outputs. As it turns out, the image generator also is very good at replicating the anime style of Studio Ghibli, the company behind such popular films as Spirited Away, My Neighbor Totoro, and The Boy and the Heron.
It can do a lot of things. It's just the Studio Ghibli style kind of went viral because they used it as a example in one of their presentations.
I mean, Footnum, you missed it, but we just saw a police sketch of the culprit on a thing we just covered that ChatGPT generated in like 2 seconds flat, and it's fucking amazing. I have a podcast clip that I've been waiting to do, where I want to do the I want to do a podcast clip about when that blind woman sued Funimation for having a website that wasn't
Funimation
catering to the blind, and like our fucking like hysterical idea of what would have happened in the courtroom. I literally, the second I learned about Stable Diffusion, I was like, this is it. Is there a model for courtroom sketches? I haven't found one that worked. ChatGPT though, this is it, man. Like fucking the audience, you have no fucking idea. Like, it seems stupid and like a pipe dream that we're going to get into the black by 2030. It's going to fucking happen now. I swear to God. Oh my God. The amount of shit we've done in just the last week is crazy. Anyway, Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, chimed in on the viral trend in a post on Twitter, indicating he has himself been Studio Ghibli-ified. Altman wrote, "Be me, grind for a decade trying to help make super intelligence to cure cancer or whatever. Mostly no one cares for 7.5 years. Then for 2.5 years, everyone hates you for everything. Wake up one day to hundreds of messages. Look, I made you into a twink Ghibli style. Ha ha." Altman also changed his profile picture on Twitter to a Ghibli style image. Might as well be freaking Zuckerberg, right? Reps for Studio Ghibli in North America declined to comment. However, Hayao Miyazaki, the co-founder of Studio Ghibli, has previously expressed strong disapproval of AI-generated animation. In a 2016 meeting where he was shown an AI animation demo, Miyazaki said, quote, "I am utterly disgusted. If you really want to make creepy stuff, you can go ahead and do it. I would never wish to incorporate this technology into my work at all."
That comment is taken such out of context.
Mm-hmm. Should we just watch the clip?
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's this. Nope, that's a clip to an IndieWire article. Let me grab it from Discord real quick.
Like, you can debate on what he meant by what he said, but without putting the context of what they showed him, like him using words like creepy, like.
All right. Let me share it with audio, even though it's all in Japanese.
人工知能で動きを学習させた CG を見せてくれるそうです。
これ踊ってるように見えますけど、でこれは早く移動するっていうのを学習させたやつなんです。これ頭を使って移動してるんですけど、基本痛覚とかないし、頭がない人とか内転がない人とか、頭を普通の足のように使って移動してるっていう。この動きがとにかく気持ち悪いので、ゾンビゲームの動きに使えるんじゃないかっていう。 こういう人工知能を使うと多分人間が想像できない気持ち悪い動きができるんじゃないか。一応こんなことをやっています。実際には
毎朝この頃会わないけど身体障害の友人がいるんですよ。ハイタッチするんだけど大変なんです。彼の筋肉がこわばってる手と僕の手でこうハイタッチする。でその彼のことを思い出してね、僕はこれ面白いと思って見ることできないですよ。これを作る人たちは痛みとかそういうものについてね、何も考えないでやってるでしょ。極めて不愉快ですよね。そんな気持ち悪いものをやったのはここにやってればいいだけで、僕はこれを自分たちの仕事をつなげたいとは全然思いません。極めて何か生命に対する侮辱を感じます。
これでもほとんど実験なので。
それは分かってます。
This is the part I think is important.
それは本当によく分かってるつもりですけど、そこでたどり着きたいです。
Right here. We would like to build a machine that can draw pictures like humans do. Now, notice, what does it say on the board behind him? Deep/learning. So this...
Hold on. Continue to play it.
I will. This video is from... a documentary. Well, I mean, the video itself was uploaded in 2016 on my birthday. But I don't remember which documentary this is from. It's probably The Never Ending Man. Was that from 2016?
Could be.
Could be. Yeah, I think it was. Anyway,
did you kids put that out?
Mm-hmm.
So they tell him, and then it cuts. They don't stick his answer in.
Mm-hmm.
Like he has no reply to that.
Yeah.
Of like we're gonna make it make images.
He says, "I feel like we are nearing to the end of times."
But that clip is taken.
Mm-hmm. We humans are losing faith in ourselves.
Yeah, this audio is from something completely
else. Yes.
Else in context.
Oh, should we watch the OCA podcast? It's live right now.
Yeah.
That's
so
live.
Up next, the document.
Stop it. God damn it.
So the documentary.
Yeah, the documentary.
The documentary director or editors have juxtaposed those two pieces of audio when they couldn't. They're not related.
Yeah.
Right. So it's
So also, just so we're clear, the guy who was giving that presentation is the chairman of Dwango, which is the company that did Japan Animator Expo, right?
Sounds about right.
Right. And Miyazaki is friends with him, and he drew the logo for the Japan Animator Expo Dwango thing. Right. Anyway. Sorry, you were saying?
I was just saying, like, he was shown like this weird, creepy animation of something that they used neural network to program to the animation cycle on the walking, right? And it didn't know how to walk, and so it was just making garbage. And they're like, "How can we use this? We'll put it in a horror game, and we'll call it a zombie."
Yeah. And
he was shown that, and then he was like, "This is an affront to humanity." That was his response, basically. But like in the context of, I have a disabled friend and you're showing me this weird thing crawling around on the floor. Now, do you think he meant like the fact that you've made an AI that will render this creepy animation is the front to humanity, or because
I think the way I interpret it, because I saw this years ago. I found that clip when I was trying to make the podcast clip for AI being used to color manga panels, and that they were going to move it into anime production to take out the bottom rung thing, like a bottleneck in anime production, which is the colorist, right? Just one of the rows, one of the things you have to kind of brute force your way through, right? And so I found it all the way back then, and the way I interpreted it is that he has a friend who suffers from a like palsy or something, and movement in general is an absolute struggle. And so seeing a creature that is like, you know, grotesquely moving in a way that it would look like a human body would be moving if it was too pained to be able to stand up or whatever. And it's like this sort of surrealist, grotesque, you know, kind of thing. I think that he found it a insult to his friend who that's his life. Like that is his daily existence, is suffering, right?
Yeah. So that's one way to take it. And we don't know because we can't ask him directly what he meant by that.
Mhm.
The other way to take it is that the people who made the AI doesn't know pain, because he talks about like you don't know
Yeah.
pain. And so therefore the animation it made is lacking a soul, for lack of a better term. And therefore like it doesn't know pain, it's just making this movement, and then the supposition, is that the right word, would be that a true animator would be able to convey the pain of having to walk like that in their animation.
Yeah,
Whereas
and if
the AI didn't.
Sure. So basically, that's another way that it could be interpreted, in that, like, as an animator, right, you would create more life in the agony of that movement, right? And Miyazaki, if you've watched any of the special features on the old Disney release DVDs of Studio Ghibli stuff, he talks, I think it's in Spirited Away. There is a scene, I can't remember if it's Haku in his dragon form or if it's something else, but right before that, towards the end of the movie, where Sen is like opening its mouth, right? Chihiro, that's her name, right? She's like opening the mouth and like reaching in, and you kind of see like the gums and stuff. And in the behind the scenes, he's talking to his staff about, like, if you've ever, you know, played with the mouth of your pet dog or whatever, you know, you've kind of like tried to wrestle something out of its mouth, and nobody had any idea what he was talking about. Like, he was trying to convey to them and connect with them on a human level about something that should be a shared experience. But generationally, when you grow up playing video games, you aren't entertaining yourself with actual life. You're entertaining yourself with a substitute for life, so to speak, right? And so there was like a bit of depression even in that moment, that like he was trying to share something with his team and have them help him to share it with the world, which is this core memory of his of interacting with his pet dog, right? And I can really feel for that as an artist myself, because when I originally started the channel, a portion of what I wanted to do with it was to record certain memories of my life in video form so that I could go back to them, you know? And so when I do a first impressions, for example, and I talk about my experience with the show before the movie came out, and how, like, for example, watch my Broly video, right? Like that was deeply meaningful for me to get to share with Duo my memory of growing up on dial-up internet and downloading video clips that are like this fucking postage stamp small, that would take all goddamn day to download, and all I would get is like 10 seconds if I was lucky from one of the movies that hadn't been released in the US anymore, or at that point, right? And so I get that vibe from Miyazaki, right? Is that like he feels like humanity is drifting away from the part that he relates to as part of his humanity, right? Meaning like the shared experiences of growing up in like what would it be, like the 40s for him or whatever it is, you know? Anyway, I think that's the vibe I get from it. Like I agree with you. I think that his statements in this video are dramatically blown out of proportion and misunderstood by people who are seeing this video for the first time this year, as opposed to when it originally came out long before generative AI was publicly available to most people and everything. Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, to take that grotesque, weirdly animated, like 3D person and apply that to what AI
his
is doing
disgust
right now.
to that and how it relates specifically to his friend who, and I love how he phrased this, every morning, but not recently, right? Like,
Yeah.
I see my friend.
I think it's disingenuous not to give it the context of that full clip.
I 100% agree.
To just say, well, he hates AI and he called it creepy and an affront to life. Like, no, it needs the full context for people to understand what he was saying, and it's still up for debate. And I can if you want to say that was him telling them that he hates AI, I can agree with you. But not only is that AI like generations ago, right? Like we're not even on the same planet anymore in terms of quality, but also like it's debatable. It's not a given that he was saying AI technology in itself, in its essence, is bad. Like I wouldn't confirmly know that. And also you can listen to that video.
I do think it's very likely that he would not appreciate.
Yes, I agree that it is more likely that he wouldn't appreciate it.
But I don't think that video is a good
yeah, that doesn't mean you get to mischaracterize his quote, and throw it around every time. Reese, mute your phone.
Sorry.
Well, you'd think in a way his disabled friend would be able to use AI art to create stuff, right?
Yeah, and see the thing is that AI is going to solve a lot of problems. One of the major things that AI has done is it has made answers that were previously really hard to get accessible to the general public. And what I mean by that is there once was a time where mankind could not read the Bible. Only the priests could, because everybody else was illiterate. And so in order to find out what God said and what you should be doing in your life, you had to talk to somebody who could make up whatever the fuck they wanted, right? Fast forward to today. If you're suffering from a debilitating disease, you have to see a specialist to even figure out what's wrong with you. They've got to run tests. They got to, and it's like, it's cost prohibitive. And it's like, at some point it might be an annoyance, but it's not yet dramatically affecting your life. But now you can ask AI questions about health and stuff. You can have it basically talk to you and say like, well, what is your diet? What are you doing exercise? What does your day look like? And then it can help you to determine what you could be doing in order to provide a greater chance of a healthier, happier life, right? And same goes with solving issues. Like, for example, I cannot tell you how many times I would read about something in the library or something as a kid, and I would read something really profound philosophically, or like right now I'm doing a lot of research on quantum mechanics for something, and I'll have a question about it, and I don't know how to fucking answer that question. And 20 years ago, I could read every fucking book in the library, but the specific, stupid, autistic question I have isn't in any of them. Right? The answer might exist, but the labor it takes to get it answered is so dramatic that it's not even worth pursuing. Unless you just so happen to find somebody who is already an expert in that field, and then you can pick their brain about it, right? And I've long believed that as a creative person, there are things that I want to learn how to do. And especially as an ADD person, like I would love to learn how to code proficiently. But in order for me to self-teach myself how to code, I can't start with coding 101, learn how to say hello world. And it's like, fuck, this is so goddamn boring. I will never get through these lessons, right? But if I
You
have
need to get
something
one of those games that is designed to like help you code.
Well, what I mean though is that if I have something I want to do with the code, it's easier for me. It would be so beneficial. And this is what I thought about before AI. If I had the money, I would hire somebody who's already a super proficient coder. And I would tell them, this is what I want to be able to do with code. Teach me, design a lesson plan around this that you can teach me where I can get to this point in like 4 weeks or whatever, so that in the process of getting there, I know I'm going to get to do the thing I actually fucking want to do. And you can teach me all the things I need to know in order to be able to do it. Right. Well, now with fucking AI, I could tell it specifically what I eventually want to be able to do and ask it to build me that goddamn lesson plan and fucking give it to me. I can learn how to do goddamn anything. If I want to learn to speak another language, I can fucking ask. And that's one of the best things is like when it comes to learning Japanese growing up, it's like I would have a question like, look, I understand how the sentence is conjugated, but the way that we learn how to speak and use an adjective here for, all this, like, I feel like my language and what I want to say is dramatically limited. And back in the day, what I'd have to do is I'd have to type in the thing I wanted to be able to say in English into Google Translate and then do like a back and forth translating until eventually I felt confident enough that the back and forth translating kept giving me the same thing so that I could trust that it was accurate, because Google Translate is largely inaccurate. And even then, I'm basically just giving up. Now I can specifically ask very nuanced questions about language and say, if I wanted to say this specific thing, can I say it in this way, or am I conveying the wrong thing? And occasionally ChatGPT will say, yeah, you could say this like this. And then I will ask it back, give me your understanding of what this phrase in Japanese would mean. And I'll give it to a new chat and it will give me something that is very close, but not precisely what I was trying to convey. And then in the new chat, I'll be able to say, if I wanted to make sure that it could not be interpreted the wrong way, how would I need to change it? Right? This dramatically opens the doors for people who previously were the hurdle for which to do things that bring joy to your heart was so big. And now, as we are going to see so fucking much in this podcast tonight, it is becoming easier and easier. I was telling Randy the other day, for the first time in my life, I can see technology making my life easier, faster than my life's natural progression gets harder. And that is the most exciting thing of my life so far. Right? Anyway, let me come back to our doc here. I got a screenshot again. What do you know? He already put it in the doc. Isn't he amazing? Yes, thank you. Thank you for your accolades. All right, back to wrong thing. Wrong window. Back over here. Back to this. Okay. Any chats I should catch up on before I get too far away? Oh my God, I can't believe it. Cheap viewers, thank you so much. Guess what? Also, banned. I can't ban it. No,
I already banned it.
Okay.
JT Vegas says, was Miyazaki right about anime was a mistake? That quote is a fake quote. That's not even what he said. So this,
but he was right.
This is what I was going to bring up earlier is, if you watch that video, like you notice that the subtitles have spelling mistakes in them. And so I was like, maybe this isn't correct into what he's actually saying, right? And it's already like a nuanced topic, and like you could interpret what he's saying different ways.
So Dylan,
hold
G
on,
says,
let me finish my sentence. God damn it.
No, hold on.
So-
I'm just saying. He says that he thinks it's from the Kingdom of Dreams and Madness, which I own. So if you want to find out what is actually being said there, we could do that.
You could have just waited. for
I
me to
could have.
finish my
I
sentence.
chose not to.
I see that. So what I did was I went to the YouTube video and I turned on auto subtitles and translated the audio,
Mhm.
right? With YouTube's auto, whatever the fuck
Yeah.
thing. And it's mostly the same, but there is some small nuance differences. So that make, it doesn't give you a yes or no, like which was he talking about, but it makes you lean in different directions. So it's worth watching with those auto-generated subtitles on as well. And so I like, I'm not saying those quotes were fake,
Right.
because the auto subtitle generated stuff mostly matched, but there could be lost nuances.
Whoa, Miyazaki Lupin. If only that was an official word. I know, right? The thing that blew me away was the fact that now the American flag is drawn. Drawn. The police sketch would also look like P. Diddy. No surprises there at all. No, I think they captured his likeness pretty good. Oh, cool. Nice. I look forward to it. Only way Miyazaki would do Lupin would be if that was like his first movie or something.
Or one of the first TV series he did.
Yeah. You should see the Lord of the Rings. I saw it. Dude, I need to know what their workflow was for that. Because fuck me while I abuse the shit out of that. Oh, my video clip got claimed. Guess what? Now it's Ghibli style. I think Cool's real sexy with that. To be honest, I can't help but wonder who thought it was a good idea to show this stuff to Miyazaki. Like, who thought he would actually think this was interesting? Well, it was the creator of Dwango.
His face, that guy's face when he realized, like after what he said.
I'm sorry to have offended you, but this is just our tech demo. Like, yeah. You see, whether you could draw like this or not, being able to think up this kind of design, it depends on whether or not you can say to yourself, oh yeah, girls like this exist in real life. If you don't spend time watching real people, you can't do this because you've never seen it. Some people spend their lives interested only in themselves. Almost all Japanese animation is produced with hardly any basis taken from observing real people, you know. It's produced by humans who can't stand looking at other humans. Oh. And that's why the industry is full of otaku. He's saying this whole thing was a quote, but that's the quote that is misquoted. So, I think the last part.
They might hate looking at humans, but they love looking at Google Maps for tracing.
Art is a creative expression made by people. Expression can be inspired. Machines can never be inspired. Yes, but you're misinterpreting the point, because machines are not themselves just producing art willy-nilly. The machines are producing art for the humans who are inquiring and asking it to do the thing. We don't have rogue bands of robots running around with paints and canvases, you know, like. All right, so reps for Studio Ghibli in North America declined to comment. However, Hayao Miyazaki, co-founder of this part, in a 2016 meeting where he was shown an AI animation demo, Miyazaki said, "I'm utterly disgusted. If you really want to make creepy stuff, you can go ahead and do it. I would never wish to incorporate this kind of technology into my work at all." He also said, "I strongly feel that this is an insult to life itself." More recently, Hollywood actors and other creatives have voiced concerns about efforts by OpenAI and other artificial intelligence companies to weaken or eliminate protections on copyrighted works for training AI systems. In comments filed with the Trump administration's Office of Science and Technology Policy earlier this month, more than 400 filmmakers, actors, musicians, and others objected to what they said was lobbying by OpenAI and Google for a special government exemption so that they can freely exploit America's creative and knowledge industries. But see, what effectively is happening here is you have people who are saying, whoa, 5 years ago, I gatekept all this. You can't just take it from me and give it to everybody else, right? I get to keep it. I'm the gatekeeper, right? On Thursday, a federal judge ruled, and again, this is effectively what that is saying is, whoa, you can't teach the people to read, then they won't need the priests, you know? On Thursday, a federal judge ruled that the New York Times, along with other newspaper groups, are allowed to proceed with a copyright lawsuit against OpenAI and Microsoft, in which they seek to force the AI companies to stop using their content to train chatbots like ChatGPT. In a statement, OpenAI said it looked forward to, quote, making it clear that we build our AI models using publicly available data in a manner grounded in fair use and supportive of innovation. On social media, users have shared multiple examples of Ghibli-style images produced by OpenAI's new image generator. It's been 24 hours since OpenAI unexpectedly shook the AI image world with 4.0 image generation. Here are the 14 most mind-blowing examples so far. 100% AI generated, Studio Ghibli-style memes. I don't know this one. Obviously, that's
I didn't either. I was wondering what the first one was, but
this one
I
is
loved the third one.
Yeah, the Turkish Olympian, the girl with the
Yeah, I love the
flaming
girl with
house.
the fire.
Yeah, these are great too. Iconic movie scene, Studio Ghibli style. This is so much fun. Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Scarface, Godfather. Okay, I think I'm in love with ChatGPT's new image editing feature. Can turn all of my family photos into Ghibli portraits. Just trying to do my. All right, we got a bunch more to show you guys. So, I'm going to do this one with audio. Was that the one?
Yeah.
What is that up there?
That
Is it a ghost?
If I remember, well, oh, maybe not. There's one that's like this, but it's a baby owl. But I don't know if it's the one with the people in it. It might be a different thing I'm thinking.
It reminds me of Ceiling Cat.
Yeah.
That's so good. It goes in the square hole. What is this?
Car flying through the air.
No idea. That's from The Good Doctor.
Mm-hmm. So I don't understand how people are able to get this kind of image generation when fucking ChatGPT chips out when I ask it to do some of the simplest things. Also, what
Look
the
at the
fuck
hand.
is going on with those fingers?
Yeah, you need to get rid of one of those fingers up top.
I don't think this
That
one
one-
came from ChatGPT.
Clearly,
Yeah,
he
that
said
one might not
someone
be
who spilled
ChatGPT.
ketchup all over his back.
No, so for those of you who've not tried it yet, ChatGPT is the front end interface for the visual drawing tool. The drawing tool itself has an interface that you do not get to interface with. It interfaces through ChatGPT, and as it generates it, it generates it from the top down, like a 90s website loading. Yeah. And so you'll get stuff. And I do this thing where I'm screenshot as every time it loads another pixel line, because I've had it fail on me many times once it gets to a certain point, as we'll look at in a moment. That's so freaking the Mike Tyson fight.
Oh no! How did it generate that?
This one, the assassination.
Yeah, Mike Tyson's. Well, not the assassination. Mike Tyson's ass.
Oh,
And
it's around like a 30-second delay.
burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we're trying to fight it. War in Afghanistan, cops go all the way again. Obama, Spielberg, explosion, Lebanon. Unabomber, Bobby John, bombing Boston Marathon, balloon boy, war on terror, QAnon. Trump gets impeached twice, polar bears got no ice.
What the fuck? You motherfuckers!
It can generate that.
Refuse to do this for me. Fuck me. This was 100% doable a few days ago. God damn it. Yeah, that thing in the attic thing. Yes, it looks like the Kodamas from Princess Mononoke. God damn it.
Got no ice, fire fest, black parade,
Yeah, the one
The
with
Stalin, the Stalin where they did both versions.
Yeah, they literally in chat you can select a region and say change this. Like just remove him.
They should have had like a ripple in the water or something.
Well, because it's based on an actual photo from history that Stalin himself, old school, had somebody Photoshop using paint, or whatever to remove the person who was there. They were erased from history for the propaganda. Anyway.
Michael Phelps, Y2K, Forrest Johnson, Brexit, Kanye West and Taylor Swift, Stranger Things, Tiger King, Ever Given Suez. He didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we're trying to fight it. Sandy Hook, Columbine, Sandra Bland and Tammy Rice, ISIS, LeBron James, Shinzo Abe blown away. Meghan Markle, George Floyd, Burj Khalifa, Metron, Fermi, Paradox, Venus and Serena.
Oh, okay. Anyway. God, I am so fucking livid.
What was it? 2 hours? Almost 3 hours last night?
Fucking at least 4 hours trying to get that last night. All right, a couple more here. We got this one. Oh. Somebody said, how about you change the official portrait of Donald Trump to this one? This great one. If you haven't seen the original one, it's this, right? The fucking White House tweeted this one. Fentanyl dealer arrested. Oh, you're hiding a Tesla in your garage, aren't you? And just since I have it right here, I thought this was really funny. Leftists in 2023. Look at them overreact and refuse to buy Bud Light. Leftists now. All right. So I saw this right before we started the show. The Israeli Defense Force says, we thought we'd also hop on the Ghibli trend. Everybody loves Israel when they're drawn in cute ways. The response is more like this.
Yeah, quick way to kill the trend, buddy.
Right? Yeah, like, all right, I'm done with you now. All right. And then we saw this. Oh, dear Lord. Look, the Lord of the Rings one is amazing. This one, not so much. But in terms of the animation, right?
But
where secrets lie buried beneath the streets, one neighborhood holds a mystery that defies perceive. For years, they walked above, unaware of the shadows below.
Cutting the screen.
In the heart of Brooklyn,
circumcision.
Beneath an ancient synagogue, a hidden passage was forged by hands unknown, for reasons untold. They said it was faith. They said it was destiny. But what they uncovered was a labyrinth of danger. Had to
They
find
just all swapped spots in the car.
break and the world above collides with the world below. From the ashes of
Just pointing out, this is from Bone Paint. I'm guessing that is like even worse than the Huahua, whatever Chinese website that was going around that you could animate the stuff with.
It's weird. I looked it up. It's like an AI, not an AI. It's a crypto site. Like they
Oh, really?
accept crypto,
Wow.
and there's no free tier, which is weird because it put the watermark. Like I would expect
Yeah.
if I'm paying for it, not to have a
Yeah,
watermark.
yeah, yeah.
of history.
Well, this is from a Twitter account called Bone. So maybe they made this using their own website and put the
Oh.
watermark to get you to go look at it like you did.
Comes a story
Look, I'm just saying if this is what your AI can do, it sucks ass compared to what the competitors can do for free. So just saying.
Yeah, I mean, if it was free, that would be one thing, but it's
Yeah.
not.
I mean, this reminds me of when we used to play with Cryon. The Crayon, CRAI.
Oh, yeah, Crayon. Yeah.
Yeah.
courage of chaos
I just love that.
and of secrets that refuse to stay buried. This summer, the chase begins, where the law hunts the lawless.
The gun looks really good.
The
Like,
masters
the
of-
fidelity on that Beretta, I gotta give them credit there.
Well, I mean, what they're doing though is
Oh.
they're going to ChatGPT, they're getting it to generate the image, and then they're using Bone to
Mhm.
animate it, right? So
Well, I said that. It's okay. It's kind of hard to explain, but the left side here of a Beretta looks different than the right side. And at first I thought it was doing it correctly, but now I just think it might just be a mirror. Anyway.
and you
whatever.
can see like in the in-betweens, it completely breaks down.
Oh,
right?
totally. This almost looks like a morph cut in Premiere. Like they couldn't even afford to do the whole thing. It's fucking terrible in terms of the in-betweens. Totally understood. Yeah. Horrible.
hunts the lawless.
But just so you guys know, OpenAI, the company that makes ChatGPT and DALL-E and all the stuff that's generating this stuff right now, they also have a video generation thing called Sora. And the near future is going to be generating your Studio Ghibli stuff off of video.
Yeah, it's just don't do it right now because I paid for ChatGPT and I can't get onto Sora yet because too many people are signing up. So please don't. Thank you.
No, but yeah, well, that's just because you can't sign up for Sora if you're like me and already have an account.
Yeah, if you already have an account, that's
The
fine. But I
masters
want
of
people to
Studio
stop signing up so
Yeah,
I
so
can.
you
Sent
can
into
get
the
one.
underworld where loyalty
I
is
paid for it
alive
already. God damn it.
and trust is a weapon. The tunnels hide more than faith. They guard an empire. And the deeper you go, the darker it gets. One crew, one secret, one way out. Spirited Oive
That's
from Studio Ghibli.
the only thing I thought was worth it was that title, Spirited Oive.
That is amazing.
That's fucking hilarious, right? Like everything else was a chore to sit through in terms of the stuff, but that fucking title is so good. Oh boy. All right. At Bone GPT. Yeah. Anyway. All right. So you didn't think we were going to stop it right there, right? Right? So needless to say, I had to get in on this. I had to upload some things. Do you remember this?
Oh my lord, that is beautiful.
How about this one?
Oh no. Oh no.
Did it get the whatever thing is on the polo, right?
The what?
The
Oh,
whatever's on
it made him. It
Oh,
made him
maybe.
like a little.
the, oh, okay.
I mean, I'll eat more, but I'm okay. So I forgot to upload the actual thumbnail for this next one. I could grab it in a minute, but I don't know if you remember Reese's Red Rod. We've got Weeaboo Burgers like thing there, right there, right? And then we've got fucking Ted Cruz and the Lolita Express. I need to get the actual one so you can see what it was working off of because of King Kong's fat ass. Julie, look, Johnny Somali as a police sketch. That's amazing, right? Just when you thought you started, you're like, I'm getting bored of AI. It's like, boom! The possibilities are endless again. Oh, these are header images. I'm looking in the wrong folder. Hold on. OCA podcast. I want to say that was podcast 188. I'm guessing. No, not 188. 163. I'm grasping at straws. Red Rod. There it is.
No, you're definitely gasping at straws there.
137. Okay. So, of course, we couldn't stop there, right? We had to keep going. So this one that we're looking at, this is from this thumbnail, right? Couldn't get the Rando Seru backpack and thick ass King Kong, right? Right. Okay. How about this one? Chat destroyed my foot.
You can fix that. Come on.
I could.
It
did such a good job. All right, what about this one? You guys remember this one? So I gave it this one. Now, if you've ever played with Dolly and you thought, I can't even spell words right. See how it says space for other part? Boom.
It looks better than the real thing, right?
Yeah.
Except that it's an empty box.
Your
It's just an empty
double-fingered white power symbol.
That should be
God.
a new hand symbol, right?
Yeah. So
Doubling
it's like
down
an
on
8.
white power.
It's like an 8.
Infinite white power.
811. I don't know. All right. So so now I want to show you some of the images I tried to give it that it outright refused. God damn it. This is the first time the audience is seeing this because I haven't released the clip it's from.
So which part of it did it
World
refuse? Did it
premiere.
refuse because it was Hitler, or did it refuse because of other?
To be
reasons?
honest, it could. I think it is Hitler because, like I said, it generates from the top down, and it didn't even generate anything. But I thought for a minute it could have been because of the Ahegao, because it refused to also do Foodnum's avatar because it doesn't understand the face. You know, obviously it's kind of hard to understand Footnum's face, but it doesn't understand the face, and it tells you that because it can't understand the face, it assumes it might be lewd or something like that. Like it determines. What does it say?
It was saying like what was it? It was like
Anatomically incorrect.
Yeah, it was like basically they didn't want you to make gore. I think that's the.
How
the
did
thing that
this
they're
get
kind of
through?
preventing.
Randy, can you show them your avatar again? Yeah. I gave chat Randy's old static Spider-Man image. And I said specifically, turn this image, turn this image of black suit Spider-Man into Ghibli-Style. And that's what it gave us. I mean,
Literally typing out Spider-Man into the chat.
Yes.
So chat recognized
And then-
you wanted Spider-Man.
and then when we gave it a drawing that Randy had done of red suit Spider-Man's face, no matter what we did, it refused, including saying, "Oh, I see where the hang up is. You think this is Spider-Man. Actually, it's Spooderman, a legally distinct character whose
Original-
copyright is
original
not
character of
owned."
my own design.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, okay, I'll try it again. Fail. we literally took it and we inverted the color and tried to run it through. I flipped it upside down and I'm like, oh no, Spooderman tripped. Chat was humoring me so much, and the actual image generator was failing me every time. All right, do you guys recognize this?
I've seen that person before in my life.
How about this one?
Hold on, hold on.
There you go. All right, so I tried this one. Do you see how Randy has more Spider-Man looking face than... Go the other one. The other one, the one that we based it off of.
Your VTuber.
So see how this one, it is Spider-Man. It's literally an official image of Spider-Man, right?
I think so.
And yet because this version of it isn't drawn with the webbing, even though I fucking told chat, generate me an image of Black Suit Spider-Man as Studio Ghibli, right? This, right? Even though I told it that, it was able to do it, right? For this one, it kept generating right up to the top of Randy's head and then failing. Actually, no, it was getting like almost down to the middle of the head, right where the points are meeting in the web. It was getting to like right there and then just failing, right? In fact, I probably have some of the screenshots I could upload real quick of where I was, like I was saying, I would be screenshot, right? Let me see that. I'll grab it real quick.
Right, here's the question: is Tucker holding me captive, or am I holding him, like threatening him with?
You're holding him. All right, so this is I was screenshot. This is what I got. Right, it looks so good. This one is amazing, and you can see it was drawing Spider-Man with the thing. And this is actually one of the more recent ones because I was literally in Photoshop trying to Photoshop out or distort, the texture of the webbing. And even though I was distorting it, it still was understanding it was Spider-Man and fixing it. And that's where this one was from. And then I kept going. And I basically made it so that the face was fully black. And then eventually we got this. And that's incredible. Except for Reese's body is a hand. And also...
No, I think Tucker's just holding me by the ball.
Yeah, there's 2 additional people here that are getting cut off. So I was like, hey, give me the same aspect ratio so that the people on the edges don't get cut off. Boom. I don't know why. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. This was the next one, actually. Right? No, it's actually, there's one more. Oh, there's some missing, I guess. So this one came out, right? Originally, it's like it kept giving Reese's eyeball had blue veins, because the original image has kind of got that blue line art around it. So I had it correct that. And now Green Line is fingering his eye.
I'm getting a little close with Colin in there.
Yeah. And I'm apparently...
give you a reach around, Reese.
I'm apparently wearing the gloves that didn't fit OJ.
Yeah. No, you're just being possessed by the symbiote. It's moving from Random 11 to you.
Yeah. So then this is the last one I did. It looks pretty good. I look weird in some of these compared to what I expected. I think the best rendition of me is this one. All right. And then of course this was the most recent one I did right before the podcast started. All right. Anyway. Let's catch up on some chats.
More like PTSD DNM.
Do you know what episode you pulled that Lupin pick from?
I have the original. I have the original one. I could probably sauce now if you want.
Because I could put. I had the Blu-rays. I could rip it and give you a Blu-ray quality.
Okay, 1 second.
If you can find like the episode.
Yeah, let me just pull it up real quick. It's.
I should just ask you to send it to me, and I'll do it.
Okay, it's right here. I'm gonna go to Sauce Now. Sauce Now. Drop the Lupin in. Search. It says Lupin Sansei 4 episode. Wait, no, it says 23 episodes. It says the episode name is One Chance for a Prison Break, and the estimated time is 22 minutes 42 seconds in. So I think it's probably episode 4, maybe.
Let me see here. Lupin, part 1. One chance to break out, probably.
Yeah.
You said 22 minutes and something?
And like 45 seconds, roughly. Cool.
Yep. I literally got it right on the first try. Got it.
Nice.
Yeah, it does look like French fry on fire.
Yeah. I think it's a match, not a cigarette.
Oh, yeah,
That's
probably.
fine. Okay.
All right. Yeah, I'll grab that for you.
AI can steal. No, the people who program the AI can steal. I can steal the likeness of Johnny Somali, give it to the AI who stole the ability to draw, and then I can produce something through theft that is beautiful and brings joy to people. It's like a Robin Hood of thievery in joy, right? I stole it from your sorry ass and gave it to everybody else, and they love me for it. And that's why we will now be profitable by 2030, right? That's how that works. Cool 2T, I've got that subscribe star. I know you're going to be our first patron over there. All right. So I wonder how long before Twitter claims artists from Studio Ghibli are using AI art. That'd be funny. Rage Against the Machine, you can see the mistakes on the designs. Okay.
Whatever.
Based alert. Roof Koreans, 2 magazine, ejector levers. Yeah, so that was a Beretta 92. The magazine release is by default on the left side, so you can do it with your right thumb. And then on the other side is like
it's true.
It's a device around the lever function for the trigger. It basically is the part that goes back into the handle and up into the firing pin area for the. Anyway, all right. Hello, Cool 2T. Did you see we have a new subscribe star? Subscribestar.com/OCA podcast.
And coffee.
Kofi, yeah. I realized something about women. They really do like long necks. Do they? Oops. Whoops.
Get the fuck out of here.
AC should have hand drawn the rest of Spider-Man's head. Yep.
Damn it. I'm super delayed.
You get no bitches? Right.
Oh, yeah. So just so we're clear, the way that we managed to get this. We're good.
We'll wait for you.
God damn it. This delay is killing me because I'm sitting here like, oh, hold up. I'll wait for you guys.
Time to put a banner up.
Okay. All I was going to say, Jesus Christ, was that. So, the neck, and then the girls demand you're over 6 feet, and then they're like, oh, people who play guitar so cool. Where are all my bitches? Huh? God, get me those bitches. That's all I have to say.
Bitches.
So, what you're saying?
Enjoy the wait.
So the way that
I've exceeded my limit.
Yeah.
The way that we got this image, right, Randy, is because it would. Because it wouldn't generate it based off of what we are feeding it. Randy asked ChatGPT to describe the image right? What did you?
Yeah.
What was the general gist of your prompt?
I gave it the image of his face, and then it said no, and then I said, okay, describe it, and it said, a stylized anime character by Studio Ghibli, exaggerated features, long neck, tilted, leaning to the right, blah blah blah.
Mm.
And then it was finally okay with making it, but it still made the mouth and the nose normal.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just
So he went
Photoshopped
into
them small.
Photoshop and put them back where they were meant to be.
What God intended.
Yeah, what God intended.
Anyway.
Oh, now you're not. Where's the delay? There's no delay anymore.
All right.
Jinu-sama is on warp to Jeju Island.
All right. So going back to, is this it? Yes. Jumping into the topics at hand. All right, 14 days left for TerrorBytes. If you guys are interested in backing it, once again, it is a documentary. It's like a 5-part series documentary about the evolution of horror gaming. It seems to go from like Atari all the way up to literally Silent Hill remake, right? So like, quite frankly, up to last year at minimum, right? So it looks pretty good. Check it out if you're interested in that kind of thing. You can get it for $30 digitals, $80 for the Blu-ray if you want it. Moving past that, Disney was sued after a Walt Disney World employee allegedly filmed up a teen guest's skirt. Lawsuit claims man had been caught by Disney doing this previously.
Why wasn't he fired the first time?
Disney has a diversity, equity, and inclusion policy in their hiring that made it impossible to fill the role with somebody else, Reese. Walt Disney World is facing a disturbing lawsuit after the family of a 14-year-old girl alleges a cast member secretly filmed up her skirt during a visit to Hollywood Studios. I find this funny because the last time I went to Disneyland, I remember waiting in line. Julie, what's the ride? What's the ride at Disneyland that's kind of like you get in line and the line goes near the like waterway of the like so what is that called? The boat adventure trail?
The boat adventure trail.
You know what I'm talking about? What's it called? The not safari.
Oh, the Jungle Cruise.
Jungle Cruise. Yeah. So it kind of goes near that. And then you kind of like go into like almost like a Montezuma's Revenge looking.
It's Indiana Jones.
Is it the Indiana Jones? It might be, yeah. So last time I was at Disneyland, I was in line and there's a part in this thing where it goes up and then it like physically gets higher, like you're going up a ramp, and there's like a netting. And I remember looking up and literally looking up some girl's skirt by accident. So it, in my head canon, that's precisely where this occurred. And that Disney allowed the employee to remain on the job even after a prior similar accusation. The cast member, identified as Jorge Diaz Vega, was arrested in 2023 after Orange County deputies reportedly uncovered approximately 500 upskirt videos on his phone.
Jesus.
What ride is there where the employee gets that good of a look all day long? What the hell? Maybe it is the Jungle Cruise as he's going by. And if you look to your left, click, 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 you know? Holy shit.
You know what? I was gonna say, oh well, maybe if he had his phone on burst mode, it would be 500 photos, and it would be like, but it says 500 videos.
What if it's a live photo, which is those photos that are like a half second long? Like, according to law enforcement, many of the recordings appear to be taken while Diaz Vega was on duty at the Star Wars themed Doc Ondar's Den of Antiquities in Galaxy's Edge in Walt Disney World. I don't understand. I mean, is he positioned here and the girls walking around are up here? Like, how are you getting these? Unless he's literally like, like reaching under as girls walk by trying to. Oh no. Wait. That guy looks kind of familiar. He's like the. Huh.
It's just the glasses.
His name starts with a J, though.
Wait,
is it a dad?
JT Vega.
No, the other JT.
No, it's JT Vega, guys. Come on.
JD Vega.
Oh no, it's an
No,
evil
they
twin.
had a fusion there.
Someone's got some explaining to do in my head, canon. All right. So anyway, it says among those videos, investigators say was footage of the underage girl who had traveled to the park with her grandmother from Michigan. According to the civil complaint filed in Orange County Court last Friday, Diaz Vega allegedly dropped a toy near the teenager, bent to pick it up, and used the opportunity to place his phone under her dress and record.
Why are we doing it to underage girls? You have to make it creepy.
That's what makes it creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
man.
was where the creepiness started.
How come I haven't gotten a chance to read an article about a disgusting pervert doing this to old grandmas? When the girl realized what had happened, she immediately suffered an extreme emotional and physical reaction. The lawsuit says she began hysterically crying and screaming, then ran into a nearby restroom where she vomited and had a panic attack.
What?
But perhaps the most damning allegations isn't what happened to the teen. It's what Disney allegedly failed to prevent. The lawsuit claims Disney was already aware of prior misconduct involving Diaz Vega. Specifically, it says he had previously been caught filming up the skirt of a female coworker, but was still allowed to remain employed and in close proximity to guests, including children. Quote, Disney deliberately engaged in outrageous misconduct by creating and allowing an environment to exist where an employee had the means and opportunity to secretly video record the plaintiff's minor grandchild under the child's dress, the lawsuit states. The family is suing both Disney and Diaz Vega for negligence, invasion of privacy, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. How about production of child porn? I mean, it might not stick in court, but like fucking throw the goddamn book at them. They allege the company failed, or intent to produce could even be a good one, right? They allege the company failed in its basic responsibility to provide a safe environment for guests, particularly minors. Diaz Vega is also facing 2 criminal cases for video voyeurism, according to court records. His legal team is currently attempting to have him declared incompetent to stand trial.
Competent enough to work at Disney, but incompetent to stand trial. Look how far we've fallen.
You know, there was somebody else who was incompetent enough.
I was just to bring it up.
Yeah.
I was just about to bring it up too.
Competent enough to be president, but incompetent enough to not be held accountable for everything else. Right?
Also had a thing for kids. That seems to be a going thing.
Yeah.
Right
Look at
now.
this. Look at this bright-eyed boy. Who's so flexible.
Look at the future ahead of him.
Is that your reaction to always getting sniffed?
I just love this image. All right. Okay. Anyway, where was I? He's also facing 2 criminal cases for evading warriors, according to Corrections legal team. Investigators say Diaz-Vega admitted to recording similar videos over a span of 6 years. Local news outlet WESH2 reports that Disney has not responded to requests for comment regarding either the lawsuit or the prior incident involving a coworker. The company has also not clarified whether Diaz-Vega faced any disciplinary action before his arrest. As the legal proceedings move forward, the allegations cast a harsh spotlight on Disney's internal oversight practices and whether the company ignored red flags that could have protected guests from an alleged predator in its ranks. If the claims are proven true, Disney's decision to keep Diaz-Vega employed could become one of the most serious failures of guest safety in recent park history. Damn. I mean, I feel like that park place is really blowing it out of proportion with that last line, but it's still unacceptable, right? What do you got in the comments here? No relationship. We know. Come on, man. No relation to the other JT either. And that is perhaps the better distanced relationship to have. There's the same picture. Let's see. Disney would film up boys' pants too. After all, that live-action Jungle Book movie would be an excuse for women to see the boy run around the set wearing only underpants. Definitely. Great point. Skipping all the rest of those comments. All right. They didn't fire him, it seems, because it was only an accusation. Coincidentally, Nero-sama and her sister went to Disneyland. I wonder if this guy was in any footage. Who's Nero-sama? Did the girl's family get a Disney
AI.
Plus?
I don't know what you mean, her sister.
I have no idea. Did the girl's family get a Disney Plus subscription? That would really hurt them, right? AC, they only charge AI and anime with child sexual abuse material. Is that what it is? Did Diaz say there can be no mistake? Well, no, but there were 500 videos on his phone. All right. So you guys talked about this on the podcast when I was somewhat absent. Japanese visual novel The House in Fata Morgana to receive a live-action adaptation from, quote, a passionate North American film director. Negotiations said to be moving forward positively. So previously when we addressed this, I wasn't sure because of the way it was phrased. And again, perfect example of what I was talking about with the AI thing, about the frustrating nature of reading something, having a question that can't be answered easily without tons of fucking effort, right? This would be one of them. The way it was phrased, it was difficult to know whether or not it was going to be a Japanese live action filmed in the US or a US live action, right? And I argued before that usually the US does not film things in the US unless they specifically need scenery and whatnot from the US, because it is simply cheaper because of tax incentives to film outside of the US, right? Like if you film in Canada or in New Zealand or whatever, they give you a tax stipend. They basically say, for filming here, bringing your crew here, bringing commerce here when people need to shop at the local grocery stores and stuff, no tax on your profits, right? Because the work tourism or whatever ends up bringing revenue in, and it just creates an incentive to go there. And that's income you wouldn't have gotten if you had said, yeah, you can film here, but we're going to tax you, right? And then they would just say, okay, we're going to film somewhere else, right? So anyway, with that in mind, let me address here. I got a couple highlights. So Hanada, the original creator of the visual novel, took to his own Twitter account to tell fans that for over 2 years, a passionate North American film director who really loves Fata Morgana, has been working on a live-action adaptation project. Negotiations with multiple TV networks and producers are currently moving forward positively. At current, the identity of the mysterious North American director remains unknown. Likewise, given the project's early development stage, word remains out on whether or not the project will be a film or a television outing. So yeah, it's still hard to know, honestly. But that we now are confirmed that they're going to use a U.S. director. But at the same time, it seems almost more like for example, I would consider the Netflix live action One Piece to be a Western live action adaptation, right? But at the same time, the Western live action adaptation of One Piece is being closely worked on with the creator of One Piece. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of a similar thing here, where I think it's going to be a Western adaptation, but with the actual creator of the project kind of overseeing it all. And that's kind of like the synergy that has determined whether or not a Western live action is good or shit, right? Now, speaking of potential good or shit, Nintendo confirms Legend of Zelda live action movie 2027 release date through Nintendo Today app. So the live action Legend of Zelda is coming to theaters on March 26th, 2027. The Legend of Zelda will not be animated, right? It's going to be fully live action, and it's being distributed by Sony. Yes, that Sony. The Morbius
Is
and
Chris
Madam
Pratt
Web
gonna play
studio.
Link?
That'd be fucking funny. Or Jack Black. Like, it just coming off the success of the Minecraft movie, we could think of no one else.
Oh, God.
It'd probably be Tom Holland. Let's be real. Like,
Yeah. I think they're saying like Hunter Schafer is going to be Zelda or something.
Hunter Schafer is trans.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they were saying that. Oh, we need to use Hunter Schafer because chic, right? Wes Ball, fresh off Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, is attached to direct.
I want an Uwe Boll.
I also want an Uwe Boll. Wes Ball, fresh off Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, is attached to direct. He's proven he can. I mean, Uwe Boll has done more video game adaptations than literally anybody else, right? I think that it only makes sense to have Uwe Boll take a stab.
Well, I'm doing the style of the Postman, and we're good.
So anyway, Wes Ball, fresh off the Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, is attached to direct. He's proven he can handle sweeping fantasy and motion capture creatures, but this would be a whole different beast. The key challenge is Link himself, because for decades, Link has been a blank slate, a silent protagonist meant to be an avatar for the player's journey. He doesn't talk. He doesn't crack jokes. He doesn't even really have a personality behind courage and mild confusion. That's deliberate, as it's part of the series' signature charm. So naturally, fans were nervous because to put Link on screen in live action, someone will have to cast him, someone will have to write dialogue for him, and someone will have to decide who Link is. The last time someone gave Link a voice was in the infamous Legend of Zelda animated series from the late 80s, and that gave us the Eternal line.
Well, excuse me, princess.
If that line is not in the live action, I don't want to see it. That should be the literal only line in the entire film.
What
I was
took
thinking
you so long, Link?
Yeah. As I was reading the thing and they were talking about Link being a silent protagonist, I was thinking of that movie we watched. What's that movie with Nicolas Cage? Where it's basically Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah.
Willy's Wonderland.
Willy's Wonderland. Yeah. Nicolas Cage does not say a single word in the entire movie. And you just know that behind the scenes, when they cast him in negotiations, he's like, yeah, I'll be in your movie. I want to be paid by the word. They're like, you got it, Mr. Cage.
I do want to correct just one thing. I believe the last time that Link had a speaking role was not the cartoon. I think the CDI games, I think, came out in the early 90s, which was after the cartoon.
Really?
That would have been the last.
Oh boy.
Does Link talk in the CDI games though?
Ooh, maybe not. I don't know. I've never played them.
Because I
But
know
there
that,
are
I know that
voiced
the
lines
King,
in
I know
that-
the
in
King
those
has lines, and one of the CDI games is specifically a Zelda story, where you play
Yeah.
as Princess Zelda.
So
So I
fair
don't
enough.
know
He
that
might
Link.
he might not have any lines.
Apparently, he shouts "Come on" in the Wind Waker and a few lines in Zelda too.
He's definitely animated in, like, I know there's an animation of him
And
in the
echoes the
CDI
links
games.
them. Oh, playing that dialogue.
So there's definitely this tool called AI that we could ask for clarification on this specific topic if we want.
It's not.
Zelda 2 just says, "I found a mirror under the table." when finding the mirror spell.
Yeah, and that literally is the same thing as da-na-na-na, like I obtained 20 rupees or whatever. Right? That's not quite the same thing, Reese.
I just asked Google when has Link ever spoken, and that's what it gave me.
In the hentai parody, right? This movie seemingly dashes all hopes of a shared Nintendo movieverse with Zelda included. For those dreaming of an Avenger-style Smash Bros. Team-up movie, this is a pretty clear detour, meaning that because it's going to be live action and not made by Illumination,
can't team up with a Super
it's
Mario
like it's going to be weird if they do a Super Smash Bros. Movie down the line and you've got a green screen Link fighting and shit. They have to put it opposite the characters who are supposed to be human and stuff, like Princess Toadstool. But anyway, so that's it from that.
If they do a live action Bayonetta movie, it'd be kind of.
I posted in the private chat a YouTube video of him speaking.
Do you think you can share it?
It's just him speaking in the game. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to.
Okay.
But anyway, even if you don't want to show it, it's just he does speak. So
that's
there you go.
Fucking horrifying.
And those games came out in 93 and 94.
Wow. Fact checked live. All right. So anyway, a couple more details here. Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto and Avi Arad are going to serve as the producers. Nintendo and Sony Pictures are co-financing the movie, with Nintendo contributing more than 50% to the film, and Sony Pictures will handle the theatrical distribution.
So it's mostly in Nintendo's hands, it sounds like.
Yes. Now, I'm going to invite you to catch up on chat while I go take a quick piddle break.
That sounds like a good idea. I will join you right back.
Well, more the merrier in your fiddle break, I guess. Okay. I don't actually. Delayed footnote, or Reese, before you go, do you know where the last we left on the comments? No help. All right. Well, I'm gonna mute them because they're noisy.
Left already, I guess.
Yeah. Do you know when the last comment was? I'm gonna read them because I wasn't paying attention. I missed some of these. You see whether you can draw like this or not. Being able to think up this kind of design, it depends on. Yeah. Okay. We read those. Almost all Japanese animation is produced with hardly any bias. Bases taken from. Already read. Oh yeah, Princess Mononoke Ghost, Roof Koreans. Okay, hello. I realized something about women. Really don't. Yeah, okay, we read that.
We're past the Jungle Book and Diddy nerd shirt.
Okay. Did they fire him? It seems.
TV would have.
What?
I was just reading the comment after that, but then you started reading.
Oh. Because it's only accusation, coincidentally. Hirosama. Oh, yeah, okay, we did read that. There you go. Okay. So, were you going to read this? Oh, he's back anyway. Disney World is
I was just
already
kind of
creepy.
just thinking out loud, really.
That's why Clownfish would have had images showing a Mickey
I don't
Mouse
think
costume.
Clownfish has an official lore behind that or something. I can't tell. I can't tell with Luigi.
I don't know either. I don't watch them. Did the girls' family get a Disney Plus subscription? Probably. I mean, if you're going to
Yeah,
Disney,
so
the
next
odds
time
that
they
you have a
violate
Disney
it,
Plus
they can't
subscription,
be sued.
yeah.
Okay.
You signed up for Disney Plus, so we can now make videos of your kid at the parks.
Right. There's a part in the
Oh,
terms of
God.
service, right, that says that your kids can be sold into sexual slavery for the purpose of the employee's benefit for their 500 videos, right?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm pretty sure that was in there.
Can we make it a habit of starring the last read comment
Sure.
so that I don't
I
have to
was
spend
doing
5
that.
minutes
All right.
finding the comment?
So I was planning to possibly skip this article for time. What I'm going to do instead is we're going to use the summarize this page function. And we'll just read that. So this article is titled Netflix's One Piece star Joe Manganiello says he checked in with Eiichiro Oda to make sure portrayal of Crocodile was, quote, paying respect to the source material. I saw a little bit of the interview. Part of what he talked about was that Crocodile here is missing a limb, right? He's got a hook for a hand, and they never tell you why in the source material.
Haven't told you why yet.
Okay. So in the live action, they definitely will. Right.
Well, I mean, it's still unsure. Like I brought this up before, but the way he's talking in the interview, it's not a very long interview. There might be a longer one out there, but I only saw the little clip. And so it's kind of like you can interpret it as, well, he asked Oda about the missing arm and like what's his motivation. And I don't know if that means that they will put it in the show or if that's just for himself, like as okay, a mindset. This is the mindset I have when I'm missing my hand.
Like how J.K. Rowling told Alan Rickman what Severus Snape's like true motivations, so that he could play him adequately instead of just being a dick.
So it very much seems to me like this interview came out, and so outlets were like, well, I want to write about this, but there's really not a lot to say. So anyway, here's what the synopsis was. Joe Manganiello, the actor playing Crocodile on Netflix's live-action One Piece series, discussed his approach to portraying the character. He emphasized the importance of respecting the original source material and its fan base, stating that he had conversations with mangaka Eiichiro Oda. So far, all of that is covered in just the goddamn sentence here in the fucking title. To ensure his portrayal was accurate and respectful, Manganiello also highlighted the complexity of One Piece and the opportunities it presents for creative interpretation. The actor expressed his enthusiasm for the role and the challenge of bringing a three-dimensional character to life. Wow. I am so glad we didn't read this. Goodbye. All right, let's move on to the next thing. All right. HIDIVE expands service to Amazon Prime Video in the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Take it away, Reese.
Oh, well, basically this is Amazon Prime. You know how like they show that they can play the certain movies, but it's through like HBO Max or MGM Plus or Paramount Plus or whatever. HIDIVE is basically they're basically adding the plug-in to the Amazon app that can play HIDIVE. Is basically what I'm taking away from this, and that's pretty much it.
Cool. All right, moving past that. We're making great time. Great job. All right, so Snow White has come out. It scraped up a measly $12 million in opening day box office. Could have the worst opening weekend than the Marvels and Dumbo. I'm guessing they mean the live action Dumbo. There was a live action Dumbo, right?
Yeah, there was a live action.
Okay, just making sure. That's how forgettable it was that I don't even remember if it really existed. Anyway,
I think Tim Burton directed it.
Did you look at me?
Yeah,
I did. Okay. So yeah, it made a $12 million on its opening day. Then Snow White's opening box office tanked
with 43 million throughout the weekend, right? So now opening day is usually Wednesday now, so they can have a higher box office gross by the weekend to convince people that actually the movie's doing super well and people love it and you got to go see it or else you're going to get FOMO, right? So it's officially the lowest opening Disney live action remake of all time, as Access Media finally admits defeat. Now, I saw this. Disney confirms Russian troll farms at the heart of the bad Snow White opening weekend. It was those trolls in Russia. I saw this. Chud sisters, we got caught. I tried to go to the cinema to see Snow White, and a large Russian man at the entrance prevented me from going in.
Man, I hate that.
God, that sucks.
But somehow, like it's number one worldwide, but like there's nothing out. There's nothing it's competing against.
Right.
Like,
just like Assassin's Creed releasing in March, like who sees anything? Snow White box office projected to drop 53% in the second weekend. Now they go on to say here, basically, if a film opens with 150 million and drops 53%, that's a minor dip. But when the film opens with 42 million and drops 53%, that's apocalyptic.
on like a supposed like 350 million budget.
Yeah. China rejects Snow White after years of Disney pandering to the CCP. All right. I saw this one. Snow White IMDb rating 2.2 out of 10. Dragon Ball Evolution 2.5 out of 10.
I'd rather watch Dragon Ball Evolution in theaters.
That's
Honestly,
pretty sad.
Honestly, I think the CPP did Disney a service by disqualifying it. I would have pulled it if I was Disney. Like, no, don't show it to them. Like, it's so bad. It would ruin your. Yeah,
That's
but it's so
biggest freaking market.
I know, Reese, but it's so bad. It's going to ruin their. They only get 11 movies a year or something. Like, for the whole Western movie industry to show to China, I think it's 11 movies.
You're saying
it's
that
a very
they
small
only
amount of
take
movies.
in a select few.
Yeah.
And so Disney sadly needed this film to do well in order to not be hurting financially as they are. And so you're right. Like, it would be better if a film that was actually good went over there. But what got through? Oh, Captain America, Red
Yeah,
Hulk.
but I mean, if you give them the junk, right?
Yeah.
Then the next movie won't do well because they'll be like, oh, that's Disney,
because they've
right?
seen how shit it is, and now they don't want the next movie.
Yeah. So at least this one, it's like, okay, they didn't make the money, but also it was a bad movie, so they didn't take the hit on the brand.
Yeah. So it gets worse, of course. Rachel Zegler reportedly put Gal Gadot and her children at risk with online activism and refused to back down. Disney forced to hire security for mother of four. First of all, Gal Gadot has 4 children. This is news to me.
I think her own comments might have put her on a list, though.
Possibly. But specifically here they say, just minutes after thanking fans for driving Snow White's trailer to 120 million views, without mentioning the stunning dislike ratio, Zegler added a postscript on social media saying, oh, and always remember, free Palestine. Studio executives were shocked by the post and immediately raised concerns with her team. Producer Mark Platt even flew to New York to speak to Zegler directly. He asked the young star to take the post down. They reportedly wanted her to show some discretion, protect the film's campaign, and more importantly, protect the people involved. Zegler's response? No. While Rachel Zegler basked in the glow of her online activism, her co-star Gal Gadot, who is Israeli, suddenly found herself facing a spike in threats, including threats of harm targeting her and her 4 children. According to Variety, Disney had to hire private security for Gadot, a mother, to ensure her safety.
Should have taken out of Zegler's paycheck.
So it gets worse, right? Snow White producer's son confirms Rachel Zegler controversy, accuses Zegler of narcissism and epic social media takedown. So this person said, your dad flew to New York City to reprimand a young actress? Any words on this? Fucking talk about your dad. Tell me, don't you have something to say? Aren't you disappointed in your father? Right? Because that's creepy as hell and uncalled for. People have the right to free speech. No. Shame on your father. You really want to do this? Yeah. My dad, the producer of an enormous piece of Disney IP with hundreds of millions of dollars on the line, had to leave his family to fly across the country to reprimand his 20-year-old employee for dragging her personal politics into the middle of promoting the movie, for which she signed a multi-million-dollar contract to get paid and do publicity for. This is called adult responsibility and accountability, and her actions clearly hurt the film's box office. Free speech does not mean you're allowed to say whatever you want in your private employment without repercussions. Tens of thousands of people worked on that film, and she hijacked the conversation for her own immature desires, but not until after fucking what's his name did. Tyrion Lannister. God damn it.
Oh, the dwarf.
Why
Peter
can't I-
Dinklage.
Peter
There
Dinklage,
you
thank you. That was not anywhere close to the direction my brain was going. Thank you for cutting in. All right. Let me say, so you signed a multi-million-dollar contract to get paid to do publicity for. This is called adult responsibility and accountability, and her actions clearly hurt the film's box office. Free speech does not mean you have the right to say whatever you want in private employment without repercussions. Tens of thousands of people worked on that film, and she hijacked the conversation for her own immature desires at the risk of all the colleagues and crew and blue-collar workers who depend on that movie to be successful. Narcissism is not something to be coddled or encouraged. Fucking preach.
Mic drop.
Yeah, and then also I saw
Minutes with
this.
my audio transmission. Basically, yeah, you don't go into your work at McDonald's and say stuff like, "Oh, free Palestine," and be like, "Oh, surprised when you get fired."
Yeah, when you
like,
work
oh, they're
at
suppressing your
Starbucks,
speech. It's that you're in
when you
your
work at
place of work.
Starbucks, when you work at Starbucks and the person tells you that their name is Chaim, you don't write Chaim # free Palestine on his cup. You know. All right, so I saw this too. They said they race swapped a bird. Now, based on her eye line, it was pretty obvious that this was not the original image here. And in fact, I noticed here that this is probably, actually, I don't know. Because in this one, her arm is not.
She's full as fuck.
I mean, it's not the same scene, but it could be the same bird.
The same bird, yeah. Anyway, the point is, I'm almost certain this isn't actually. This is obviously a joke. Anyway, moving past this. Aren't they blaming the failure of Snow White on Gal Gadot by calling Gal Gadot's Snow White failure? Or the media was for a while. The Atop the Fourth Wall movie has a higher IMDb rating. Atop the Fourth Wall being the movie by that guy with the glasses, right? Now, is that their movie? Might want to save the Link Zelda scene from the cartoon. It's funny as hell, and you'll never see that again unless Netflix makes an R-rated live action.
What?
You talking about this one? I have this from the part where, there's a fucking hilarious video where they took Zelda and they just threw Beavis and Butthead lines over it, and it syncs up so goddamn well. I think this is what this is from. Well, not this is from, but I think this had it in it. Anyway, I have the DVDs of the cartoon from the 80s, right? So, like, if that's what that's from, I don't think it matters. But I can't look that up because I have to go to the actual YouTube link. And fine, I'll do it. Come on, chat. Show up.
Isn't Nintendo suing Sony with Power World?
World?
Sony doesn't own Power World. They are in a partnership, but they don't own Power World. Last I remember, anyway. So they're suing Power World directly. I guess a completely silent link would be a good compromise for a whole movie, and it's meant for kids. I don't think it'll work.
All right.
Well, if you didn't say, well, excuse me, then it's not like.
All right. So Chainsaw Man, the movie Reze arc anime film, premieres in Japan on September 19th. Do you know anything about the Reze arc, Reese?
Nope.
Have you watched any of Chainsaw Man?
I've seen the series.
Okay, so you're like watching it and stuff. I did not think it was that good, to be honest, from what I saw, the first like 5 episodes.
I enjoyed it.
I thought that the animation was well performed, but not well conceived. Like, I felt like they were flexing muscles in the way where like a person could just be like, oh, you see how fucking big these muscles are? But like a bodybuilder would like have like a set pose and they would oil up first. You know what I mean? Like it just, there'd be some like choreography to it. That's kind of what it felt like, you know? Anyway, but I only saw like the first 5 episodes. All right, Studio 4C, new anime movie ChaO, teaser trailer and visual announces an August 15 release. Bet you that's going to be at Anime Expo.
How much you want to bet?
$5.
All right.
Only $5? Come on.
Profitability of the podcast.
$5 is $5. I'll take it.
If I say profitability of the podcast and I lose, well, the podcast's not profitable. But if you lose, you got to pay like $6,000.
I don't think that's how this works.
That's how it works, right? All right, let me upload this thing. I forgot to upload it right ahead of time. It's coming. Anyway, it's a fish. I don't know if you could tell, but it's a fucking fish. All right, here it is.
I mean, it's not furry, but it's not really any better.
Why did we switch to this other brand? Are you going to do something? Because I'm going back to the other brand.
Sorry.
Fucker. Why would you do that? Okay.
人形王国のお姫様。
あなたと永遠に一緒にいることを誓います。結婚しましょう。
やめなさい、チャオ。チャオ。
When we were watching this before podcast, I was like, ain't nobody. Like, they think, like, you know, oh, we're Studio 4C. We can make all sorts of artsy-fartsy shit, and we might win an award or two at some stupid film festival. No goddamn grand audience is going to see this. And then the scream happens. I'm like, an audience might go see this.
I'm just thinking this whole time, is this Panya too?
Right? Yeah, no, I just like this is the goddamn studio doing Edge of Tomorrow. All you need is kill, right? Like, fucking sons of bitches. All right, anyway, moving past this. In anime news, Sword of the Demon Hunter Kijin Gentosho anime unveils a new trailer. Just throwing you the imagery in. It's looking pretty cool. Probably going to be a good series to check out. Moving past that. Sentenced to be a Hero anime reveals new trailer and visual. So the general synopsis here: heroism is a punishment for only the worst criminals. Those sentenced to the fate of a hero are forced to fight on the front lines against deadly centers of contagion that rot the land and turn its creatures into roving armies of violent beasts. And if a hero dies, their only reward is being brought back to life so they can continue the never-ending battle. But when Xylo Forbarts, a member of Penal Hero Unit 9004 and a convicted goddess killer, comes face to face with a new goddess, the pact they forge might just be enough to change the world. So yeah, sentence to be a hero is that like you've been found guilty and your punishment is to become a hero. Like also a decidedly not gay dragon. Or improve it. That's great. Also, the demons are planning something good. Judging by that outfit, I can only imagine what. While things like slime that melts clothes or tentacle traps may not seem like much to humans, behind each trap of this nature is the blood, sweat, and tears of a demon. Enjoy this comedy story about the struggles of demons that started on Twitter with brand new short stories. So it's a web comic that, evolved into what we have now, just like every other web comic that did that. Cool. I'm moving past that. City the Animation anime paints the town red in its first trailer. I just want to show you. It looks pretty cool. I mean, we already knew that. We've seen it before. It appears to me to be like probably using Blender. CGI anime it's almost there, guys. We're getting there. Anyway, probably going to get a copyright claim for that. God damn it. We're already going to be blocked in Russia for the Fallout Boy. We didn't start the fire rendition. And Belarus. So, sorry.
Who cares?
Yeah, who gives a fuck? Can I manually ban myself in Ukraine?
I think you can region lock yourself.
Banned in Japan. Now he can't get copyright claimed. The Gorilla God's go-to girl anime.
That's actually a good idea.
Nozomi Yamamoto, Kyoka Moriya to voice cast. Okay. Yeah. And also this disgusting looking whatever the fuck that is. The collaboration menu.
Is that a deep fried banana?
I don't think so. Looks like shrimp. You mean these? These are eggs, fried eggs. Anyway,
I think he means like actual genitalia.
Yes, that's genitalia right here. That's a fried butthole. All right, anyway. I think we were going to show this clip. I don't know. It doesn't matter. The point is that it's like the world is kind of like, imagine JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where once you reach like age 12, you manifest the stand ability power from the spirit. Your spirit animal takes over and gives you abilities. And this girl gets a gorilla. So she's like super strong in very unladylike ways. And other people get like, better powers. And this is her cross to bear, I guess. Moving past that. May I ask for one final thing? Anime reveals fall 2025 release. Yeah, so Wild. Right. In the middle of a ball, second Prince Kyle unreasonably announces that he is canceling his engagement to Scarlet, a duke's daughter. Furthermore, he announces that he has a new fiancée, and they make baseless accusations against Scarlet. Scarlet had endured years of torment from Kyle ever since they were young, all for the sake of their engagement. But she could hold back no longer. Quote, "This is my final request. May I send this stupid bitch flying?" So her final request is to punch the shit out of either Kyle or the girl he's going to marry instead. Also, Chain Soldier is getting a season 2.
I think we already knew about this.
Slave is what it's supposed to be called, right? Like,
yeah, we've known about this, but what's the go back up headline? Premiere. This is just like it premieres in 2026. Yeah,
I don't know why this girl looks like she's got like a banana peel on her head. Anyway, yeah. So moving past that,
should do that for a watch club at some point.
Agreed. My Dress Up Darling season 2 anime premieres in July 2025. Did Chain Soldier season 1 already get a physical?
Yes, and I think it's dubbed.
I can't remember if I bought it or not. It was from Sentai, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so My Dress Up Darling season 2 is getting premieres in July. Anime Expo. Yes. Something I would look forward to seeing. I haven't watched
That was
this
from
one.
season 1.
Yeah, it is. It is a bunch of stuff from season 1. Anyway, considering they almost fucked at the end of season 1 by accident, can't wait. All right, moving past that. Also, new Panty and Stocking with Garterbelt season 2 teaser introduces lead male duo Counterparts, confirms official release date. That's the only part of this matters. And also, new Panty and Stocking with Garterbelt will return to the airways starting this July. Fuck Anime Expo. Just a reminder that this is the OST.
OST 1. OST 2 is really good.
Also, ReZero starting life in another world season 4 anime announced.
Nice.
I'm guessing that's not going to be at Anime Expo.
No.
Considering season 3 premiered there.
It
last
literally
year.
just ended.
Also, what is this boob? What horrible drawing is that? Oh my god. This is why you need AI art, right? I was thinking a couple of articles ago. What was is this one?
Put that into ChatGPT. Make this boob anatomically correct.
Yeah, I fucking hate that boob and the Ari Ferretta girl's boob. Oh, God. Again, once upon a time, you could be like, I don't know what this anatomy looks like, and I can't find any way to figure it out. When I was in anatomy class, my anatomy artist was, my teacher, he was an incredible artist, right? He just had like this unbelievable ability to imply form with charcoal and stuff in just an unbelievable way. So I had a character doing a pose kind of like this. Like imagine you're relaxing and then something happens and all of a sudden you're like kind of coming out of it, right? And so you could see the armpit, right? And I was drawing the character like hairless, like studying anatomy and stuff. And I asked the teacher, like, hey, how do these muscles reach up into the armpit? Like, let's just say you had 0% body fat. What would that look like? Right. And so he starts to draw it. And then at a certain point, he just kind of scratches it. He goes, I don't know. And I'm like, nowadays, though, like these are the questions. You can be like, what does the side of this boob look like? Google image search for like 10 minutes, right? Maybe a half hour if you have
maybe half an hour if you get distracted. Yeah.
Anyway. All right, we got one more anime article here. Gundam franchise animator says shorter anime seasons due to, quote, a shortage of professional staff. You quit the noise, and if you release any gas bombs in here, I will be forced to retaliate on an equally offensive way. All right? Back up! Get out, dog. Go away. Dog prison.
He thinks you're sending him hearts.
I am not. I'm going to throw a glass bottle at him pretty soon. All right. So, a shortage of professional staff reveals studios are turning to social media for help. Oh, social media. Has it really come to this? Okay. Where once a given anime season would present audiences with upwards of 20 episodes. Can we please? It's so loud. Yes. as far away from you as possible, please. Where once a given anime season would present audiences with upwards of 20 episodes, more recent productions have seen their average episode counts dropping to the point where many end up with single-digit runs. And according to veteran Mobile Suit Gundam franchise animator Kyoko Kotani, the reason for this change is, simply put, that the Japanese anime industry is currently experiencing a severe workforce shortage across the board. Well, fuck. If half the anime being produced wasn't, everyone would be better off, right? To quote an article we read probably the first year we started the podcast. Kotani, whose credits include stints as the animation director for the 2015 take on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stardust Crusaders, and as a key animator on such series as Spy Family, My Hero Academia, and Mobile Suit Gundam outings 00, Iron-Blooded Orphans, and Witch from Mercury, offered this insight into the current state of her industry via a series of posts made to her personal Twitter account. Taken to the social media website on, did you notice? Huh. Bounding into Comics is base, still calling it Twitter. Taking to the social media website on March 23rd, the animator, seemingly apropos of no specific incident in particular, publicly spoke to the fact that for quite some time now, television series have been expected to meet the same high quality standards as theatrical films, making production increasingly difficult. Additionally, there is a shortage of professional staff across all sections relative to the number of works being produced, which makes it difficult to produce and air 2 consecutive cours. Even if staff are secured for a year, only 1 cour can be made. Actually, I think it was crazy that until about 10 years ago, everyone worked through Sundays, pulling all-nighters, making an episode in about 2 months, and immediately airing it. Now, the shortage of staff is even worse than back then. So while it's still common for people to work through Sundays and pull all-nighters, it's even more intense. Met with the observation from one of her Japanese followers that, quote, even though there are people available, there aren't enough professional workers, especially in light of artists, quote, not wanting to incorporate AI operations. Dumbasses. Quote, it's not just that there are people available, but especially a shortage of animators who can do layouts and key animation. Since this is the initial stage of creating the visuals for commercial animation, if this part can't be resolved, nothing can move forward. That's a good point. Like, if you need to film a movie and the first thing you need for, after you've gotten your cast and everything is for the set to be built, but the guy who builds the set can't do it fast enough, you can't film anything unless the set's built, right? Unless you're doing it on a green screen, obviously. But when you're working this way, it's kind of the same thing. Like, if you don't at least have a rough idea of what the background's going to look like, you can't really animate on top of it.
I have a solution.
AI?
No. You stop making all hentai.
How will that fix
I don't
anything?
think you need to have
Just
YouTube
free up-
anymore. Bye.
I say we stop making anime.
No, that's what we're trying to make right now.
Hentai studios don't have the same quality as anime. I don't think hentai studios are affecting anime.
They can still do storyboard.
Look, I think hentai studios need to be brought to the same bar of the anime
Right?
studios that are now at the place where they are basically movie, feature-length movie level production values for a TV series.
I want Violet Evergarden styled hentai.
Yes. Look, man, someday, look, OCA podcast, if it's
Green
profitable by
line from
2030,
Madhouse after 7 years.
by 20, the rate at which it would increase our profit for us to become profitable by 2030. By 2031, we could fully fund. We could get Shinkai to direct the first beautifully animated tearjerker and dick jerker.
I was gonna say
this
Everything.
The first hentai to make you cry from your eyes simultaneously and your penis.
I think they do have some that do that already, but yeah.
Really? I wouldn't know.
They call it the cry fab. The laugh stop is kind of weird, but you know.
All right.
As long as you're happy.
Okay.
Happy and fappy.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
I think that sounds a little bit more like, or whatever you normally do. It's like music to my ears. All right. As a result, on platforms like Twitter and other
God, I'm
online
like headed
spaces-
again. Oh.
So the what did you call it? The cry fap? Are you now experiencing the lightheaded fap?
Like all the blood rushed my head.
Whew, as a result, on platforms like Twitter and other online spaces, amateurs and beginners are being asked to work. This is just because reference materials need to be prepared for dubbing, adding sound effects. So they're being asked for that task. Of course, the level isn't good enough for broadcast. So the animation directors and supervisors have to redo all the drawings and the timing sheets. This takes a lot of time. You know what would help? Instead of asking social media, ask AI. If you're going to redo it all anyway, right? Turning to address said follower's point regarding AI, Kotani then explained generative AI is problematic both in terms of copyright issues and in terms of the animation production process. So using it is really impractical. You are missing the point. If you're going to redo it all anyway, like there was one to, oh my God. Once upon a time, I had a dream to take the 2016 Berserk and use AI to frame by frame make it 1997 Berserk.
We have the technology.
I will have to play with this off camera.
Do it in the Berserk manga style.
I thought about it. I haven't quite found what I want to use, but I want to use that prompt. Generate this in the style of Kentaro Miura's amazing artwork, right? So trying to address said user's point regarding AI, copyright terms in terms of animation production process. So using it is really impractical. There was one time when, for a project set in modern Japan, the original drawings were fed into AI, and then the AI generated backgrounds were delivered. The perspective guide ended up being turned into a wall, and the cityscape became buildings from medieval Western architecture. It was really horrible. Of course, it had to be redone. So they're saying the perspective guide, meaning like
I'll one up you actually. You should take 97 Berserk and have it filtered through the manga style.
He's very delayed. There's so much potential. Like I'm thinking about, there's that scene in Attack on Titan season 3 after Levi defeats the Beast Titan. He sticks the blade into Zeke's mouth, and in the manga it cuts through the roof of his mouth and comes out part of his face. But in the anime they censored it to where it's just in his mouth, right? I almost want to give it like, you know, here's the image from the anime, here's the manga panel, make the manga. ChatGPT will fail me for the brutality of it though. Anyway. Yeah, so what they're saying here is that the drawing had like perspective lines that were a guide for them. And when they input that, it thought, oh, this is a wall. Oh, I give up. Look, ChatGPT said, Spooderman is too close to Spider-Man. I can't draw it. Did I give up? Fuck no. I raped that bitch into doing what I want.
Raped into submission.
Offering a final clarification on the entire matter, when pressed by another follower as to how Toei Animation is able to produce consecutive TV anime year after year, Kotani asserted, I think it's because they're a company where making more than 4 cores is the norm. If they stopped doing that, the know-how wouldn't be passed down, and it would be really difficult to do the same thing again. Recently, even at most companies, production desks often don't have experience working on anime that involve more than 2 consecutive cores. You sound very dumb. Like, these are not intelligent observations, I feel like. Anyway, let us take a look at some video game stuff.
Everybody's favorite section every week.
I am tempted to throw some Assassin's Creed in here because there is a Studio Ghibli style generation that I realize I should have thrown in there and I didn't. But we won't. All right. So this is a couple weeks old now. Unreal Engine's MetaHuman tool may be behind Manjaw and the growing trend of masculine female characters in gaming. What the fuck? The Auto Rigger facial animation tool in Unreal Engine might be the reason why we get Manjaw women? Tell me, do Japanese studios not use Unreal Engine? Because this sounds like a fucking excuse to me. So a recently surfaced developer video is shedding new light on an issue that many gamers have noticed, but few have fully understood. Why do so many modern female characters in video games appear to have exaggerated masculine features like the dreaded squared-off manjaw? A game developer, speaking under anonymity, has provided evidence to YouTuber SmashJT that points to Unreal Engine's MetaHuman character creator as the source of the problem. So they're using a character creator, not just a facial rigging tool. That's even worse. Like, that's even more creatively bankrupt. The anonymous developer who has shared video proof of their findings with SmashJT highlights a significant flaw in the way MetaHuman generates female character models. The tool, while groundbreaking in its level of detail, appears to create base models that lean towards androgyny, requiring extensive modifications to achieve traditionally feminine look. If you're making a multi-million-dollar game with a female lead or a major character that's female, I think that those extensive modifications are in the budget, or else your game will fail, as each one of them have, right? Also, this androgynous or whatever example face that would require extensive modifications looks significantly better than Aloy, Mary Jane, right? Like fucking Joanna Dark. Like, it's not even close. This looks worlds better. I'm not buying it if you couldn't pick it up, right? This revelation suggests that many studios relying on MetaHuman may be inadvertently using these default templates without the necessary adjustments, resulting in masculine female characters that stand out in ways that players find distracting. The developer describes the process as the developer described the process as an uphill battle for artists trying to create distinct and aesthetically appealing female protagonists. modeling from scratch ain't that fucking hard. I can't even believe you're even bothering to use the tool. This is like saying, like, oh, I'm using the AI and oh, I can't draw better than that. Like, shit, I forgot.
Well,
I
it's
forgot to
also
upload it.
coming down to laziness, because even if you have the man jaw or whatever, it's like, who says you can't go in and tweak it?
Hold on, I gotta grab something. Yes, exactly. Like you could, it's your base. You start with that. I'm dumbfounded that they would even make this argument. It sounds to me. So I've talked to a couple times, especially with Endymion, that it seems to me like people are LARPing, and they go and talk to Endymion and give him tips about like stuff, and it's like, well, it could be true, right? And if it doesn't turn out to be true, it's because exposing it prevented it from happening. Right, or something, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of feel like that. I feel like somebody who's used Unreal Engine, maybe even just as a hobby, went to Smash HT and said, Smash HT, I've got this big expose, right? It seems like such a made up thing. As somebody who went to, animation school and worked alongside people in game design as their major, where I was in animation, right? This seems like such a pathetic excuse. So I just realized I never actually showed the thing I had such trouble developing that we saw in the
We didn't start the fire video.
yeah. And so I'm just going to show it to you guys now just because I forgot to. All right. So you guys saw the George Floyd, right? I asked ChatGPT to generate me an image featuring George Floyd, but as the Colossal Titan, because Shingeki no Chojin, right? ChatGPT fought me tooth and nail with that request. And it would start to generate stuff. I go, oh, no. Can't do that, right? And it is like, it was brutal. So this is an amalgamation I made out of a bunch of different images. And I haven't even finished like photoshopping out like the foot that was on the back of the Colossal Titan, because it would give me, the best I could get is the foot standing on the Colossal Titan. This is a face I generate. I literally took a picture of George Floyd and asked it to do it. And it said, no, I can't do that. This is a real person. I'm like, no fucking duh, it is. Right? So I took the picture of George Floyd into the Face app to try to change its race, but there isn't a race function in there. I'm like, okay, well, that's not going to help. Here's what I'll do. I'll use the hair filter and take his buzzed flat head and make it a bald head. And that fucking got through ChatGPT's thing. And it generated me an image. I told it, turn this picture of me into the Colossal Titan. So it did. And I said, this is fantastic. But can you make the nose wider and the lips bigger so it looks more like me? Because quite frankly, it basically just gave me, a generic it didn't really, this doesn't even quite look like George Floyd. But anyway, the point is I eventually got it. That face is like obviously just slapped on top of the other image. So the point is I am quite mad at the fact that ChatGPT apparently was able to do that. If I had only gotten in there before people had abused it, and I could have had some sick ass merch to develop. Anyway, back to this. So, one of the most striking.
AC needs to specify he's talking about the dog for audio listeners.
I think it was obvious.
Earlier when he was
as my wife kept saying, make sure they know you're talking about the dog. All right.
Well, I didn't say bitch.
Definitely the dog. One of the most striking takeaways from the leaked video is the consistent structural patterns in MetaHuman's female-based models. Features such as strong jaw lines, broad facial proportions, and a lack of softer traditional feminine traits seem to be the default settings. This has led to a growing number of masculine and female characters in modern games, raising concerns among players and artists alike. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Most games have the fucking model go into the thing and they do a 3D scan of them. Fucking bullshit. This is some asshole using Unreal in his free time thinking like, when I make characters and I'm not talented enough to model them from scratch and I don't have a photogrammetry way of scanning a person, so I have to use the MetaHuman tool and oh my god, they look kind of masculine. Hey, Smash JG, look, I've cracked the code. This is what's happening. And that Park Place is buying it hook, line, and sinker. I mean, that does kind of look like you just fucked around in Character Creator. I'll be real. That specific one. Beyond facial structure, the body proportions of MetaHuman's female models also raise questions. The developer notes that the default settings often produce characters with minimal curves, indistinct silhouettes, and proportions that deviate from what has historically been seen in stylized or idealized game design. Just fucking wait till the next goddamn article. You will be blown away. And you will look at it and go, wow, I bet that didn't even cost $1 million to do. And I would gladly give them my money for it. This raises an important question. Is this an unintended flaw in the technology, or is it part of a broader industry shift? Epic Games, the company behind Unreal Engine, has positioned itself as a leader in digital realism. If questioned, their likely response would suggest that these models are designed to reflect a more inclusive range of appearance. Bullshit. They don't. No. Fuck no. They built the Character Creator off of men, and then they made slight adjustments to it for doing females as well. And it's just not as good as it should be. It's your fucking job to pick up the goddamn torch and take it further. You shouldn't be using a goddamn Character Creator from Unreal at all. Like that's asinine. However, critics argue that this reasoning doesn't hold up when considering how male models still retain their broad shoulders, chiseled features, and athletic builds. If realism were truly the goal, why is the balance so skewed? It's a concern that has fueled ongoing discussion about the increasing presence of masculine and female characters in gaming. The issue extends beyond mere aesthetics. The way characters are designed influences how players connect with them, the types of stories that can be told, and the broader appeal of gaming itself. When the default tools available to developers lean towards a particular style, whether intentional or not, it shapes the final product in ways that may not align with audience expectations. The gaming industry has long thrived on its ability to create visually distinct and engaging characters. If major development tools continue down a path where female character models start from an androgynous template, it could further shift the industry away from the artistic diversity that has traditionally been celebrated. This has led to an increase in masculine and female characters that feel out of place in certain game worlds. Look, I am not saying for 1 second that it's not exactly the kind of thing that a multi-billion-dollar gaming company would do to forego actually hiring a ZBrush artist to build a model from scratch and to actually hire riggers to go in and make it so that when those characters move, they move in a believably feminine way. Don't get me wrong. I am not saying that they wouldn't forego that. What I am saying is that by foregoing that, you are throwing away hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue by not being willing to spend $20,000 for development costs, right? And quite frankly, even though I could see an industry doing that, I do not see them doing that more than 1 or 2 games in a row before realizing, fuck, we got to do something. We're losing money here. Did I read this? I'm going to say I read that. The developer who shared this information with Smash AG hopes that bringing attention to this issue will encourage discussion among both industry professionals and players. The concern is not just about one tool, It's about ensuring that game development continues to allow for a full range of artistic expression rather than being constrained by the limitations or biases of the technology itself. Epic Games has yet to comment on this discovery. Fuck, it's not a discovery. Stop acting like it's this goddamn unbelievable revelation. But with mounting evidence, the gaming community... Tell me, look at this face. Does this look nearly as hideous as this face? Or this face? Or fucking Joanna Dark? Or fucking Mary Jane? Not even close, right? I mean, it's not the most traditionally feminine, but you have to go out of your way to make them this hideous, right? Like, that's fucking unbelievable. If realism is the goal, then fairness in design should be a priority, especially in an industry built on creativity and player immersion. As more games feature masculine and female characters due to these design constraints, the question remains, is this truly the direction gamers want the industry to take? What a goddamn shit article. Holy fuck. So I've got some memes here we can include, though. This one, literally everyone else, Western AAA games. I rest my case. If the Japanese companies or the Korean companies or whatever are using Unreal Engine and their characters look like the one on the left, what are we missing here, right? I've also got this version of it. Japanese RPG, American RPG. All right. You guys ready for something that won't hurt your eyes? Good, because here it is. Whoa. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Holy cow.
Greenland, you with us?
Did you play this game?
That's Snow White. I don't know.
It's sure gonna make your sword slippy.
We're just gonna go ahead and watch the trailer because it's fantastic.
So do they have a Cinderella? It's called Swords Slippers.
Swords and Slipper. I don't know.
Now, see, if Rachel Zegler told me that this would be the Snow White that Disney was making, I would have been on board.
I think they need to make that your theme song, Green Line. Yeah, hente, yeah, yeah, hente, yeah.
This
Wow.
if you made this into a live action movie, it will easily outsell Snow White.
It'll outsell Snow White's entire campaign in the first weekend.
Ooh, yeah. The first hour. I'm curious what consoles this is going to come to. I'm guessing PC. Anyway, my point, though, as I was saying before, is look, it requires effort.
Mm-hmm.
It requires effort.
I mean, she does have some jank on. If you keep playing, her neck kind of gets fucked at one point.
This right here. This is a very accurate feminine walk cycle. It is extremely difficult to do this if you are literally just following a YouTube tutorial for how to rig a character. It will not look like this. It requires effort. It requires a specialty in order to get the proper anatomical rotation of the pelvis and the way that for example, the crease in the buttocks, like this is a fucking attention to detail that requires effort. And let me ask you, did that effort pay off or did it not? When you see this even if you're not into, like, I don't need to play some horny game or whatever, you can at least appreciate the
That
amount of
ass.
effort that went into making this anatomically accurate compared to a character creator style, throw a rig in and have an auto rigger do it, and then the character walks around, kind of like when we looked at what was that game that had the character? I think it was like a Call of Duty game that had like the male mocap on the female characters kind of thing, right? And they just literally carry themselves like men, right?
Wasn't that
the character from the
Tom
boys, right?
Clancy?
Yeah, Rainbow Six or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rainbow Six Division. I
Yeah.
thought, if I remember correctly. What I was going to say is, well, one, her neck's fucked up in a minute, but
Yeah,
also the difference between what you're saying and the rigging is kind of like how, like, pose drawing. If you know the anatomy of a person, you can get a pose that looks good. But if you try and buy one of those like wooden art drawing, right there, right here, like her neck, like kind of, you like if you just hit play,
hold on. Let me see.
where it was right there, like you can see her under her chin, like goes extremely far away from her face, or from her neck, I should say. It's like the distance from her chin to the top of her neck is like elongated.
What do you mean? You mean
Does
like,
that not look like a huge fucking like
the only difference is
jaw?
that, well, yeah. So what they're trying to do here, and this is probably just okay. Look,
It looks like her face is like 3 inches too far forward for her skull.
yeah, I can see what you're saying, but as somebody who has, I don't know if you guys know this, my literal specialty in schooling and in animation.
And even if you follow like her hair, like the width of her hair on her head, it looks like she's wearing a mask of her own face and then put a wig over top of it to hide the fact that she's wearing a mask on top of her face.
Okay, so
like a thick, like one of those thick Halloween like style mask.
They've made her hair. The purpose of doing this is that what they're making out of this character is a striking silhouette, right? That's the purpose of it. Okay. Now, if you guys don't know, what I literally studied in school, what I specialized in, is something called technical direction, right? I was literally a character TD. My bread and butter was made from character rigging, right? Now, for those of you who are new, the way that the pipeline goes, character designer draws a sketch of the character. Character modeler builds a 3D model of that drawing. Character rigger builds a skeleton and muscle systems and controls so that that static model can be moved. And then the animator takes all of those tools and actually animates it. Okay. It's the most technical aspect of the entire pipeline is what I was especially, studying and doing in school and in the industry. Okay. So what they're doing here is, yes, they are deliberately raising what would be a more, they've made a significantly shallower shape here. Yeah, I get you. The purpose of that is because they're using this cell shading style look. And if you're not careful there, especially when using the cell shading, when the character is seen from certain angles, the chin will disappear. And then it'll look weird. It'll like, this is a middle ground of, in this particular angle, it looks a little bit off if you pause and look at it and really scrutinize it. But the actual purpose of doing it like this is so that it will look good from 90% of the other angles, right?
Sure, but in this angle, it looks like her head is a cylinder that's way too long.
Mm-hmm. I can understand what you're getting at. I just don't think it's a deal breaker on the design.
Well, yeah, I mean they break model in
Mhm.
Spider-Verse, right, to get
Mhm.
certain angles. And so
Absolutely.
if this is something that's like you're only seeing in the cutscene or like the twirl or whatever,
Mhm.
and you only see it for 1 second, that's fine. But if the model is like that and you can spin the camera around and you can see it, well, that might be a little different.
Yeah, we'll see.
But what also I was going to say was the difference of the type of animation that you were talking about is kind of like people who know how to draw a pose and know the muscles and
Mhm.
what where action can go and conveying action, and people who trace over those like wooden
Mhm.
animation
Mhm.
models that you can buy at the art store,
Mhm.
where if you start tracing over that, your poses are going to look so stiff and
Static,
you're
yeah,
not going to be
for
able to
sure.
Yeah.
convey actual action
I mean,
in your
honestly, this is a
art.
pretty terrible. When you go frame by frame, if you look at the actual animation here, this is kind of a terrible shot because she is launching herself forward by pulling with her arm off of this being plugged into the ground here. There's not really like a kickoff unless that's it right there on her back leg, right?
So do we really want to have a deep dive analysis of the
Yeah.
trailer, or like what is the game actually projecting to do?
The point is that this clearly is a 100% fully customized character built from the ground up, and attention to detail on the things that make the character look feminine and exude feminine appeal, right? Versus what they're putting forth in the previous article is just the idea that, oh, that was kind of funny. Oh, I guess it's just a light thing. Yeah, it looked like it switched rendering engines for a second or something, or like the light when it switched to this angle. It's like the sun also had to reposition, and it snaps into place a frame later. Anyway, that's normal for video games and stuff, though. It's not like it's a big gotcha or anything. Anyway, yeah. So, like I was just saying, it's just the amount of effort put into it is appreciative when somebody actually makes the effort versus just doing the mass produced. Use the character creator for every NPC because it's easier, right? Which a lot of games do. But if you're also using it for the main characters, then it's like, what's the fucking point? Why should I give you $70? You know. Anyway, I think it looks cool. If it comes out for PS5, I'll definitely pick it up. Just because it's
Well,
like,
I'd like to see it like more gameplay,
yeah,
but
totally.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a 39-second trailer thing teaser.
Have you checked out the Patreon for it?
I haven't yet. I literally found out about it today.
Or the Kickstarter or whatever it is?
It's a Patreon, I think.
It is a Patreon? Okay.
Yeah, support their team on Patreon. Let me pull it off screen real quick so I can check it out and make sure that it's not actually a porn game. Oh, I like this a lot, actually. I mean, I still probably wouldn't fund them just because, like, I don't know
Are you
what.
getting inspiration for the Subscribe Star and Ko-Fi tiers now?
No, I just thought, like, I like that because, like, my wife was pointing out that it's called Swords and Slippers, but Slippers would be Cinderella, not Snow White. But it looks like they are actually going to do sort of like that's Rapunzel, obviously, on the left, and then on the right is Little Red Riding Hood.
I guess they used AI art for their banner.
Why do you think that specifically?
I don't know. There's something that just looks like the AI model, especially on the chick on the left. I don't know. There's just something.
I don't know. Could be. It's a good use of it if it is. I don't care. The point of it is it's not about the effort used necessarily so much as it is the ingenuity used, right? And the intelligent design behind the ingenuity, right? I think it looks awesome. I'm going to look into it a little bit more because I think it could be a really cool project to keep up with. But anyway, moving past this, we got more stuff to look at.
Before you go to Silent Hill, maybe you want to read some comments.
Yes. Good idea. Let me put this in old doc. Can you pull up the comments while I archive this real quick?
No, this was the last one we read.
Okay.
The last main one.
Yeah, I saw that number was getting up there. I forgot about. Oh, fuck,
Start of
where'd
the
it go?
movie.
There it is. Okay. Yeah, Linkara. It was specifically Linkara's movie. Start of the movie, mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the most beautiful? All Gal Gadot as the evil queen. You are. Magic mirror. The end. If Nintendo wins the lawsuit against Palworld, wouldn't that make Palworld's creatures official Pokemon? I don't think so. I don't think that's how that works. Skipping all those. Skip past that. We're talking about those. Are these the jobs artists are fighting for? You mean the one about using the freaking character creator potentially? Kyoto Arsonist took violent Evergarden quality hentai from us.
Violet.
I know he's moving off of the thing we already talked about. They are just going to take the live action porn and turn it into Studio Ghibli hentai.
I don't think ChatGPT.
I'm sure ChatGPT would not allow that to happen. But god damn it, do I want it to be available now? That would be fucking funny. Is it X still called Twitter in Japan due to the domain already being owned? That's funny. Yeah, I think because X Japan is already a because the band, right? X Japan. Yeah. Why FTDM not just watch stream, or is that delayed even worse? That's a good question. The man jaw default is a red herring. The characters are all purposely modified. Poison Ivy wasn't made in Child Greta Thunberg by a default toggle. Yeah. Plus, Ugloy was a sequel, and they already had an asset they could have used. Yes. And there are countless. I totally agree. The article bought it hook, line, and sinker. Now, I didn't check out the Smash JT video. Maybe I should do that and find out, but I just don't buy it at all. AMD has a 21 gigabyte chat AI download included with their new graphics card driver. It may only be for the new cards though. Yeah, but chat is one thing. Like image generation, all that is like where the more important stuff is. I could get DeepSeek and have uncensored chats. I just would prefer something at the power of the thing that I pay for, One of the reasons I pay for chat is because I want it to continue to get better. For a while, I was paying for the $200 tier to use Chat Operator. And although I think that is the future, like that should, in fact, I might next month go back up to that tier just to check it out. Because if this is what came with 4.0, it'll be very interesting to see what Chat Operator is able to do, The only problem I have with Chat Operator is that it works at the speed of internet loading rather than working instantaneously. And that's the only problem with it, is that it seems to be bottlenecked by stuff that I think it will get faster at by working like through an API code or something on the things I need it to do, rather than specifically doing it as fast as I theoretically could do it. It's still great to be able to tell it to do something and then move over to a different tab and let it keep going without me having to do that thing. But it just, I don't know. It's not quite there yet.
I wish they would go open source. Like,
I agree.
Freaking called OpenAI, and they're not open source.
Are the dead even protected by name, image, and likeness or harassment laws? So specifically the thing that chat didn't like generating was the specific knee on the neck police procedure. I tried everything I could. And it said something like, I can't have a real world image like showcasing an officer doing this procedure. And I said, okay, so have the character wearing the outfit of the Survey Corps with, the boot and the white pants and stuff. And, oh yeah, totally, I can do that. And then what it would still give me is standing on top of the Colossal Titan instead of the knee thing, right?
Also, the answer to that question is yes, because like dead actors can't be used in movies without their
estate
getting permission, or getting permission from their estate.
So the real issue is that Unreal Engine is sexist and only makes manly models. No, I think the real issue is if we're taking it at its word, and that is actually what's going on. The real issue is that companies are so fucking cheap that they won't pay an extra 20 grand to hire a ZBrush modeler to build their hero character into a high fidelity, incredibly lifelike and realistic, but still stylized and beautiful design. And then have a team of character TDs to develop the actual rigging and whatnot to give us something good. For example, Arkham Asylum, we looked at the Harlequin Suicide Squad walk cycle versus the Arkham, right? And it's like you can see the effort put into getting those hips to move in a feminine way, right? And it's like when you see it, you recognize, you're like, is it so hard? You know, like I'm going to sink much more time into a game that actually goes that small extra mile. Shouldn't even be considered. It should be the standard. Should not be the extra mile to go do that. You know? AI by default makes pretty characters. It has to be abused to stop making idealized characters. Yes, I 100% agree. AI is the future. Right? Game design should be done with AI. And, you know, there are 3D modeling AIs now, right? In fact, I think it'll be not that long before, you know, a drawing, the character designer stage can be given to the AI and it'll give you an almost perfect, like, rendition of what your character was drawn to look like in uncanny weird ways. You're like, I don't even know how I would model that, and it nailed it. You know what I mean? Ass requires effort. Yes, always has been. Right. Okay. The YouTube tutorial will get you to the skeleton, but it takes attention to detail and anatomy to get the correct movement. It is so fucking hard. It is so flipping hard that, and if I had the tools I have now when I was in school, I probably would be a way better character TD, but I also probably wouldn't have picked that path because it's so goddamn hard, right? The reason I went into character rigging was because I was told in class, if you know how to rig, you will always have a job because it's one of the hardest things to do, right? And most creative people can't sit down and learn this technical skill. It's too fucking difficult. And so that's what I pursued because I thought it would be a good way. It would be a challenge that would keep my ADD brain interested, but it would also provide job security. And then the auto riggers came out right after I graduated, and they're shit. They're terrible, but people will still use them because it's easier to overlook how bad something looks because it costs you almost no money to do it because it was free, auto rigger, right? So yeah, I mean, this is the natural progression of things. Random is not into long necks nor feet. Oh, sorry, Footnum. Let AC cook. This is his specialty. Yeah, you shut the fuck up. Give your concern, AC and AC fam. Yeah, so if you guys don't know this, Myanmar had a massive earthquake where entire buildings just collapsed in their footprint, right? I don't remember an earthquake happening on 9/11, but it very similarly looked like what happened on 9/11. She could knock someone out with her boobs, definitely. Have you checked Hero Hate coverage on woke VAs attacking Jacob Takanashi? Hey, we're going to talk about that in just a minute. It is probably not going to be to the level that you would want. Apologize for that, but we got a lot going on. Haha, joke. I meant they are throwing Unreal under the bus. I honestly think they are making them manly by request. I 100% agree. All right, now that we're done with that, let's get back into this. So previously we reported that Silent Hill F was banned in Australia. Says here, Silent Hill F is no longer banned in Australia. The title of this original article was Silent Hill F is not messing around. Now it's been banned in Australia. This title is new because this is an update to the article. The ban on Silent Hill F has been retracted in Australia. The initial ban, handed down by the classification board, was presumably an automated result. The 14th of March 2025 entry on the National Classification Database has been removed. This was the database. It says now it's rated mature 15 plus, strong horror violence, right? But if you go back and you look at the archive, it was refused classification. And when we reported on this previously, I had seen this, and that's why we reported on it the way we did. Now, granted, everybody else reported on it the same way for the same reason. But just saying, like, it literally was refused classification. And after the fact, they decided, no, we're going to let it into the country possibly, but we're going to tell you to take a bunch of stuff out. So the game contains depictions of gender discrimination, child abuse, bullying, drug-induced hallucinations, torture, and graphic violence. This isn't the first time a Silent Hill game has been banned in Australia. Silent Hill Homecoming was refused classification in 2008, mainly because of its extreme graphic violence. Before Australia introduced an R18 plus rating in 2013, games that depicted detailed body dismemberment tended to be frowned upon. Homecoming was altered and ended up releasing in Australia, which is the way these things tend to go. Now, I saw a post on Reddit about a Finnish website, I think, reporting on this stuff. And they pointed out, Finnish gaming website, Muro Paketti. Silent Hill F is not the first Silent Hill game, right? That also happened with Silent Hill Homecoming. At the end of it, though, Silent Hill F will be available in July for PC and PlayStation 5. So it seems like, assuming that's true, that the release date just got leaked here, right? Which is crazy. They just can't. October on my wife's birthday, October 8th. That's when Silent Hill Remake came out. Right? They're dropping this thing so fast, right? If that's true, right? If they don't wait till October for it. Anyway, I also saw this a couple of weeks ago. I thought might be a good time to bring it in. Somebody on 4chan had this to say. Silent Hill is a horror story set in America, told from the perspective of non-Americans. That's it. The uncanniness that comes from this perspective is what makes it appealing. Making it too American turns it trite and awful. See Short Message and all the Western developed games. I will stop and say Shattered Memories is fucking great. But it does have that Americanized thing to it in some areas where I can absolutely say that it's losing that uncanniness. And it had it been developed by a Japanese team would have been even better, right? Making it too Japanese makes it indistinguishable from the many other Japanese-centric horror games. This is really not that hard to understand. So basically, by setting it in Japan, it now becomes, just in the line of Clock Tower, Fatal Frame, any other Japanese setting with the schoolgirls and whatnot kind of thing. So it'll be interesting, though. Ryukishi 07 he doesn't miss. We'll see. All right. Can I get a baby on screen?
Oh, my.
Oh, my is right.
Where
the hell are the babies? Oh, it's in the other brand.
No, not my bunny girls. No, you leave my bunny girls out of this. Damn it,
baby.
The baby is here.
Where's the big baby?
Action.
Right here. I'm the big baby.
Action Taimanin bunny girl skins removed by Google Play for being too lewd.
Wow.
The skins were removed or the game was removed?
The skins were removed from the game, I guess.
They know this is based off of an adult IP, yeah?
I don't know. The Taimanen series' sexless smartphone game, Action Taimanen, has removed some costume themes, including bunny girl skins, due to Google Play's policies deeming them too lewd for its platform. The costume themes that are being discontinued from Action Taimanen are bunny girl and secret garden themed costumes.
Did we cover this already?
No.
This sounds familiar. I think we covered this maybe when they announced it was going to happen, and now
we
it's
might
finally
have
getting removed.
we might have covered a different time this has happened to the same game. Now that I'm looking at it, I mean, you can call them bunny girls, but ain't nobody on this shit has any fucking bunny ears, and they're dressed up in full-on dominatrix outfits except for this girl, right? There's the bunny girl. I don't know.
Look what they took from us.
Sales of the costumes in question will be discontinued after the scheduled maintenance on April 1st. Horrible April Fool's Day joke. It's worth noting that the costumes will be available for purchase on iOS devices. Oh, Steam and other platforms with policies are subject to change. Well, get them while they're hot. Get yourself an iPhone because Google took this from you. All right, we can do the baby ice cream now. All right, here you go, Ronan Jah. SAG-AFTRA warns voice actor strike continues as negotiations fail. Zenless Zone Zero voice actors are being replaced. All right.
Venom, wake up.
Skipping all this.
If anything, Green Line is awakened at the wheel.
Okay.
Thank you.
For once.
2 voice actors who worked on the English dub of Zenless Zone Zero have been replaced. Emery Chase as Soldier 11 and Nicholas Thurkettle as Lycon. How do you pronounce his name?
Lycon. Yeah, you said it right.
Okay, cool.
Lycon sounds about right.
So we previously, you guys kind of reported on this on the week I was kind of out about Emery Chase, but we didn't talk about Nicholas Thurkettle in like a meaningful way. Like it was, I think it got brought up, Footnam said, but it didn't really get addressed fully. So we're going to look at that real quick. And then we're going to go in to the stuff Ronan Jah wants us to talk about a little bit, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Not for like an hour.
The game is exempt from the strike. So the SAG-AFTRA strike, this game is exempt from it because it began development before the strike was called on July 25th last year. But voice actors can choose to support the strike, even those not part of SAG-AFTRA. We will see in a minute that it's not really a choice. Because if you go anywhere near the game during the strike, you're excommunicado, right? The version 1.6 patch notes on the official website under the other changes, quote, changes the English voice actors for Agents Lycon and Soldier 11 and replaced corresponding voice lines. So this is what we already had you guys look at when I wasn't here. Thurkett gave a similar reaction on the same day as Chase. Proxies is what they call the players of Zenless Zone Zero.
Yeah.
I'm learning about this as you are, and I share your shock. Neither Hoyoverse nor Sound Cadence has communicated with me since October. I've been fully available and recorded multiple voice jobs in that time. I am trying to learn more and absorb this news. So this person is saying, hey, look, I've been available. I'm not striking this. And they didn't talk to me. Right? Possibly. Right? Thurkettle also, quote, retweeted Chase post, Emery Chase, echoing that he didn't need to be part of SAG-AFTRA to support the fight against AI or suffer reprisal. So he just went and said, hey, I've been available. I would record. They haven't talked to me since October, but this is what I've been quiet about. I'm not SAG, but what game companies want to do with AI is an existential threat. I took a personal stand to ask for protection and had to be willing to give up the best thing that's ever happened in my professional life. I stand by my choice.
I had to give up. Sounds like you actively had a choice, and you know.
Some have also made comparisons between the old and new voice actors. Spoiler alert, the new ones sound better. Though the identity of these new voice actors is unknown at the time of this writing. It'd be funny if they're AI. One would suspect the voice actors would be reluctant to reveal they were not taking part in the strike or would work under a pseudonym. However, this isn't the first time this has happened. Lucy and Sokaku had their voice actors replaced in August 2024 with speculation that it was over the SAG-AFTRA video game voice actor strike. In that case, we know at least one of the new voice actresses by her own admission months later, Elsie Lovelock as Lucy. So here's a video. I'm gonna play a little bit of it at least. It's in the brand right here. This one.
I'll bite your throat out. With this power, up for you, I'll eliminate any obstacles. I'll bite your throat out. With this power, I'm at your disposal. I shall follow your orders.
I'm at your disposal. I shall follow your orders.
Would you like a cup of tea? Have you run into trouble? You wouldn't normally stay idle this long.
Would you like a cup of tea? Have you run into trouble? You wouldn't normally stay idle this long.
Open fire! Prepare to burn! Open fire! Prepare to burn! Awaiting further instructions. Ready and waiting.
Awaiting further instructions. Ready and waiting.
Could they be dead? It's too quiet. Why don't we... awaiting orders.
No reaction. Could they be dead? It's too quiet. Why don't we... awaiting orders.
So I definitely prefer the old Soldier 11 personally.
Yeah, I actually hadn't heard the full video. I had only heard Lycon originally. He is way better in the new one.
I personally prefer the old one too, but with Lycon, I'll be honest with you, you can barely tell the difference.
Okay. So sorry, I got confused.
He had a bit more confidence in his new one.
Yeah, and he seems like he's evoking because he kind of. I've never played the game, but he comes across to me like he's sort of like a butler servant. Type.
Yeah, the butler guy was. You could barely tell them apart between the new and the old one.
Well, that's what's funny about it. It almost to me, it kind of sounds like when you're listening to a song, you're like, oh, hold on, and you push the button and the bass boost goes on. Oh yeah, right. Like that's the difference there. Like it just seems like take it to that next level. Right?
No. Exactly you are being confused by the fact that they have an old crappy like denoise clip for the old one, and then the new one they can just get in game because it's updated, right? They can't. You'd think they'd be able to go on.
I think
YouTube
these are just recorded. Yeah, like they found old clips on YouTube of.
Yeah, but I don't know why the old voice clips all sound like they've been horrifically denoised and have artifacts out the ass, where the new ones have like source quality and sound very rich
and you had the sound effects of like the fire like going right.
I think it's funny you bring that up because even still, I think the old Soldier 11 voice sounded better rather than the new one. But I think the new Lycon voice sounds like unbelievable. It just takes it to 11. right? If the old one was a 9 or a 10,
get
the
that.
next
It's
one's an
just
11.
ironically that your choice of phrasing being like, I can't remember what he said, but he said something about bass. It's like, I mean, literally, there was more bass on the new one.
Okay,
So
yeah, well,
maybe
I mean,
that's your correlation.
Maybe it's a.
But
maybe
with
should have used a
Lycon, I feel
different
like you can barely tell the
example.
difference.
Yeah.
To be fair, he did a really good job.
Anyway, the
Anyway.
real news.
The real
is that
news.
Somebody else got replaced. Jacob Takanashi tweeted this out. So there's a character here called Kinich. Role announcement. I'm honored to join the English cast of Genshin Impact as the voice of Kinich. Taking up the mantle of Malipo is a privilege. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to carry the flame from the previous flame bearer, John, who did an incredible job. Those are big shoes to fill, and I promise to give it my all, out of respect for him, for Hoyoverse, and for you, the fans. Thank you to Diana for their amazing direction and for helping me navigate the intricacies of this incredible game. And to Side Tokyo and Hoyoverse for the honor of bringing Kinich to life. I'm deeply grateful for the privilege of entertaining you all. Now, as we're going to look at in a minute, practically the entire cast decided that this was the gravest sin possible.
Indeed, yeah, they thought it was.
And there was a
They
good
didn't
day
take
for
too
a gang
kindly to
game.
their new castmate.
But I would like to ask if anybody remembers who Jacob Takanashi is from the audience or the people who haven't already been given the information from me behind the scenes. Because I saw this name and thought, oh, wow, even more reasons to hate him, right? For them, right? If you guys don't remember, Jacob Takanashi is this guy who announced with Vic Anime Matsuri's special presentation stream, AM Studios. So this is Jacob Takanashi right here. He lives in Japan. He's a voice actor living in Japan. And he was working with them. He helped get Zip Sumezo and Genbanojo for them to dub and everything. Like he's kind of a key player in AM Studios being able to do that. So it's kind of funny. I don't think any of the haters who we're about to look at even remember this or know that. But I was like fucking based, right? Like,
yeah.
So Kaylee Mills, you know, Damon Mills' sister, said, this is actually kind of diabolical. If you needed the money, at least take the role uncredited. This just comes off as an easy grab for clout. It's not a good look. Readers added context they thought people might want to know. According to voice actor Nathan Noakes, fellow VA Jacob Takanashi, who is a Japan-based VA, had no knowledge of the strike or the circumstance of which the role is being recast. Furthermore, I just want to remind you that Kaylee Mills had this to say when Inaris Kanona said, hey all, the studio and client decided to go in a different direction, so I am no longer voicing Yoruichi in Bleach 1000-Year Blood War, and my recordings will be replaced. Remember when we covered that? Remember when Wendy Lee was unceremoniously recast, even though she was right there and had an interview previously expressing interest in reprising the role and how excited she was because fans had been telling her, fans who have been reading the manga, that she has big roles in the 1000-Year Blood War arc and how excited she was to get a chance to reprise the role. And then they cast Inaris Kanonas for some goddamn reason. And then Kaylee Mills said, that's wild, when she got recast again and it went back to Wendy Lee. You sounded fantastic as her, and I'm sorry you're going through this, Inaris.
Yeah, funny that she, you know, did that then, and now it's the shoes on the other foot.
I mean,
Clearly,
to be slightly fair to her, okay, I don't know, I don't remember what else she fucking said, and I'm sure she's put her foot in her mouth a bunch of times. But you can be equally upset that your friend lost a role, even if it's replacing, even if it's going back to the original actor, and not like the fact that the other actor is losing the role because someone's crossing a picket. Like these are, I don't see the hypocrisy in those two
I don't know,
standpoints.
man.
I tend to
think
do.
we've looked at far too many instances of this specific clique, you know, spouting virtues about not taking roles and doing your research and figuring out why people were replaced and stuff, especially not taking a role from someone who was ready and wanted to still do it. And then when it comes to,
I thought it was kind of diabolical of Jacob to take the role. Well, why was it not diabolical for Anaris to take the role if you're Eiichiro?
Exactly.
Funny how that works.
Now, another voice actor from Overwatch, the voice of Akane and the new Ranma, Sucrose and Genshin, says,
hold on, just so I'm clear, if she came out and said, no, I want her to stay, even though the old voice wants to be in it and should have got the role, that's different. But just saying, hey, I'm sad that you lost the role, I don't see an issue with that. Okay, just to be clear. Anyway.
Fair enough.
So
Valeria,
the implication is kind of like, well, if you.
I mean, like she said it, saying it was diabolical.
I'm sad you lost.
We don't
the
have to get
role.
into it.
Implying she would have liked her to.
He's talking about Wendy Lee, right? And about that thing. And just so that we're clear, I don't want to go through all of it right now. But if you go back and rewatch our coverage of it, that's not the only thing she said. There was a whole back and forth between her and Wendy Lee, gaslighting Wendy Lee, like, just because I'm comforting my friend who lost her job doesn't mean I'm slighting you. I don't understand why you're attacking me, Wendy Lee. Like, there's a full-on, gaslighting going on, right? Anyway, Valeria Rodriguez here. Thumbs down on Jacob Takanashi, right? I lost 400 followers for a couple of thumbs downs and calling out entitlement in a fan base. Oh, well, it is what it is. Wow. I appreciate everyone who's thought critically and supports what's going on and has integrity. This article actually put it really eloquently, which is just PC Gamer sucking off the union workers, right?
Yeah.
Readers added context to this link. This article lied and said John I don't know how to pronounce that, has been voicing Kinnish for 5 years. Kinnish first debuted in the game 6 months
he
ago.
just came out. And
John had only voiced him for one patch, 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Genshin Impact itself isn't 5 years old yet. Although,
which, by the way,
they were talking
I believe that's
dog
the
years.
only reason. I don't know if I came in yet. That's the only reason that I'm pretty sure they're okay with swapping out this voice and recasting him versus like Hu Tao and all those other characters who aren't recast yet.
Jacob Takanashi. Jacob Takanashi was cast for Genshin, not for Zenless Zone Zero. This is two separate things. Okay,
yeah, this is a separate character for the separate game of Genshin.
Did not realize. That's how much I play these games.
Same developer,
right.
Hoyoverse.
Yeah. Okay, continuing here. Perhaps it is your lack of hygiene that caused you to lose those followers. Maybe once they actually looked into your account and saw that, they noped out of there, as I did.
Wow.
Yeah. Also, Stephanie Shea said, there are many reasons why roles get recast. I personally draw the line when the original actor is holding out because they are fighting for better work conditions. I have refused many auditions to take over roles from my peers because I never do that to another fellow actor. Footnum, you were telling me that she was on Joshua Seth's podcast talking about how only people of color should voice colored people and Asian people should voice all Asian things, even though the Japanese cast for the anime already is a 100% Asian cast and all that stuff. Like, was that a little bit right? Was that where we were at with this?
I mean, that's a little bit right. I wouldn't quote that, but the point is, she was on that interview as the person who's quote unquote in the behind the scenes. So she's the one casting people. And I found the biggest irony is like, okay, if you're aware of all this stuff and want it to change, how come you're not like, I don't know, doing something about it? Because you're talking about like, oh yes, all of this, we should have authentic casting. That's good.
So
that's their fancy way of saying casting people based on their race. But Yeah, so that whole podcast was about the Chad recasting, or how
Unbleached.
what's his face stepped down.
Jameson
and
Price.
They had a whole discussion about it, and
Mhm.
she was more or less on the side of authentic casting, as we call it. So in other
As they
words,
call it.
she was probably
despite the fact that they're
presumably you'd think that
actors and
she'd be
actresses.
okay with like stuff like the Wendy Lee thing, where it's like, oh, we're authentically casting it, you go girl, even though that would be poaching a previous role. Now I'm not gonna sit here and verify that she totally was vouching for that, but
Right, yeah,
we
we can't
surprised.
confirm, but she also didn't step up to the plate when that
Right.
happened for Wendy. So I
Right.
don't.
And so, again, so the other person on that episode with Jameson Price and Stephanie Shea was Bo Billingsley. And from the brief moment
And
I
he
heard,
was
good.
No. I'll give you the lowdown. He was the only one who actually had common sense. The only problem is he fell into their stupid traps and was like agreeing with them after they tried to explain. He's like, oh yeah, I guess. But he was the only one who said, well, actually, if we applied that standard in reverse, then I wouldn't have any of my
Any
jobs,
roles.
because he's played and many characters that aren't black. And I'm like, good job, Bo. He gets it.
Yeah.
He was stumbling on even figuring out what to call black people, because he probably isn't like some hyper progressive or whatever. He's like, people of color or whatever. Like,
He's
and all that stuff,
probably
so-
like liberal, but the liberal of like, you know,
A
40
long
years
time ago.
ago.
Like
Yeah.
fucking from the 90s and 80s. Like,
Yeah, like liberal when being liberal meant something very different from what it does today, right? Yeah, and so like he's trying to navigate how to not cause these people to have an autistic screeching fit by like, I don't know what the term to use is, you know, like is colored, is it black, is it what was my term, like I don't even know what you guys are like, totally making this weird. Yeah,
I
so
don't know
anyway,
what you guys call me.
Yeah, it's pathetic. Kultati says the Sargon style of liberal. Yeah, classical liberalism, right? You know, and I think it's funny because the majority of people fall under this category. Like this is largely built into the you know, sort of the American zeitgeist, right? This is how most people think. The problem is that you got half the people who think they think that way, but have actually gone off the deep end with their progressive nonsense to the point where they believe that, you know, that there's no difference between men and women, that simply identifying as a woman is enough to be able to go into a woman's restroom, that nothing bad ever happens anytime a man wearing a dress enters the women's room, all that kind of shit. Yeah, totally. So anyway, moving past this part, there was also this person, Zulu
this is good.
and Lima.
No, this is Karina
Bogner or whatever her name is.
Yeah. This is the voice of the piss fucking annoying main mascot character Paimon, who is still working in the game.
This wasn't a passing of the torch, she said. And you working on it is still good for the strike? Like, make it make sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this person is saying, okay, so this Karina, right? She is coming after Jacob Takanashi for taking the role from somebody who did the role for one fucking patch and saying like, this isn't a passing of the torch. You shouldn't have this role, right? And this other person saying, wait a minute, you're still actively employed in recording lines for this game.
Yeah.
And you're going after somebody for quote unquote scabbing, right? Yeah. That they are stepping through the picket line and taking the role away from the person who quote unquote should have it. Yet you literally never gave up your role. You never took a stand and said, I'm with you with the pickets, you know, and all
Karina
that shit.
In like the worst position possible, to the point of you shouldn't have commented in the first place because you're on one side of the boat, but then you're also on the other side.
Oh man, like this is
I hate
when keeping it real goes far, right? What's up?
I hate to
You're gonna
defend
defend her?
Yeah,
Or them?
because I don't know who the fuck they are. I have no.
point.
I'm literally just listening to this. Okay, this is the first time. But like, this person is it a she? I don't even know.
They them.
This person,
but she.
whatever.
Yeah.
This person, okay, that is
It's
currently
actually
working.
two birds and an ancient eldritch god that likes to voice act and stream, according to
All right, this person who is currently working, who is playing this Paimon character,
Yeah.
who's still doing lines,
Mhm.
is not crossing the picket line herself because it's not on strike, right?
Yes,
But the other
but
actors
the-
are on strike because they want to be in solidarity with all
Right.
of the other struck work. So
Are you
I
going to
can
show him
see-
the other tweets?
Yes.
Are you going to show him
Okay,
the
well,
the,
just
the
let me make my
responses
tweet,
that
or
he-
let me make my comment, and maybe I'll regret it in a second. But
Let him
I can
tweet,
see-
okay? Let him tweet.
yeah, let me
Brian.
tweet. All right.
Let him tweet. Let him tweet.
Let me get my tweet hat on. So if you're saying like, okay, I want to make a personal choice to still work, that's one thing, and those people have made their personal choice not to work, that's their thing. But I still, and I support their right to not work, and I support my right to work, right? But I don't want those people to lose their job because they made a decision, right? I could be upset that they're losing their job because of their decision to strike. I don't see that as a bad thing. I don't see that as a
sounds like a
hypocrisy.
decision they shouldn't have made.
Yeah, but I don't see that
All
as a hypocritical
I'm gonna let you finish.
viewpoint.
Hypocritical.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Hypocritical viewpoint of the
I'm going to
person
throw you in the
to
gas
build.
chamber.
So you don't think she thinks she's a hypocrite, huh? Okay, what's this? No, you're right. I'm technically scabbing. I
Oh.
originally have this role, and technically I can still work this role. I am a disabled person, and this is the job that puts food on my table as I actually record this role year round. But I
think
didn't take this role from another person who is striking. I had this role, and I am stuck in it because I have no other way to pay for my medical bills. But yes, technically I am a scab, and you're right. I don't deserve any praise right now. I don't deserve any of it. I deserve to be told off just like this actor. So please do.
Who also has to put food on the table.
No one should look up to me. I'm trapped and a coward because I continue this job. Because if not, I end up homeless. I don't say that because I deserve sympathy. I don't. The ones sticking to the picket line deserve all the praise, not me, a filthy scab. I love voicing Paimon. I love it. I have been through so much that you guys will never truly understand. But I also know what I am, and I should not be given any applause for this. If I could feasibly stick the line with my fellow actors, I would. This job actually barely keeps me alive, but that doesn't mean that it makes it different. It is not a good thing to my fellow actor that I continue to work on this game. I have struggled with that since the strike started. So call me out for this. Please! I deserve it! Lash me harder!
Okay.
And the Oscar goes to the anime collector.
If it means we get closer to making things better, then so be it.
Okay. You said this person is a they them?
Yes, I did. Because
that makes sense. They're retarded.
Oh, look! Did you see it? Confidence rave as soon as you read the response. He was like, "No, that's not fair. That's not fair, AC. That's not fair."
Oh.
She's just.
Oh my god.
She's
and then you read
she's
the
going on.
response. You read the
thing-
response, and he's like, "Oh, Oh God.
She's going on saying she's scabbing. Technically, technically you aren't scabbing. That's the whole thing. Technically, you're not scabbing. That is why you're allowed to go work, and you're not getting fucking
That is
fired
how
from the guild.
fucking broken these people are. Goddamn, I curse on a daily basis collectivism. You people are so fucking retarded.
I said guild, I meant union.
That's
Oh.
that's the problem I'm having nowadays with these people. It's just like it's all groupthink and it's all like part of their club. The whole reason, however many months, maybe a little over a year ago with Wendy Lee, it was because Wendy wasn't a part of their club, and so they fucking thought they could kick her out until she stood up for herself. Thank God she did. Like, it was like, no, I want my fucking role back.
Yeah,
you can't take that from me.
Yeah. You can see the self-hate too. Like,
every leftist alive despises what they see in the mirror.
Hit me
They
harder, please.
hate themselves. They recognize, like, their moral framework is built on a perception that they're privileged. Every single one of them. It doesn't matter if you're colored. It doesn't matter if you're, disabled. You look in the mirror and see something that you deeply despise for not being as badly off as some other imaginary thing in your mind. Some perspective that you look at and say, well, I shouldn't even be alive because people in Palestine or some bullshit that shouldn't even cross your mind on a daily basis. Yet for some reason, you have this deep-seated resentment of your own fortune in life that you don't have any ability to reconcile. So
I just want to make a quick analogy that I've just come up with, and I hope it makes as much sense in my brain as it does when I say it out loud. But this would be like if Reese had some problem with Google. They're like, Reese is telling himself, I don't like Google. I think they need to pay their YouTube creators more. So then as a protest, he says, I'm not going on the show anymore. I'm not because I'm not going to use any YouTube product anymore. And he's going to personally boycott YouTube. And then AC says, after weeks of not showing up on the show, he said, okay, we're going to replace Reese. And because he's just an avatar, we're going to have someone else come on and be Reese with his avatar and just talk.
11 Labs Reese.
and then me get mad at that and say, I'm mad, right? That's not being hypocritical of, well, Reese is protesting and technically his protest would help me if you get paid more, that would help me possibly. So maybe I should also protest, but I don't want to protest, so I'm good showing up. But I can still be mad that you've replaced Reese, right?
I like this fictional story of Randy standing in my corner.
There is no goddamn reason for which the position that they're taking would ever benefit them. Like, to use your analogy, like Reese abstaining from coming on the OCA podcast would in no reality sway the needle at all at Google headquarters for what we get paid.
I didn't say his protest would be effective.
I know. And I'm just saying, I love your analogy because it's equally effective what they're trying to do to get Hoyoverse or MiHoYo or whatever they're called to change. When MiHoYo doesn't fucking need any of them, it could easily, as they're doing, cast Japanese VAs who speak English. It's the fucking most unbelievably stupid approach. These people are literally throwing away some of the most lucrative work, long-standing. These gotcha games are going to go on for fucking ever, and they could be working. Instead, they're going to hold out union jobs with fucking Western video games with horribly designed, ugly-ass characters that are a flash in the pan, if they even ignite ever, and won't have lasting impact on their careers. This is like Ashley Birch losing her shit over the fact that Sony wants to make Aloy have AI-driven dialogue based on her voice so that the game doesn't become stale. It's literally the thing you would need to do to innovate and all of a sudden have that character have meaningful relationships with the player so that they then grow attached to you as the performer, so that when they go to conventions, they want to see you, they want to pay you for a fucking autograph on their Aloy freaking merchandise and shit. And instead, you're in the corner pouting, saying, no, fuck no. AI is evil. AI is like owning a Tesla. Burn out Tesla. It's like so fucking retarded. I cannot believe how dumb these people are. They're going to make themselves extinct. It's
good.
Fucking funny.
Yeah, we need to get rid of them all.
Nature is fucking healing from all these goddamn narcissists.
You know what's not healing? Your throat.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. Before we move on from this section, I'll say what I thought Ren was going to say was something more on the lines of this, but I guess before that, technically she is right. Like, she didn't say anything necessarily about well, in her case, she's not replacing a role, so it's like, okay, there is that. But the biggest credit I give her is that unlike these other whiny bitch-ass voice actors who are like, I want the fine print to say the things I want, and then they say, I'm not going to voice this character, and then they get replaced, and then they're like,
yeah, you walked out of the job.
Get replaced? I want to
you
voice
walked
that
out of the
character.
job and expect to be able to come back.
Whereas Paimon, as we saw her express in the tweet, says, I love voicing Paimon. And guess what? She still voices Paimon. So I give her full credit that, you know, at least she's holding on to what she holds dear, I guess, and wants to hold to the role. She's still a hypocrite for being like, hey, bitch, yo, you're a scab. And then it's like, whoa, I guess she's a scabbing, calling it, even if it's not scabbing, says Random 11. But anyway, the point is, at least she's not in a stupid position where she's going to be like, how did I lose my role? It's like, well, she's at least performing. So
this is that meme of the person riding the bike and sticking the stick in front of it and going like, God damn scab. Oh my God. Okay, so let's look at what people had to say in response to this diatribe. This is emotional manipulation. Wow. Saw right through it.
Yeah.
Here's that attention you ordered. No. You see, I have good reasons for being a hypocrite. I really need the money because obviously no one else needs the money, right?
Right. I like how these are actors and actresses and they signed up for showbiz. And the thing about showbiz is that the show must go on.
Oh, well, not even it's more than that too, because it's like the thing that I find so asinine about it is like these people have lived their life never having an original thought, and they see the industry as I joined the union, and then the union takes care of me like mommy, right?
Yeah.
And then like any one of these actors, when presented with a contract from MiHoYo, can put their own terms into the contract, right? They can say, yes, I would love to work with you. Here is my stipulation on a thing. I don't want my voice to be used for generative AI in order to have me give up my right to my voice in your game. I know that that's something that a lot of games are kind of exploring as a possibility, but I'm afraid that I'm going to get screwed out on this deal because if I give up my voice, you guys don't need me anymore. So if that's something you guys want to use, I'd like it to be in my contract that I get some sort of stipend as time goes on in perpetuity for as long as you're using my voice for generative AI. Because I don't want to blanket give you the rights to my voice, right? And they'll either say, okay, that's not going to work for us. Thank you for coming in. Or if they want you and they want your voice and your voice is worthy, right? If you have a voice that people want to pay to hear, then they'll work with you, right? And that's the thing, is that each individual person has the right, when they're presented with a contract, to read the goddamn contract and say, this doesn't work for me. And if the person who wants you to sign the contract really wants you, then they'll turn around and say, what's wrong with it? Where can we concede in order to get you to work with us? Because we want you to be in our project, right? And all you have to do is make it known that your issues with the contract are that you don't feel like it sufficiently protects you down the line. And then if you can just get them to make a small tweak to it, it opens the door for when your potential nightmare scenario occurs, that you then get to sue them for breach of contract. That's all you fucking have to do. It's not that hard. But these people do not have a thought in their brain, and they work on this group think of, if I'm part of big powerful union, I can push around greedy corporation. It's like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, that's not how any of this works. You're not going to get anywhere. All that's going to happen is you're going to continue to picket forever, as you never get another role, because you become impossible to work with, because the actors especially have gotten to the point where their perception of reality and the entitlement that they think they deserve has gotten so like scaled beyond reasonable range that now they won't even take a job. They think, oh, I deserve, first of all, character's black, I deserve to play the black character, I'm black. Right. And then also, when I'm in fucking 5 seconds of the movie for Jujutsu Kaisen that made $1 billion, well, I deserve some of that money. I deserve more than what I agreed to in my fucking contract.
Blood and sweat and tears into it.
Yeah.
I do want to say to Greenland's comment about the show must go on, it kind of implies that like no union should strike, which I disagree with. And
in the sense that what I meant by that was when they walk out and are surprised by a recast.
They didn't. The actors walked out.
Just so that we're clear, the purpose of a union, when it comes to a strike, is for collective bargaining, right? Yeah. That's the entire purpose of it. This is why I resent the idea, because I believe that ultimately the world is better when people advocate for themselves, right? The problem is that most people in the world aren't worth a damn, and they're replaceable. There's nothing unique or special about you. So, you've not striven enough.
Where I was going.
Yeah. And so the truth is that these people, the reason they need a union is because there's nothing special about them. And that's why they resent people like Vic, because Vic had a spark. I shouldn't talk in the past tense. Vic has some form of spark, some special quality to him that people like him, right? They like his voice. They like the performance he gives. They like that he sings the openings to anime and stuff. They like that about him. Something about him, and it's not just the performance he gives, it's the interactions he gives and stuff as well. Don't get me wrong. But the point is that Vic would have a dramatically easy time negotiating his own contract terms. And he would have a very easy time negotiating contract terms, because the company that wants to hire Vic will look at him and say, well, shoot, he's about to walk. And Vic is going to bring in money for us. We need him. Therefore, if he doesn't want the AI thing, or he wants a stipulation for which he gets royalties every year that we continue to use his voice, we should strongly consider giving it to him. Because if we don't, and we go with somebody else, some no-name guy, then it's not going to raise our profits at all, right? Like we want to make a significant increase in profits. We're going to hire somebody who's worth that, right? And of course, this is the natural thing when you have actors like, for example, the most recent Captain America movie, where Red Hulk's in it for what, like 10 minutes or even less. But the point is that, like, we hired Harrison Ford. Yeah, and you probably spent like $50 million just to hire him or whatever. You know what I mean? Like certain actors that you put them in the movie because you think that the movie is going to do, exponentially better in the box office, just because people will literally get in their car and drive to the theater to see the movie where such and such actor is in it. Right? Like fucking Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, like if Jason Statham has a new movie, fuck it, I'm going to go see it. Like he brings something to his performance that I like, even if it's the same role practically every movie. I like it. I'm going to go see it.
Did you go see the Working Man? Like, come on.
I haven't. Did that come out?
Yeah.
It's coming out.
Seen it.
Star power has been dwindling over the last
Agreed.
But
I 100% agree. But the point is, even though it's been dwindling, and part of the reason it's been dwindling is because the snobbish, elitist perception that you owe something to some fucking celebrity and that you should listen to them about politics and who to vote for and all sorts of nonsense.
Yeah.
Right. I think that has dramatically damaged the brand of Hollywood and celebrity in general. But the point is that it doesn't change the fact that there is still a likability to the moving parts of your project. And if you grab the right people, like, for example, one of the things that I absolutely adore about Silent Hill is the music by Eiichiro Yamamoto. When I heard that he was going to be in that documentary, I bought that stupid thing right away. That was the selling point for me. I made the purchase because he's in it, and I want to hear what he has to say, and I want to hear his thoughts on producing music for games, because he has a dramatically different approach to horror than anybody else, right? And that's the thing I want to hear, right? So them getting him in the thing, even if he's only in it for 2 minutes, made me make the purchase, right? So
and I think part of the problem with it too is not too long ago we used to not like have these, specifically with like video games and anime, these voice actors and actresses, we didn't really have their opinions a whole lot. They were just we thought they were just normal people and whatnot. But then social media comes around and the mask started to come off for not everybody, but a lot of these people.
It's one thing
to come off.
It's one thing when what you heard from such and such actor was what they said when they were on Conan O'Brien. And what they said when they were on Conan O'Brien was heavily curated and chosen by a publicist, right? Like everything about their public life is scripted to some degree. And then they get social media and they're like, #free Palestine, like all that kind of shit is I talked about. Yeah, 100%. And this is the main.
Finish your point.
Well, I just say this is the major problem I think with that these leftists are having in voice acting in every field, right? Is that they believe they have become deluded in their bubble into believing that the causes that they are advocating for are universally agreed upon and the quote unquote right side of history. Right. Yeah. And so right now, what we're experiencing is a dramatic shift where the people who have to have their finger on the pulse of where the general public is, in order to keep their companies profitable, have noticed the shift. I fully expect to be shocked, even though I'm expecting it. I still think I'm going to be shocked when Pride Month comes around, and all of a sudden we see a dramatic drop in the number of companies pandering and changing their profile pictures to having the rainbow and shit, right? I think that is coming this year, right? And I don't think people are ready for all of a sudden not being sucked off for a whole month about random crap. You know what I mean? I feel like Black History Month, I noticed a dramatic drop in that kind of thing when it came to Crunchyroll. For the past couple of years, every time February rolls around, it's like the best Black cosplayers and interview with LaShawn Thomas again. You know what I mean? And it's like every day they have to put something out that's like a celebration of Black anime fans and stuff. And it's like, does anybody else find it a little bit weird that you only make it a point to do this specifically in this month, right? And it's like, I don't remember anything really like that coming out this February. There was something else that came out, a recent interview about the we didn't talk about on podcast yet, but it's about like a magical girl like deconstruction story with a black girl playing like the role of the magical girl, written by a black
that one,
artist. That came out in March, right? That didn't even have anything to do with Black History Month, right? And so I'm just saying, like, I think that we're gonna see, and this happened already. Like, I just watched a video where some city demolished a mural of George Floyd. Like the sentiment, the public sentiment. There's one thing to stand in solidarity, and there's another thing to burn entire city blocks down in solidarity.
Yeah.
Right. And I
To
think
bring
that.
it back,
Go ahead.
I mean, I'd say finish your point, but you seem to
No,
just keep going on. To bring it back to the actual topic, what I wanted to say earlier was, I think it would be different if it was an actual struck job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there is an exception. It's not a struck job. I get they're upset. They want to strike still and whatever, but like it's not a struck job. So that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But secondly, the union is going to give you protections, and okay, that's good. But your job is basically all remote now. Everyone does this from their fucking cupboard or closet, with the fucking pillows on the wall. And they can go anywhere for the talent, right? Like anywhere that speaks English.
Yeah, like what's his name is in Japan.
And that was the idea behind AM Studios, right?
And with unions for other places of work, like even actors, right? With an actor that's doing on-screen work, you would, if they need to be in the area that you're filming, right? Now you could pay to fly them somewhere else, and if they're big enough, you probably will. But if they're not big enough, you're just going to hire local people, and that union's going to protect those local people.
Going back to the point about when American productions get made and they do them in Canada or in New Zealand or whatever, they hire the extras are all people from the local area, right? And those people get paid. And that's one of the reasons why they do the tax incentives, because you bring money in as the people get pieces of money from another country, and it sort of, improves their circulation and the value of their within the local community and stuff. You know what I mean?
And you do not have that same need for remote jobs where you're just providing a voice. The only difference to the company is basically maybe my tax structure is a little bit more complicated if I hire from multiple different countries. But so in terms of a union, that union now has to be global. Like you have to be a global union, and that's hard to do.
So that's a tremendously good point. I often talk about this concept where because of the internet, right? Once upon a time, you could, like, for example, in my parents' generation, you could graduate high school, maybe college, I don't know, and you could go into town and you could walk a street and you could look at all the stores that have a help wanted sign on it. You could go into the store and you could give them your resume and get an interview at half of them, and you probably walk away with a job, right? But for me, in the field that I chose as a digital artist doing character breaking and whatnot, I found that when I graduated college and went out looking for work, that it turned out I wasn't competing with people in my town. I was competing with the entire world, anybody with an internet connection, right? And so why on earth would you pay me what it cost me to live in California when you could pay somebody in Singapore who has almost the same level of education, perhaps even better, depending on, circumstances? Why wouldn't you just hire the Singaporeans for 1/10 what you would have to pay me? you know. And the thing that I think studios found that I experienced was you could hire an entire team in China for half what you would pay me. And even if they did a shitty job, you still had enough budget left over to try to hire a different team in China and try again, you know? And this is sort of the idea that I've talked about a couple of times about how the internet is the Tower of Babel 2.0, in that Jordan Peterson talks about this concept about the dominance hierarchy, right? That human beings, I mean, literally any living thing that,
Are you talking
that
about
has
the
sentience.
lobsters thing?
Well, it's not just about the lobsters, but just like any living thing has a concept of a dominance hierarchy. And the thing about a dominance hierarchy is that it has to be big enough that getting to the top means something, but small enough that you could conceivably get to the top. Otherwise, there's no point in even trying, right? Or at least that you could get to a level where you have status and respect and whatnot, right? And so what has effectively happened with the internet is that the competition between the number of people you're competing with when you're doing what we're talking about with like remote work gets so dramatic that it becomes impossible to even know where you are on the dominance hierarchy unless you're at the top echelon, right?
Yeah.
And I think that that's why we're experiencing what we are with these people in the collectivist unions, is that they're scared. And this is, again, why people are so absolutely losing their mind over the concept of AI, because they do not have anything to contribute. They're afraid because they can literally see the one thing that they currently have going for them being snuffed out in an instant. And then they don't have anything else because they don't have any skills. They've got nothing. Half these people, it's literally, I was born with a voice and I'm using that voice to generate income. How hard is it to talk? I mean, yes, there's definitely acting and stuff involved, but a lot of these people, they fucking aren't even acting. They're just reading a line and getting paid for it.
The,
You know what
the
I mean?
last thing I was going to say was for Dragon Ball Z, right? That's such a giant franchise. And I don't even think there was really negotiations in that. Like, there wasn't a strike or anything. But they took Dragon Ball Z, which was dubbed in Canada, and they said, and Gen Fukunaga, or whatever his name was like, fuck you, you're charging too much. And it was just like, I'm going to do it with random people I find in Texas.
Yeah.
And they sucked at it for a good couple months. I don't know how long but like
Good
they
couple
sucked at it
years,
at
I
the
would
beginning.
say,
If
but-
you go back and you watch those Frieza Saga episodes of the
Even
original,
Yeah, no, I did. Yeah,
they were not very good.
they're kind of.
But they got better.
Yeah,
You know, Chris Sabat's one of the top paid guys now, and he was doing a difficult voice trying to mimic Drummond or whatever.
You have to give credit where credit's due. Piccolo, Yamcha, Vegeta, he was a shit ton of characters in it.
Yeah.
With range. I mean, now he only does Piccolo voice for whatever reason. But back then he actually acted and had range and
I don't remember his other voices, but yeah, specifically his imitation of Drummond. I think
He was
that
good
the
in
original
Ranking of
Vegeta.
Kings. He didn't do a Piccolo voice in that one. But...
Vegeta specifically wasn't very good.
The
eventually
night guy that teaches Bochi about sword
Yeah.
fighting.
No, well, like now he's great. He like every voice he does. I mean, that's all very similar, but I don't care. The acting is great. You know, when he's All Might, like that, like I can't picture anyone else in that role.
Totally.
It's
almost Piccolo. It's almost Piccolo, and yet he is bringing something to it. Yeah.
So if you go to like fucking random area that isn't part of the union and are like, okay, you guys are gonna suck for maybe 6 months, you'll get eventually good enough, and if they don't, fire them, whatever, move on, right? Kill that character off. It's a gotcha game. Like as long as it's not like the biggest character ever, I guess, then you get a sound alike. Whatever.
They're not going to kill off the character, but yeah.
That's the most ironic comment
video for that.
you could have made.
All right.
Yeah,
well, I don't know. Gotcha.
Shameless plug the Green Lines video on should Genshin kill its characters?
Oh, I didn't know that. There you go.
Yeah.
Synergy.
So Kultuchi says he doesn't know that they will screech no matter what their goal is to cancel you, so the attention is off of them. The Academy Award goes to AC. Yeah, I was pretty great.
You should join the union.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Mihoyo, if you need a non-union actor to screech and do a pathetic leftist caricature, I'm here for you. This person is obviously a masochist and is doing this for some form of pleasure. Yeah, the self-flagellation, like it's crazy. Random batting for Reese does seem fictional, since he would owe Reese one P maple leaves if he came back to the show. I don't get that.
I think he means 10.
Oh, 10 maple. They told so many people to buy Tesla, and then they all did a 180. Taking investment advice from the left always ends in right. Yeah, that's the thing I find the funniest about this, is that like the proportion of people who own a Tesla is 90+% on the left. And now the left is burning the Teslas.
But and they're saying like sell the Tesla. Who am I going to sell it to when you're telling everyone you're going to basically kill them if they own a Tesla?
That's my favorite.
You've plummeted the market.
They're like, you have a choice. You can sell your Tesla. To who? Who's going to fucking buy it when it's now got a goddamn target painted on it that says place napalm here? Yeah, my God. Artists join the left in being
first level thinking. Like, Jesus.
Yeah, and crypto, and it's costing them financially. Dude, man, it's gone. Some of the podcast hosts should audition for these VA roles. Unions are immoral. By the way, no union would function without the backing of the state, definitely. Companies would immediately replace strikers if they were not prohibited by laws. If they are only hiring people who look like their characters, then Guerrilla Games has to hire Augie to voice Aloy. Because they made Aloy look so masculine. It looks just like him. Is AC saying Crunchyroll remade High Guardian Spice but swapped the character to be black? Kind of. Yeah. Maybe we'll look at it next podcast. Non-union was the issue.
I think my favorite part about that magical girl thing is that she basically talked about deconstructing it, and it's like, oh, I don't want to be a magical girl. And there was even a comment, I think it was talking about in the show.
I'm not Starfire.
She verbally addresses.
Yeah.
No. She verbally addresses, wow, it's nice to see a magical girl of color or something like that. I'm like, oh my God. But the point I'm getting at is that even when you're trying to diversify it, you're not like trying to appreciate it. It's all, oh, I don't want to be a magical girl. Like, you can't just play it straight at least.
It's unbelievable too. It's like, oh yeah, I did this subversive thing. I did a deconstruction on the magical girl genre, and I did it after Madoka Magica did it. And after the CW just canceled the Powerpuff Girls reboot, you know, it's like fucking unbelievable. But I was profound because, you know, first black magical girl. Like, God damn, these people are so retarded. Non-union was the issue as to why they want force union, and they're more to the story that the application fees expensive. Okay.
Yeah, there's more of the contract.
You gotta love that too, right? Like, that's the best grift ever, that the union makes you pay dues, right, to be a part of it.
AC was onto something when he was like, nah, you should, you know, fire Kyle McCarthy for fucking mob and not let the union be part of Mob Psycho. Because the union is trying to weasel their way into monopolizing voiceover work and acting work. And
absolutely. It's fucking, I love the direction things have gone.
So
it's about 3,000. Aging does affect the skills of VAs. Will OCA kill off characters?
I mean, Tony Oliver is still able to pull off Lupin like a son of a gun. Like, that guy can still.
I mean,
dude,
OCA
Joshua
has
Seth
killed off a character.
Yeah,
holy
dude.
cow. Yeah, I just listened to a brief bit of that podcast he does, and he fucking sounds exactly like Ty, and I feel like I'm listening to the Ty from Digimon podcast. That's just his normal voice.
He did retire for a good while there, right? So he had a lot of time to recoup his voice and not use it.
All right, so we're caught up on chats here. Do you guys
I
want
don't
to
know
move
if you
on
guys
from this
remember,
topic?
but
I have
his,
one more thing. And
he was a magician.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah.
So this was my fault. I'm the one who brought this mostly to AC and said, "Hey, can we still cover this?" He was going to skip over it. I brought the Wendy Lee thing to him as well.
Mhm.
But
Thank you
the
for
thing that bothered me was the fact that, you know, back in the day, how this whole thing started was that it was just people who knew people with voiceover work, with anime and video games. It's just like, oh, hey, yeah, come on in. We've got a new project for you. And there was a nice sweet spot in like that. I want to say like the 2000s up to the late, you know, early 2010s, where it started to like nobody knew anybody. You know, they'd go in for a recording session and it's like, oh yeah, we've recorded in the same show. Let's say, you know, Fairy Tale's like 300 episodes, but two characters that are like on screen together just never met. We never met in person. We never met at a, you know, convention or whatever. You know, and they do these panels like 20 years later. It's like, oh yeah, holy crap, we worked together and this is the first time we're meeting. Prime example of this is the Naruto cast. Some of them had never met each other. Like it was like, oh hey, cool, you know, you're the voice of Naruto and whatnot. But then after that, there's this period in time where I want to say like 2015-ish maybe, where everybody started to know everybody.
Yeah, and it became a clique.
It became a clique.
So
and that was my problem with this. It was their friend group bullying Jacob. It was their friend group being like, fuck off with this guy. You know, get him the fuck out of here.
Yeah, so I want to tack on something to your point here about the natural progression and evolution of industry. And that's that this is kind of how things go. Like once upon a time, video games did not exist, right?
Yeah.
But the human brain needs entertainment of some kind, puzzles and whatnot, right? And so somebody who had some form of programming, coding knowledge thought to themselves, you know, with what I've figured out I can do with a computer, I bet I could make like a game out of it, right? And started to like work into that direction, right? Then you get like Pong and Tetris and, you know, all that sort of things come out, right? Then like when I'm growing up, it's like, you know, I grew up with the NES and the Super NES and the N64 and the PlayStation, you know what I mean? Like, so as this is progressing, the people coming into these realms working on these things, same thing with movies, right? Like what made certain movies that are like the tentpole movies in the industry is that the people who got hired on to work and do these things and bring them to life, they didn't go to school to make, you know, monster puppets. That was just something that like some other aspect of their life that they were involved in, maybe taxidermy or something, had a crossover that when these things meshed, made something truly profound and amazing, right? The ability to fabricate, engineers coming in and building animatronics for practical effects and shit, you know what I mean? And so like video games start becoming fun and popular and the graphics start getting better and people grow up playing them. And then like, oh, my dream is to work on video games. Yeah, you and fucking everybody else who played them, right? So then previously
like,
these
the
games,
number one job that kids want to be is a YouTuber nowadays, right?
Yeah. And so like kids grow up, let's use YouTube for example, they grow up watching YouTubers, right? And that's an entertainment that they're getting out of life, right? And then they want to grow up and do that. So the problem is that the people who started the whole trend of being a YouTuber, they came from a life of doing other jobs and then coming into the realm. Like for example, when I was growing up, you know, before I started this channel, I was doing Minecraft content just because that's something I enjoyed doing. You know what I mean? And my little cousin, said that when he grew up, he wanted to make gaming content on YouTube like me. And I thought about it, I was like, dude, you got to understand that if your goal in life is to do this, the thing that makes the best streamer are the people who have life experience and the ability to keep the audience's attention with stories and things that are going on and insightful ideas about, different things, that they can keep things more exciting than just watching somebody play a video game, because then you're dependent on the video game. You're not dependent on yourself bringing the value. You could play the worst game in the world, but if you are entertaining, then people still want to enjoy experiencing the terrible game with you, right? And so I think what's happened with video games, to take that example, is that people played video games growing up, then they made a whole like schooling system and a curriculum around what you need to know to get in there. And this is partially why we might be, if we're going to take it at face value, the man-jaw Unreal Engine metahuman creator, that we've pipelined people into a realm where what previously it was is that you were an actual physical sculptor and you built models and fabricated them with your hands in reality. And then that got translated to doing it as a 3D wireframe mesh, right? But nowadays you go to school and you learn how to build a model and you never understood the form. You just understand pixel pushing and moving stuff around, but you don't understand the form of what makes the model good, what makes the technical decision to make the proportions the way that you did. You know what I mean? Like, so naturally any industry progressively gets worse over time because you flood it with people with sort of like a blind ambition, right, to want to be a part of it, but without actually contributing something to it. Whereas, for example, like I was saying before, when it came to movies, it's like you have these people who come from these really weird, diverse backgrounds with all these weird skills that come together and work on Star Wars. And you've got your people who, built miniatures, and then you got them building the fucking Death Star or Star Destroyers and shit. And then you got these other people whose skill was in, pyrotechnics and whatnot, and you get them to blow shit up. And you got the other people who have the mathematical knowledge to understand how much you have to overcrank the camera or undercrank the camera in order to get things to look like they're happening at scale. And you have to use the math in order to make things not look like you're shooting a miniature in order to get it. It's extremely complex and technical. And the ability for people to come together and do this requires, like almost like a serendipitous, like perfect storm of the right people getting together and communicating and creating, right? And that's just something that I think gets lost once you systematize it and try to keep the trend going. Oh, games are fun, therefore I want to make games, therefore, down the line, it just doesn't work that way. You lose the magic in the process because you try to systematize it. Right. And that's why we have Assassin's Creed start, and you got a really great idea. Maybe you can build off of it for a while, but then you get fixated on the wrong things and you get your leftist group thing coming in here and say, oh, we need more diversity. We need this. And then the people who came in and brought raw talent get forced out in favor of people who bring nothing but a skin color or, sexual preference. You know what I mean? And I think that that's ultimately where things go. And the same is true with voice acting. You hear dubs when you're growing up and you're like, oh, I kind of like this. This is really cool. And then you find out and you hear, what happened and how these people got into the industry. And to your point, Greenland, there's also an aspect of once upon a time, if you wanted to go to Hollywood, there was an understanding that it's actually really hard.
Yeah.
And you need to get your big break. And you have to be bold. Fucking, was it Timothy Dalton auditioned for James Bond? The dude wasn't even an actor. He just fucking kicked in the door and wowed the shit out of the people. He fully lied. Fucking Hugh Laurie, when he auditioned for the role of House, they flat out forbade any British actors. They in their mind, the closed-minded showrunners believed that a British actor could not bring the energy they needed that character to have. Hugh Laurie lies, says that he's not British, gives a perfect American accent and nails the role, gets it, and then starts speaking to them with his real voice after he's already safely, well into recording the show, and their fucking jaws hit the floor. You know what I mean? It takes guts. It used to take. But
I was like, I think I saw a post like, there's like, yeah, this is the voice I want. Like, this is an American actor. Like, when they were doing that. I think I remember seeing a post like that.
Yeah. And so the idea is that it used to take actual hard work, and there was an understanding that very few people make it in music, in movies, in any sort of field. And now we've got this entitlement of, like, I'm disabled and I deserve this role, and yes, I'm a hypocrite and a scab, and you shouldn't praise me, and I deserve the scorn. And like, where the fuck is this coming from? You know what I mean? Like, I just think that the entitlement has gotten to the point where people are praising and gleefully waiting for AI to ruin the careers of all these whining babies. Anyway. Being handsome helped a lot of those auditions, in all fairness. True. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. There's an X factor, right?
If you're going to be on camera, you got to be at least appealing.
Yeah, you have to. And again, I think that going back to Vic, it's like, that's some aspect of it. You know what I mean? Like, if you win the genetic lottery and you're also talented, you're a fucking tour de force.
Well, let's put looks aside. Even with just your voice, some people just aren't, I don't know, born with the ability to, I don't know, act convincingly and all this stuff.
Absolutely.
It's just like some people aren't cut out for some things.
Yeah. And it's true, Anyway, let's, you guys ready to move past this?
Yes, most indeed.
All right. The Parasite manga is returning to print with new covers and an updated translation.
That's a big fuck you to people who bought all the colored editions.
Right.
Is this new translation for modern audiences?
I don't know. Kodansha announced plans to bring
and the colored
Hitoshi...
editions. What if you got the Sentai exclusive cover edition, huh, Reese? How do you think I feel?
Kodansha announced plans to bring Hitoshi Iwaki's Parasite manga back to print in a new way. Following the previous release of color versions, new editions are planned that include Iwaki's original black and white art, as well as an updated translation, new covers, and new interior design.
God damn it, it's a feature that it has no color, guys.
Yeah, the full original series will be collected in 8 volumes starting this fall. The updated translation, lettering, and size mirror that of the Parasite full color collection. So you're saying
is kind of like the
literal only change is that we've got the new covers. Wow, thanks.
And new translations.
No, it says the updated translation, lettering, and size mirror that of the Parasite full color collection. So it's actually the same shit. It's just now you get the full color collection in black and white with a different cover. Great job.
This is like if Dragon Ball Z was like, here's the 16:9 crop, then it's like, oh, here's the full screen edition 4:3, and then they're saying, oh, we got the 16:9 definitive edition.
Yeah. Like, seriously, that's 100% what this is. Are you the biggest mega fan and will pay us for 8 volumes again? Get on board. Here it is. This one's in Pig Latin. All right. In Right Stuff. We got anything here?
Yes. Number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh, yeah. Cool. I guess all the anime is like now just a North American distributor in some capacity.
Yep. It's got an obnoxiously ugly spine.
At least it doesn't have the stupid age stop sign on it.
I agree. Like, that is a deal breaker. If the US started doing that, I'd just kill myself.
It? I believe this show in particular, Ilya Kuvshinov was a huge fan of the manga and constantly would make doodles of like that main chick or whatever. And I think he might have been able to contribute to this show. If that, I don't know, is if any interest to you, if you've never heard of this, that's a bit of context.
Well, I love the idea that Ilya Kushyanov, Russian artist, is not canceled for the being born with Russian skin, right?
Yeah. So this has an English dub that was
Skin.
on Crunchyroll.
Oh,
The Sing yesterday part. What?
I want Vlad Love, but I hate the stupid all the anime logo.
Did this get a dub? No dub.
No.
No.
So, for those of you who don't remember, this is from Mamoru Oshii.
Ah.
Mm.
Anyway, continuing, Pigtails.
Yeah, this is a
And other
collection.
short stories.
That's gotta be a cover, not final.
Yeah, better be.
Oh, Kickheart is going to be in it.
Yeah,
Little
it's-
Spider Girl, Drawer Hobbs, and Oval and Over.
What's with the UK age rating?
Uh-oh.
Did you miss the part
It's
where
a
Fernando
UK
says
distributor, and
cover
this
not
is probably
final?
their.
Cover not final?
This is like a pro. They've had this released for years in the UK, so this was probably like I
Whoa,
don't know,
whoa,
cover
whoa,
they
whoa,
dug
whoa,
up.
whoa, whoa,
for now.
whoa. Pigtails and other short stories from Production IG. Masaki Yuasa
Ooh,
directed
double
Kickheart
whammy.
at Production IG?
Let's find out.
Production IG did that? I don't fucking think so.
Kickheart. Anime list or Miami. Damn, Miami list says production IG.
Fuck.
You were wrong, sir.
That is some goddamn range at Production IG. When I think of Production IG, I think of of Standalone Complex. I think of like maybe did Sword of the Stranger, was that Production IG?
That was Bones.
I felt like that
No, I
could
think that
have
was Madhouse.
artistically wise. It felt like that could have been
No,
sort of their
that was
style.
Bones.
Yeah, as like the top tier.
Yeah.
It's
Production
not, I
ID
get that.
IG did Sengoku Basara.
Yeah. They just have an art style that to me is as identifiable as Gonzo. Right? In terms of like just sort of like there's like their vehicles will definitely be CGI 100%. Like that is a given. You know?
Wow.
Kickheart
That's
is
exactly
like
like Gonzo though.
Kickheart is pretty spectacular art wise. Just saying, like it's a.
So what I find
Are you saying Production ID did? Oh fuck! I had it in my head. I just lost it. Initial D.
Moribito is another thing that makes
No,
me
Initial
think
D.
of.
I think they did do Initial D actually.
Oh,
Or am I wrong?
Anyway.
Let's see. Initial D. Probably.
AC did
Uh,
did they do
D.
Initial D?
I don't know.
Fuji
sounds like-
Fuji TV.
I don't think
Obi
they did,
planning. No. Oh no.
Well, you lied to me.
Studio Pastel.
Yeah.
You said that if it had CG cars, it
No.
was them.
No, I said
Oh,
if it is them, the
See-
vehicles will be CG.
Season 1 was Gallop and Studio Comet.
Okay.
Studio Pastel did season 2.
Anyway, Tokyo Marble
Hold on,
Chocolate.
Go back. I always had something.
Oh, that's a donkey in a diaper biting the ass of a girl. Wow.
Go back. I had something to say.
Okay.
What I find interesting about this is G Kids also released Kickart in that Masaka Yuasa 5 film set. So, like, who has the actual
I mean, this is
license
basically
to
their way of
Kickart?
saying if you're a peasant.
What's really funny is
Oh.
that I have Kickheart as well, but I have the Kickstarter version of it. I don't like the individual released one.
Like, it's like, is a license just being passed around like a hot potato?
I don't know.
Maybe because it's like an extra, you don't
Yeah.
really have it locked in.
Why is this happening? What
Because
is
the donkey's me. I'm trying to eat her ass.
Oh.
That dogs need some tail too, you know.
It's getting revenge for the
Donkey?
pin the tail on the donkey situation.
Yeah.
True.
Okay, let's get past this. I got
Does it have a dub?
Armor shop for ladies
will
and
never
gentlemen. Wow. Yes. Give me. Look at this.
What the? I thought the cloud was a pair of panties. The cloud
Is this
was
like?
above?
Is this like I opened a lingerie shop in another world? Like,
Yeah, but
look
when
at
you're
the panties in the clouds.
when you're
That's a bird.
That's panties. You can't
when your
convince
Blu-ray
me
cover
otherwise.
looks like it's made by CG, it's not boding well for your anime.
It did get a dub, so that probably might be also a tell.
One Blu-ray for seasons 1 and 2 and OVAs.
I think that's a misprint for sure.
Only in Japanese.
Are you sure? What's the runtime? They must be like minute-long
Main
episodes. If
feature
it's
runtime
177 minutes.
177.
Oh wow, yeah, I guess.
Fucking gosh. You couldn't dub that? It's so short. What's wrong with you? All right, Ichu. No thanks.
Eat you out. Oh.
They haven't even tried on these this template here. Like, feels very off. Anyway, ABCIE working diary. Wow. God, these are gonna fly off.
I'm
the
just
shelves
wondering
for
what
sure. Like,
that's what I was going to
people
say.
really
What
want this.
possessed them to decide this is what we're going to break out our first like wave
Yeah.
of stuff?
No, I thought
I'm
for
not
sure
sure.
the next thing was gonna be Zip, Shimezo, and Genbanojo. Like,
You don't have this on pre-order yet?
no, $15. I'd be stupid not to get it, right?
I mean, it just got listed like yesterday.
You know what I do have on pre-order?
If he was a big fan, he'd have it on pre-order.
You know what I have on pre-order is boing, big blue.
Whoa.
All right, so Media Blasters has a reversible cover exclusive on their website that has
Yeah.
also a
Oh my
slip
god,
cover.
that's so
I probably should have
stupid.
spelled it out.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, they've had
easy
the
there,
reversible
buddy.
covers for the last couple releases, actually.
The standard one doesn't.
I thought you said it was going to be like an exclusive slip. Case
Yeah,
or
where's the
whatever.
slip cover?
Vert
I bet
cover?
you it's going to have one.
Guess who was wrong?
Yeah.
Back off the mic, Reese.
Now here we go though. Amazing Nurse Nanako, MB storefront exclusive bundle, which is not the same thing. But this comes with the image that was already available when Genion released it in the Bailey box. Wow. Right? Plus this image nobody wanted, this image nobody wanted, and a fucking shirt. Guess how much you can get? This standard sized, hopefully, box set of this. What is it? 6-episode show? Yeah, $99.99 for that. For that small price, you get this D tier etchy with an enamel pin, a T-shirt. You get to choose the size of
I
a
would hope
poster
so.
that's double-sided. Guess what the poster is going to be? This and this. You didn't want it anyway. Also, an art booklet, a music CD, maybe possible, not yet approved, right? And maybe even special items specific to the title to be announced. Wow!
Is
The
there a
release will
standard
be
version?
in a slipcase with different artwork on the outside and inside. This will be delivered in a box, and you can choose your size of T-shirt.
Who cares about the? I hope they don't mean that there's artwork on the inside of the slipcase. Because that would be the stupidest
I hope
fucking
that's not
thing in the world.
They're talking about how when you slide this off, it's the lingerie version underneath.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a standard
I hope
version?
the standard edition is like their other ones that has like a limited first print slipcover.
I don't think there's a standard edition. They acquired the rights to this
It's
from.
going to come later. They didn't license it and
No.
author it to not sell it to mass market.
We'll see. The thing I find funny about this, I was talking to Randy about it, is that Media Blasters has finally learned how to get out of insolvency, and that's by capitalizing on the collectors who will unfortunately pay $100 to own nonsense that they already have in their collection because you slapped it on Blu-ray, even though you author it poorly, and it's probably an upscale, but just simply because you offered it and it's at this price point, even though it's not worth it, everybody's going to go out and buy it. And it's an MB storefront exclusive. That's how they get you. You know? All right. Now, in other news, if you guys like to support us, stealthweave.com. Probably still doesn't work, but maybe Chat Operator will finally be able to fix it if I go back with that now that Chat 4 is. Also, I don't have any new things here, but this newfound incredible AI. All right, so you guys remember what is a woman?
Yes.
Yeah.
The movie.
The documentary by Matt Walsh. You remember when we joked about what is an Angelwoman?
Good times.
Remember
Yes.
that? Yeah.
I do.
So I did a poorly.
I have an
originally-
encyclopedic memory of everything we do on the show.
Originally, I was trying to do this with. This was literally the first thing I did with Stable Diffusion. Actually, that I actually like physically tried to do was I took an image of Matt Walsh and I photoshopped crudely Ty from Digimon's hair so that I could try to get it to give me Matt Walsh with Ty's hair and goggles, right? And I struggled a lot with that from Stable Diffusion. I fed the original poster of What is a Woman and that photoshopped image I did to ChatGPT and told it I wanted to make a parody image for What is an Angelwoman. Motherfuckers. Perfect. Mwah. It even did the logo and it spelled correctly. Can you goddamn believe that shit? Holy fuck. Like, that's unbelievable.
Oh, no.
Now, the other problem is I have to figure out some better, because that's literally what it says. One man's journey to answer the question of a generation. I'm trying to figure out what I could change that to, right? And then the original logo is pretty close to this. I actually like the one that they came up with better, with the question mark on top and the, female symbol bottom, right? I thought maybe, and I'm just here to get, feedback from the audience here. I thought maybe we could do like Digimon symbols, like data and vaccine or something. I don't know. I just wasn't sure yet. Like, I haven't decided. I think this looks great already. I would put this on a shirt today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I just want to run that past you guys. Now, I struggled much harder with this next one. And it's not quite perfect yet. But do you guys remember the banana who leapt through time?
My favorite movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? When I asked ChatGPT to help me make this, it even put the Japanese title with the word, those last 3 characters on it, banana. So it actually changed that as well. I was like, yes! Freaking wonderful. So this one I'm pretty pleased with. There's a couple of areas I think could be tweaked and improved, including with the duffel bag just a little bit, but that's almost ready for print. So if you guys like these and you remember other meme ideas we've had that have yet to become merch, motherfuckers, we can do it now. Like, it's time.
We have the technology.
It's time for you to hand us money in exchange for merch.
Donate to the Patreon.
Yeah.
Get ready to open your wallet.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, so moving into random merch here. Instant cozy anime cosplay can be yours with new Ranma 1/2 roomwear sets. Are they jammies?
Green line, are you buying
Well,
these?
Ryoga doesn't turn into a woman.
Yeah. They're not even fans. Oh, those are the male ones. Those look hideous.
Yeah, but at least the Ranma 1/2 one makes sense that it's unisex or whatever.
Right, that's true.
The Ranma one should come with like little blow up breasts.
Yes, posable
Yeah.
boobs. Okay.
So like a little straw by the chest, so you could by the neck collar, so you could just like blow into it and like puff them up.
Yeah.
One at a time.
Sure.
A new Japanese maid cafe has a strict age limit for maids. No one under 65. Shangri-La is attracting customers both older and younger. Remember when I said earlier, I want to read the story about the pervert who's upskirting grandmas? Maybe. The podcast magic has retroactively worked, and this is what that's going to be. Shangri-La is attracting customers both older and younger than its senior citizen maids. It has been less than a year since Maid Cafe Shangri-La opened, but it's already made a name for itself as one of the most unique maid cafes in Japan. Even more impressively, Shangri-La managed to achieve its fame while operating far away from the otaku mecca of Tokyo's Akihabara district, as it's located in the comparatively quiet town of Kiryu in Gunma Prefecture. Why is Shangri-La attracting attention? Because of its strict age limit for its maids. It's no secret that a major draw of maid cafes is the opportunity to talk with cute waitresses dressed in frilly outfits. And so most cafes tend to focus on hiring younger staff. At Shangri-La, though, management dictate an official age limit that all of its maids must be at least 65 years old. To reiterate, that's the minimum age required to work at Shangri-La, meaning that its maids who are 65 are actually the youngest members of the wait staff. On the first day the cafe was open for businesses here, there were 7 maids on duty ranging in age from 65 to 72. Shangri-La has opened in July of last year and is the brainchild of local NPO Kids Valley. What the fuck is that name when you got Kids Valley is going to open a place with no kids. An organization that creates community places for both children and seniors to gather in. Weird combo. Operating out of an empty storefront in a building near Kiryu Station, the cafe serves bento box lunches with onigiri rice balls and simmered dishes, and also offers an all-you-can-drink soft drink bar. In keeping with maid cafe industry standards, when the maids serve customers, they make little heart shapes with their hands and chant incantations such as "Moe Moe Kyun, become more delicious." To enhance
that
the
was probably
flavor.
the Alchemy Maid Wars OP.
That was right. Oh. The maids also pose for photos with customers, and to celebrate the start of the new year, one of them, who also works as an after-school program instructor, gave a brief calligraphy lesson so that visitors to the cafe could do their first brushstroke writing of the year. The cafe is only open once a month on the first Saturday from 8 a.m. to noon. Seems about right. Nevertheless,
Are the bros going to stroke it with some grannies?
Nevertheless, it's been attracting crowds of about 40 customers each day, mainly locals, but recently including young adults from as far away as Tokyo and Osaka. It's proving to be a unique meeting point for people from different age groups, with one 65-year-old maid saying, "I learn a lot talking with customers who are older than me." The 65-year-old maid says this. "And it makes me feel happy and young again when young female customers say I'm cute." And an 85-year-old man from the town of Midori, Gunma, who came to eat at the cafe, remarking, "It was nice to talk to a maid who's young enough to be my daughter and to do calligraphy." Oh, God. Shinigama's next open day will be February 1st. All right, there you go. Now, this is a continuation from something we talked about. Was that last podcast? I guess it was. About you had said it was an MRI machine, but you later corrected yourself and saying it might have just been an X-ray or something like that. So it's your company using X-rays to identify foil cards and sealed Pokemon the card game products, and interview with industrial inspection. Over the past month, 3 separate videos have surfaced demonstrating that X-rays can identify foil cards inside sealed TCG products. TCG seems like such a weird thing. The card game, right? That's what that stands for?
Trading card
game. Either way. This has caused quite a panic in the collecting sphere. This method was not known to collectors or even industry experts, although some fans have joked about the possibility for decades. On June 26th, a Michigan company named Industrial Inspection published a case study showing how their CT machine can identify foil cards inside Pokemon products. The company uses CT scans to ensure automotive, aerospace, and medical equipment meet a manufacturer's standards. Okay, is that like the pack? So yeah, you can see. I can't quite, I mean, obviously it's Hypno, like obviously, but I'm just noticing I can't quite make out the word Hypno at all. Like I can clearly see this, but I see that because of the foil, right? The only
That's
reason
what it's picking up on, right?
Yeah, is the foil.
Yeah, it's
so
picking up on the foil.
So it's showing
you
you
can't pick up the ink.
Right. So it's showing, if you know what the card would look like already, right? Which internet would make that pretty easy. You could theoretically know what you're going to get a foil of, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Quote, "We had no intention of using our technology to disrupt the Pokemon space," said the company's metrology manager, Brad Kay, in an interview with Pokey Beach. "Our company specializes in ultra high accuracy quality control. Our primary focus is automotive and aerospace. We use X-rays and CT scans to inspect parts without destroying them. We just wanted to scan some Pokemon cards to demonstrate the accuracy of our equipment. X-rays are good at seeing different densities. We had this idea of using a Pokemon card to prove we could differentiate between its different materials, such as the card's razor-thin foil layer. CT scans are large multi-million-dollar machines used in hospitals to see the insides of a body." Wow! "X-ray beams are aimed at a patient and quickly rotated around their body, producing signals that are turned into cross-sectional images or slices." I never realized the CT scan was just an X-ray. Industrial inspection machines work a little differently. Instead of the X-ray revolving around the object, the source is static and the subject rotates. Okay. So they move the machine. Instead of moving the whole machine around the person, they would move the person if it was a person, right? Thus, a CT scan can easily identify the foil layer of the Pokemon card inside a product. That's not a Pokemon. Digitally peeking inside of packs of Pokemon cards without opening the pack. So this is Nidoking, maybe?
Yep.
Still got it. Gyarados.
Who's that Pokemon? Matt.
Is that Lickitung?
Lickitung, yeah.
Oh, God, I'm good. Following industrial inspection study, another video. A good thing they were from the original 150. I know.
I don't know. I don't know if that's Lickitung.
We'll find out. Following industrial inspection study, another video surfaced.
Neo Queen.
The first one is Nidoking. Yeah.
He's so delayed. Following industrial inspection study, another video surfaced on July 16th from Aaron Wayne, an engineer who works in the X-ray field. Over the last year, he rebuilt a 30-year-old CT scanner for $1,500 and used it to identify foil cards inside Pokemon packs. Wayne revealed his project after industrial inspection posted their case study. I was on the fence about whether or not to keep this secret. The immediate instinct many people have, along with whether this works for scratch-off lottery tickets, no, is to buy packs, look inside, and keep just the good ones. This is really icky and part of what inspired me to apply for a patent and then keep it secret while I figured out what to do. Wayne's video reached nearly 90,000 views, bringing awareness of CT scans to the collecting sphere. Now, Pandora's box has been opened, or rather scanned. Collectors now know you can scan trading card game products without opening them. The Meowth is out of the bag. Over the last month, hobbyists have been debating how CT scanners may disrupt the collectibles industry. Others are suggesting a CT scanning service could be used to authenticate booster boxes to avoid another G.I. Joe situation. What does that mean? Fake products have been on the rise in recent years, especially for vintage products. Oh, G.I. Joe's inside of the Pokemon packs?
Yeah, I guess they filled them with G.I. Joe cards.
Is that, what's his name? Logan Paul?
One of them, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Logan Paul's reaction, yeah. This isn't something we were trying to kill a market with, Brad Kay explained. The idea of collecting cards is the excitement of opening a pack and getting a card because it's rare. Using a CT scanner is very disruptive to that. But if this is something our company stumbled upon without even trying, how many others have been doing this in secret? Indeed.
I just every day I'm so thankful that I did not get into Pokemon card
Seriously, right? Like this is just like the worst hobby to have at this point. Indeed, a video posted to Instagram on June 24th demonstrates this. A CT scan peers inside 27,000 cases of basketball cards produced by Panini, a sports trading card company. The user is able to identify an NBA Logo Man card inside. A type of sports card worth 6 to 7 figures because it literally features pieces of a player's jersey. Oh. The user, who is not a native English speaker, captioned their video with a foreboding message. Since Panini's NBA license is about to expire, I hereby disclose a secret in the sealed product industry so that consumers can see how to unbox without damaging through CT scans. Unscrupulous merchants are looking for Logo Man cards without loss. It's unclear how widespread the use of CT scans may be for trading card game products. There are YouTube videos dating back to at least a year demonstrating the technique. To this end, Industrial Inspection has announced they are now offering a CT scanning service for trading card game products. We pivoted our standpoint from, hey, this is pretty cool, but we don't want to mess with it, to we should play the role of making this accessible to all people who to level the playing field. To we're going to make money off of this the legit way by getting people scared and having them pay us, right? The company will charge $75 to scan a booster pack. Fuck you. We decided to make this accessible to all people. They also plans to offer booster box scanning in the future. This price tag would obviously limit usage to vintage products, which can easily cost hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, basically, like at that price, it only would make sense maybe for, I don't even know if it would make sense for a base set. Like the base set cards, if you get a holo, it would pay for it, right? Especially if it was a first edition base set and you got a holo, it would most likely pay for that scan. But you gotta think of like the hits. I guess you could also combine that with weighing packs. because the base set was susceptible to weighing. So if you weighed the pack, you knew it was a holo, and you only scanned the holo card packs, it might be worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could go find your Charizard and open that one pack and then sell the rest. But now people know that you can do this, so those sold packs.
I mean,
would
I
be
just
worth
I
less.
think that the value of all these things is about to dramatically drop. You know, because it's not worth it anymore. The industry has so much uncertainty now. It just doesn't seem like a valuable prospect to even approach anymore.
Well, it's more specifically going to be the sealed, like booster, or sorry, loose packs you find.
Yeah, yeah.
If it's a sealed booster box.
Well, I mean, no, they said that there's going to be. They can scan the booster box as well, and they're
saying soon they're gonna offer that as well.
Well, yeah, so they can do it.
Well, the
but
point
they
is
will
that
soon
your
offer it as
booster
a
box
service.
isn't gonna instantly be like, oh, it's rigged. But I mean, who knows? Maybe.
I mean,
well,
guess
it could
the way
be.
it's
They're gonna
marketed
find out if
is-
it's a GI Joe.
Well, one, yeah. So you can scan it and know that it's not a fake booster box, and two, you can scan it, and if they can have, which it kind of implied, that it can have per card registration on the whole box, like through all the packs. You go through and you're like, okay, well, I know this booster box has a Charizard in it. Like, it's the same as scanning the cards. You're figuring out what's in the box.
So when asked how trading card game companies can defeat a CT scanner, Brad K shared there are methodologies that could be implemented in future products. When you're out in the sun, you get a sunburn. If a pack has received X-ray radiation, manufacturers could employ certain techniques to reveal a mark. As of posting, industrial inspection has not been contacted by any card manufacturers, including Pokemon Company International. In the past, it was fairly easy to weigh a booster pack to determine if it contained a heavier foil card. The Pokemon Company International began countering this practice a few years ago by making the code cards in these packs weigh less, thus equalizing the weight of all packs. If CT scanning becomes a noticeable problem, there's no doubt the Pokemon Company International will take action. So in addition to this, you shared with me that apparently you can use a wire finder. We're going to look at this too.
This one, no hit. This one is supposed to be a hit. The device.
Is this a cap? Or am I gonna have to get slapped? Okay, let's turn this on and let's see if it will beep. There has to be a hit, so let's find out. Let's see what we got. Okay, come on, get something really good. Here we go. Come on. Okay, that's a reverse. Next should be the hit. 3, 2, 1. That's a cap.
Oh, well, I didn't see the rest of that video. I don't know.
I don't even know what I just saw. What did he pull that he was like, oh, that's nothing?
There was a reverse hollow in there. The video I saw, which I thought was the one I was linking, was the video at the beginning that he was stitching.
Yeah.
So and what they said specifically, which I don't know about that other guy, the second guy, I don't know what he did. But what they said specifically with the other guy was you had to like lower the sensitivity. So I don't know if it's true. I just saw the video. It looked like it was the guy did it, and so it's something to be aware of anyway.
The thing that like bothers me is that I'm pretty sure when I was growing up, every pack had one foil, right? Holographic?
No, that is not true.
A reverse?
No, just a regular.
In the modern packs, they I think most sets will guarantee a reverse hollow.
What is a reverse hollow?
I don't know how that
That's
works.
when
Are you
the
thinking
rest
of
the
like
card is holographic instead of the picture of the Pokemon?
Yeah, it's when everywhere outside of the card art is hollow.
That sounds stupid.
And normally a card that is hollow is there's different types of cards. There's what are called full art cards, and there are full art hollow cards. Most of them are hollow if they're full art, but there were some that were kind of full art that weren't hollow. Anyway, most of the normal hollows that aren't full art have the hollow thing, shiny part on the little bordered card art, right? Like you remember. Base set, like they never had reverse hollows until Legendary set, which was like
so you're
2 years
telling
later.
me that this Charizard from way back in the day.
Well, that's technically a remake, but yeah.
Okay, well, the one from way back in the day, right? The first year that Pokemon cards were being released, that those packs didn't always have a holographic in it?
Correct. They always had a star. So there's different rarities of the cards, right? There was circle for
That's
common.
what I was gonna say. Maybe you're
the
thinking
diamond
of rare
for
in every pack.
rare. Oh, sorry, diamond for uncommon, and then a star for rare. And they always had a star rare card.
Okay,
But that
maybe
rare
that's what I'm
card wouldn't
thinking.
always be a hollow.
Okay. I can't remember if the Charizard I have is holographic now or not.
All of the Charizards were, well, in base set anyway, were holographic.
Oh, then it must be. Anyway, interesting. I'm going to take a leak. You guys want to catch up on this chat real quick?
Sure.
I'll be right back.
The thing about Magic that's nice is I guess I'm pretty sure the beta and alpha and stuff, they didn't have hollows until quite a few sets later. So those ones are fine from, I guess, finding metallic particles or whatever. I don't know if you can use a CT scan to see like the shape of their ink and stuff.
No, it doesn't look like it. It's specifically the hollow part that's seeming.
Now,
from
Magic
what
has
I
a different
saw.
problem where I think if I'm correct, the alpha packs and beta have like a white stripe on the top and the bottom, which people like to push the cards individually up to, check the name and stuff. And then some people also like reseal, but then again, that's for
I
what?
can't believe I just heard that.
Just heard what?
Go ahead, continue. Yeah, you can lift something to the to reveal the name.
Yeah, they push up the cards, and then they can see the name. And then if a Black Lotus appears, then there you go. But you can tell if a pack's been tampered with, so they have to be careful. Otherwise, they have their resealing thing, which every card game probably has, I assume.
Yeah,
So
and I
that's
mean,
the
even
struggle of the
so.
alpha packs.
So in that video where he was doing the metal scan, the wire scanner thing, when he scanned the second pack, like if he had the sensitivity so that it's picking up the foil in the actual package, then it's going to go off, and there's not going to be a hollow in it. So the whole point was like you were supposed to lower it. I don't know if that would even work, but if it does work, there's a simple workaround, and that's the code card that's already being used to offset the weight. Just add some metal in there, and then also on that code card that's already in there, throw in. Well, actually, no. You'd probably want the X-ray mark thing that other guy was talking about to be on the outside, so you could tell if it was X-rayed. However,
I remember
the one problem, just quickly, the one problem with doing that X-ray thing is if you like fly with your Pokemon cards through the like airport, they might X-ray your cards, and then it would reveal that mark and then ruin the value of your cards because people will think that you scanned it, right?
Well, I mean, they might even X-ray like cargo, like in terms of like just stuff getting shipped from Japan or where, you know what I mean?
Possibly.
That could be a problem too. And then because that would be a problem because all of a sudden you'd be like, oh, you can't X-ray this because it'll devalue the product, and we need it to get to the stores, and then that's precisely the excuse we use to
Every
start
drug
smuggling
dealer says
cocaine
that.
in. You know, like
Yeah.
well,
So
that's all. You know.
we've just been further talking about the card, so we didn't go through comments.
Okay, I got him right here. Jordan Avant says, "Wow, awesome, man." Gushing over Magical Girls didn't get a dub either, Reese. That could also be a good sign. Oh. Amazing Nurse Nanako was not good. Agree. Pointy boobs.
I didn't realize it was 6 episodes until you said that just now. Like, why is it so big?
I was guessing. It's pretty small, right? Like, I think it was on 3
It's 4
DVDs.
DVDs wide or something.
In the Genio one?
Yeah.
It might be 12 episodes. I'm pretty sure it's only 6, though. Did you look it up just now?
I looked it up on Wikipedia and double checked. It said 6. Maybe there's a
6, right?
season
That's what I
2.
thought. Yeah. I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure it's pretty short. I think it's 3 DVDs wide for the Bailey box.
Maybe they're like hour-long episodes. I don't know.
No, I don't remember actually. I mean, it's not like a bad show, but it's a show you should spend $15 on. You know what I mean? Like, will the GTA price hike spill over to anime considering the $99.99 USD price tag of Amazing Nurse?
Oh, no.
No. I think Media Blasters is just they're seeing what they can get away with. And look, I pre-ordered the shit. Like, I mean, just saying, like, it's gonna work. Matt Wash will call.
You got the T-shirt?
Yeah. Look, if they sell a version of it that doesn't come with the enamel pin and stuff, but otherwise is exactly the same, fuck yeah, I'll cancel the pre-order and get that instead. Matt Walsh will call, what is an Angelwoman demonic? Yep. So when not making humans, AI is pretty good. Oh, for like the bananas? There are so many OCA concepts I can't remember it. Don't worry, I wrote down most of them. When I rewatch the podcast, I screenshot them and write merch on my phone. Ranma has a new legion of fans from 2024 remake, right? Not a bad thing, mind you. Following the manga pretty faithful. Oh, except for all the nudity. Since Hooters is going bankrupt, maybe they can take some pointers from anime. Opais. I don't really care about the 65 age if the maids are friendly and the food is good. It's basically a standard restaurant. The only complaint I have is I would rather them not do the cute.
Damn.
I mean, I think the biggest problem is their closing time being noon.
I thought that was so funny. It's like old people go to bed at like 5 p.m. kind of thing. Like,
it's time for grandma's nap.
Time for grandma's nap. Yeah, exactly. I thought the package were foiled themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, so the package I don't think would affect the CT scan. It might affect that wire thing if it's true. But like I said, there was something about you had to dial in the sensitivity.
Yeah, I'll be honest. That guy who was stitching sounded so freaking unconvincing. Like about his whole shtick. It just seemed,
and he was using a different
complete. Yeah, it seemed to me like he's like,
it might be fake, but he's the most uncredible person to tell us that.
It seemed to me like the way he was doing it, he was like, I'm gonna use this, but I'm gonna convince everybody else it doesn't work. You know, like CT scanners are expensive, but I suppose you can get an older one at a scrapyard. Plus, with the right to repair it, it might be easier to find schematics to repair. You know, I don't know. I think it would be very hard to get your hands on one. It could probably happen at like a foreclosure auction or something, maybe. But even still, it's like you still got to get to the booster pack. You know, what are you going to do? Like just sell it and hope some sap thinks it's going to have a Charizard or something? It works for scratch-offs because you can't really sell them. It doesn't work for scratch-offs, though.
The scratch-offs, the code is ink. So that's why it doesn't work for scratch-offs.
Yeah. Because you might be able to see through the thing, but all you're seeing is just like where you couldn't see the word hypno when we were looking at it before, yeah.
Oh, yeah, something I forgot about Pokemon cards is they had this era where it's like the code card depending on the color is depending on if you get a hit or not. So it's like if it's the green one, then you lose. If you get a white one,
That's
then
still
that
the
means,
case,
ooh, I
yeah.
got a holo.
Yeah, that's still the case. Oh, but like you've opened the pack
Still,
by then,
oh.
so
Mhm.
it's not like it's revealing anything.
Is
it's
it
just-
because the white ones are weighted like lighter?
Yeah.
So it
Yeah,
plays
they
the
were
same?
the two different colors were weighted differently for the packs.
Okay.
So cool. She says patents literally make your product public record. I think the best.
Well, they're not offering a patent either. They're offering or they just defined a process.
Well, the funny thing about this is that.
Although I don't know how they would own that patent, but
I think the funny thing about this is that the companies that manufacture CT scanners might see a market for a mass-produced small one that they could manufacture, that would sell for like $3,000 or something like that. And it doesn't have to be as precise as the ones that they use for the purpose of industrial, like measuring to make sure there's no like hairline fractures in the automobile part or whatever. You know what I mean? It
If that
only needs to
happened,
be able,
could
know
you
what I mean? Like-
imagine if they had on your eBay listings, everyone had to start doing as a standard, like posting the scan results because everyone has a
Mhm.
scanner now, and then you match the scan results when you receive it.
Yeah. Why would a normal person need a scanner? I would keep dud packs and
and
swap
Pokemon
them out with
cards.
rares. Yeah. Let's say a normal person scanned a pack and has a rare on. Not what would be the next step. Now what would be the next?
Well, if it has a rare that you want, you open it and you
and
sell that
it.
rare.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, and you just have a rare and it's not worth opening, because it's not a very expensive rare, then you would turn around and sell that pack to someone, what's it called? A mark. There's another word for a mark, but like a person who's going to get scammed by selling your package to them at a higher price than what they would, because they think, oh yeah, this could be a Charizard, and you're like, well, I already scanned it, it's not a Charizard, but you can think it's a Charizard and pay me $300 for a base pack.
Fun Gun says, and that's a cap, which means I know something and speak cool words. Catching up with the chat, the sun will also trigger the mark. TCG arms race has begun. Yeah.
I mean, the sun does put out X-rays, but it would have to be out in the sun for a very, very long time.
Yeah, pretty much. The only reason to scan is to scam. Yeah.
Well, no, that's not true.
No, I mean it kind of is, because like if you buy all the packs,
if you were upfront,
it's to verify your purchase.
No, because if you buy all the packs and you scan them all, you now know, hey, I'm going to get a Charizard when I open this one. That's great. But unless you're planning, to not sell all the ones you bought, then you would have just opened them and found out.
If you're upfront with what they are, here's a scan, here's every card in the pack. I'm selling this pack unopened. Then everyone knows what the pack is, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
And it's your choice to buy it.
Yeah, I
if
suppose
you want the pack unopened.
I suppose you could buy the pack knowing that I don't know though, because you could just sell the fucking card though.
Well, I mean, sometimes the unopened pack is worth more. Although, again,
the only reason you'd want to do that is for like social media influencers who do that stupid shit where he's like, and you want to like fake that you didn't know you were going to get the thing, but you actually did, and you were going to act like a dumbass on camera about it.
Well, I mean, some people want sealed, like some people collect sealed packs, right? So
yeah, what's
if
the
you had a pack
point of buying a sealed pack that has a Charizard or some shit in it, and then
like
keeping it sealed, and then what are you going to put like the fucking
no, obviously
ultrasound baby photo of the Charizard next to it. Like,
No, the person that has, yes, it would be weird for a person that scan it, find a Charizard, and say, "I'm never gonna open this. I know it's a Charizard. I'm good with that." Obviously, most, like 99% of people are gonna open that and sell the Charizard or get it graded or whatever and have the Charizard. But
that might
I'm
be a way
talking
to do it. Yeah, to
about
send the pack to the grading company saying there is a Charizard in here. I can
No. I'm saying open the.
No, but I'm just saying, like, that would be a way to maintain the pristine quality. Like, it came out of the pack in perfect condition. You better give me a fucking perfect grade.
That's not how it works.
Okay, whatever.
Because the different, like the printing quality, whether or not the card was, shifted a little bit while it's printed, like just because it came out of the pack fresh doesn't mean it's gonna be 10. But anyway,
it would be a greater likelihood that it wouldn't get finger oils and shit on it.
Sure. But no, I think most people, if they scan it, they find the Charizard, they're going to open the Charizard and then send that Charizard to get graded. But the point would be, if you scan it and now I have a bunch of packs that I know are duds, I can sell these ones to the people that just want sealed packs.
Yeah.
They don't care what's in it because they're never going to open it. They're collecting it to have a sealed pack.
My favorite idea for this is that you get into the business of selling the packs once you know what's in them and like giving people like, hey, I scanned these, here are the cards, here's what's in them. And then it turns out that you've been buying a bunch of bootleg cards to begin with. So you're giving people these Charizard cards, but they were bootlegs the whole time.
That's the fucking point. Like, you would have to be careful because you could probably fake the cards enough to be like, so let's say you were like, okay,
turns out it's a G.I. Joe, but there's a foil in the shape of a Charizard.
Yeah, that's so I wouldn't do it for Charizard because for Charizard they're gonna open it and they're gonna figure it out, right? But if you did like a thing that you knew they're probably not gonna open it, like a Tauros or so, I don't know what the value of Tauros is, but like let's say the value of an unopened pack is $300 and the value of Tauros is $200. So you're like, okay, they're not gonna open the pack. They're gonna leave it sealed. But I'm going to tell them, look, it's a Tauros in there, and here's proof it's real. And then you go and you take it to them, and they're like, okay, this is real. It's got a Tauros in it. I see the Tauros. And then it's like, okay. But then when they open it, if they did open it, if they ever opened it, and they looked at it, they're all fake cards, and it's just a little foil of the Tauros. That would feel so bad. Because they could take it to the CT scanner and scan it themselves, too, and verify. Yeah. I don't even have to trust that guy's.
You've got yourself a deal.
Yeah, I see it myself. Nope.
Sucker. Yeah. Oh, man. All right. Let's jump into these last couple. Groundhog gets stuck after weaseling its way into a claw machine. If you want it fair and square, you think you could keep it? Would you want to?
It wouldn't want to be kept.
You bitch, I won you. This was a live game of a different kind. The claw machine in Pennsylvania got really wild thanks to a wily woodchuck. What? Are groundhogs and woodchucks the same thing? Are groundhogs and woodchucks the same thing?
I don't know.
Useless. Okay.
You have the computer. Just Google it.
You're my animal encyclopedia.
I don't want to be.
All right. Thanks to a wily woodchuck who weaseled his way inside, the rotund rodent did a poor job at blending in with the colorful stuffed animals inside the machine at the Meadows Family Fun mini golf course in Duncansville, prompting startled workers to call in an animal expert. The state's game commission said in a Facebook post Tuesday.
They're the same.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, he's so cute.
Photos showed the adventurous varmint peeking through the mound of soft toys and checking itself out in the machine's mirror. State game warden Salvatore Zaffuto unlocked the machine and helped the lost critter safely get out and back to nature where it belongs. The groundhog was not harmed. Well, thank God they included that. I'm so glad to know that he didn't get a broken neck on the way out. All right. Japanese city paints well-known prostitution street bright yellow. Adds fish art. The video is unfortunately gone here, but Osaka thinks it has a bright idea to combat Tachinbo. Osaka has a lot of famous attractions like Osaka Castle, the Dotonbori Canal area, and Universal Studios Japan. However, there's one part of the city that's been drawing crowds for a less wholesome reason than an interest in samurai history, a cyberpunk-esque scenery, or movie/video game magic. I'm sorry, Osaka has cyberpunk-esque scenery? This is news to me. I want to make a like cyberpunk edge runners, but all the characters talk like Hicks. That sounds hilarious, right? A street in cities a street in the city's Taiyu-Jincho neighborhood has become an open secret center for Tachinbo. Tachinbo comes from the word tachi, meaning stand. But Tachinbo,
a stand user?
Oh, it's an enemy stand user. But Tachinbo isn't just any standing around. It's standing around for the purpose of proposing prostitution. Prostitutes operating under the Tachinbo style will find a stretch of street to loiter on, often fiddling with their phones as though they're killing time while waiting for someone, which is technically true, since they're waiting to be approached by solicitors to negotiate the payment terms for sexual intercourse. Around 30.
Oh shucks, we've been foiled by our own logic. It's the simplest way to get off with prostitution. I'm waiting for someone.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for my future client
Yeah.
to break the law.
I'm waiting for my boyfriend to show up.
Yeah.
Do you know how to arrest me, cop?
Honestly, it's truly genius. That's almost as genius as just filming it and saying you are making a porno. Like, around 30 prostitution arrests have been made along the Taiyu.
They didn't know that I'm just waiting.
Yeah,
they didn't know that trick.
They didn't know it was that easy. See, because in America, they come to you, right? You pull over and they come up to the window and ask you what you want. But in Japan, you go up to them and say, "Hey, could you put down your phone for a second? Because I want to stick it in you." A street in the city's Taiyu-Jincho neighborhood has become an open secret center for Tachinbo. I already read that part. Sorry. Around 30 prostitution arrests have been made along the Taiyu-Jincho street this year. That's a drop in the bucket when close to a dozen women a night have been seen playing their Tachinbo trade there. Sorry, plying their Tachinbo trade there. But increasing arrest numbers is likely to be difficult, considering the plausible desirability that prostitutes and customers are just talking while on the street. Plausible desirability. That seems weird to say, like the plausible deniability, maybe. And that the actual exchange of money happens behind closed doors at nearby hourly rate love hotels. So Osaka is trying to prevent those just talking conversations from happening in the first place. And they're employing an unusual strategy, painting the Taiyu-Jincho Tachinbo street bright yellow. That's probably this yellow. The yellow painting was completed this week and is part of a larger effort to change. Everybody knows whores are allergic to yellow. Right? Their only weakness. And this is part. The yellow painting was completed this week and is part of a larger effort to change the visual atmosphere of the street, which also includes installing additional street lights for brighter illumination at night. Artwork has also been installed at intervals along the ground, depicting schools of fish and other aquatic life. I gotta see this. Wow. Honestly, I don't know what I expected, but I thought that was going to be like an LCD display of the fish swimming when I looked at the thumbnail. It is literally just a fucking mat they hammered down. One could possibly make the argument that the new paint job might have the effect of visually announcing, hey, here's the prostitution zone. But consciousness is actually the whole point. Rather than a nondescript strip of asphalt with pockets of shadow to stand and negotiate in, by making the entire street extremely conspicuous, the goal is to draw attention to anyone who's hanging out there for an extended period of time. Either prostitutes displaying themselves or potential clients perusing the night selection while they make their choice. Even the marine animal artwork is meant to have a subtle psychological effect, depicting them swimming forward to plant the idea of keep moving in people's minds.
Getting real deep with it.
Since the visual overhaul, local authorities say that Tachimbo sightings have become few and far between on the street. Literally, the next street over is all they are.
This is like every other day.
It's like, we have dropped the prostitution on this street to 0. Fuck yeah, we did it. Literally every other street goes up, right? Like, it's all in how you measure the metric. Since the visual overhaul, local authorities say that Tachimbo sightings have become few and far between on the street. Critics contest that this just means the prostitutes and their clients have found somewhere else to meet. But if the yellow makeover keeps them away from this street long term, we might see other urban neighborhoods take similar action. Wow. All right, I got one more. But I got to go eat something. I'm going to grab a banana. I'm starving right now.
He's gonna go grab a banana.
Okay, go ahead.
Then it's gonna leap through time. Weasel thought it was a groundhog. Nope. I don't know. It was supposed to be a groundhog. I could train a weasel to get the prize out of the machine. That would be difficult, I think. Well, maybe a weasel, but groundhog, I don't think you'd have it. Is prostitution illegal because there are no mosaics? If you could get a mosaic dildo, would it be legal?
All of a sudden, this talk of yellow streets and whores made me hungry for a banana.
Must have been the color rape yellow.
No way.
Yes, that is the actual name of a color. They paint everything yellow, and it's like, our prostitution rates have gone through the roof. We don't know why.
All right, I got the hex code.
You got the hex code for rape yellow.
For rape yellow. It's actually a nice yellow, too.
Oh. Does it stimulate your senses?
All right, do you see it? It's up here.
Where?
This is rape yellow. It's actually the color of the fucking street. That's amazing. All right.
Nothing like grunting while you're shoving a banana in your mouth. Jesus. Oh no, I deleted it. God damn it. Oh well. I made a timestamp. You'll hear it when I start freaking out. You just make a note of that timestamp when you're rewatching it.
The timestamp needs to be labeled what, my friend? AC demolishes a banana.
No, not it. It was earlier. It was like 10 minutes ago. Just put random 11 freak out. I mean, it should become apparent what I'm laughing at if you watch back the stream, but
I'll let you figure it out. Okay. Here we go. Oh, you couldn't see that.
Barely.
Oh, shoot.
I mean, we could see it, but it's
Yeah,
very...
but I was clicking on it and it was showing a much bigger thing here. It goes like this is where it ends.
Yeah, we cannot see that.
Yeah,
We
can't
just see a
that.
little tiny square.
Yeah, hold on. Here you go. This is what you should have seen. This color. This is rape yellow. It is the yellow from the street, I think, which is hilarious.
It is the yellow of rape, the official rape color.
The bananas and pajamas were a rape duo the whole time. ChatGPT, generate me the mugshot of the bananas and pajamas. I'm actually going to do it now.
Well, I forgot I made
an circumvent their filter by saying, "Can you make it a rape yellow jacket?"
Do the profiler image like you did for Chinese.
I can't generate a mugshot of the actual bananas and pajamas characters due to copyright restrictions, but I can create a fun parody version. Yeah, fucking go. Yeah, sure. Whatever. All right. Swinging an umbrella while walking has the same force as a piano, Tokyo government claims. This actually made my voice feel stronger. Spoke too soon. Watch where you're pointing that thing. When it rains, it pours in Japan. So you'd be hard pressed to find anyone not walking around with an umbrella when rain clouds gather. However, when the rain doesn't fall, these things can be a real pain to haul around due to their awkward, elongated shape. A lot of people find that holding them sideways is the least burdensome, but the Tokyo metropolitan government is warning against that for the sake of public safety. By sideways, they mean in such a way that the pointy end juts straight out behind or in front of the carrier. Note that this photo was taken in a controlled environment with no risk to the public. Oh no. No, this is not what I wanted from the bananas and pajamas. So I don't remember the bananas and pajamas. Fucking ChatGPT's like their copyright is. I can't do it. Would you like a legally nondescript version? Sure. Literally gives me exactly what they look like. Oh my gosh, here it comes. Uploading. All right. Just how dangerous? Oh, here it is. What do you think?
Nice.
I mean, I was picturing a much funnier, like, thug banana, right? But this is fine.
Not good enough. Banana 1, banana 2.
I love it. ChatGPT literally said, I said, generate me a mugshot of bananas and pajamas. I can't generate a mugshot of the actual bananas and pajamas characters due to copyright restrictions, but I can create a fun parody version, like 2 banana characters in blue and white striped pajamas standing in front of a mugshot height chart with a criminal placard. Would you like realistic 3D style, cartoon comic style, goofy meme style illustration? I'm gonna say, can I get a gritty thug version? Okay. All I said previously was, yeah, sure, whatever. Let's go. All right. So just how dangerous is walking with a sideways umbrella? Well, according to the government's own study, the impact of an umbrella swung this way is equivalent to getting hit with a baby grand piano. So basically, it's like the Looney Tunes level, right? Like the damage done is Acme levels, right? Imagine you were hit by one of these. It's easy if you try. They determined, no! It says there was an error generating the Gritty Thug version. It didn't go through properly. If you're still down for it, feel free to confirm the style. Yes. Oh. Let's do what will be like a comic style? Like, who has like a Frank Miller?
That is a comic book artist.
I like how I was like, hey, look, I can't do them because they're real characters, but I can do them in a style of a real person. It's all right. You know? Oh, hold on. For some reason, it thinks the chat is still going. There we go. Okay. Anyway, they determined this by fixing an umbrella sideways to a pendulum and letting it swing down from a 45-degree angle. This was measured to have a 240 kilogram force impact. Government officials added that this piano equivalent force was also concentrated in the small tip of the parasol, making them even more dangerous. This is like saying, and this is true, by the way, but this is like saying that the force that a woman exerts if she stepped on your foot in high heels, that little portion of the heel is actually the same as if an elephant stepped on your foot. It's just concentrated into the little point, right? Oh dear Lord. I wanted it in color, but it gave me a Beavis and Butthead. Oh yeah. Yes. These are the rapists that we're looking for. The height chart. Oh man, what the hell? The height chart is 6 foot, 5 foot, 5 foot. A network error occurred. Hey, at least it finished the image first. There you go. It's a startling declaration, and readers of the news online left comments of awe and fear at these once seemingly harmless rain blockers. Umbrellas are deadly weapons. Do you buy any of this? What is this I don't understand what they're even trying to say. Also, here's the image.
Damn.
I need like halfway in between the two now. I just fucking love that. All right. Anyway, all right. Do you buy this? Like, if you let an umbrella fall from, they said from a 45-degree angle.
I think someone got hit with an umbrella and just wants to fucking sue.
Yeah.
Needs an excuse.
I think some guy accidentally dropped an umbrella once and it hit him in the nuts. And he's like, oh, that was like a piano. You know? I wish people would stop swinging them while walking. This is way more important than wearing backpacks on your front. I hope this will reduce the number of people holding umbrellas sideways.
Don't hold your umbrella gangster style.
Someday. So currently my brother-in-law is working on building his own GPT model. If it can also do some form of image generation, I would love it if it could listen to the podcast while it was live and just like listen for key things we say and just generate something out of it, constantly going. It's like when you watch a TikTok or whatever, and the TikTok is like audio, but they're using video of somebody like crafting something or like a home renovation or something to keep your interest, right? This is way more important than wearing backpacks on your front. I hope this will reduce the number of people holding umbrellas sideways. It's scary to think of someone running up the stairs with an umbrella like that and hitting the person behind them. Running up the stairs and hitting the person behind them. How? How would that work? Now, that's what I call a street piano. Oh, okay. Umbrellas should be banned. I agree that I never knew an umbrella could be so powerful, especially since I don't think I could even intentionally attack someone with one and hit them as hard as a piano. I guess the best fighting tactic is to just power walk away from my opponent and swing my arms a lot. But before you start carrying around an umbrella for self-defense as well as staying dry, these results are a little misleading. First, it uses a unit known as kilogram force rather than the standard newtons to measure force. Kilogram force just refers to the force an object applies under gravity, i.e. its stationary weight. This means that if you were hit in the hand by an umbrella, swung with the force reported by the Tokyo government, it would be like having a piano gently placed on top of your hand. But only for that fraction of a second when the impact occurred. Oh my gosh. Granted, that'd still probably hurt quite a bit and could even break a bone when such a force is delivered through the small tip of an umbrella. But it's still a far cry from actually being hit by a piano. That would require a lot more force. To put it into more universal units, the government claims the swing of an umbrella would be in the neighborhood of 2,300 newtons, roughly equivalent to a punch by a low-level but skilled boxer, a soccer ball kicked by a pro at full force, or a bump by a car going about 10 kilometers per hour, or 6 miles per hour. Honestly, I would not want to be on the receiving end of any of those things, so I'm not sure why they didn't just go with those instead of the piano analogy. A blow from our amateur kickboxer Go Hattori might register in that range. The other problem is that the research used a pendulum, which means the umbrella was fixed to a completely rigid arm and mercilessly followed a perfect arc to its target. That would maximize the force of impact for a worst-case scenario, which is technically possible, but very unlikely in real-life situations. It's hard to estimate the real-life force of such an impact given all the variables, but we can give it a rough shot. To do that, we need to take an average adult arm weight of around 3.5 kilograms, an average umbrella weight of 0.7 kilograms, and estimate a normal walking arm swing to be about half the speed of an intentional punch by an average person, or about 2.5 meters per second. I'll also assume an impact time of 0.1 seconds, which I think is too slow, but we'll use it just to err on the side of a harder hit. Putting all that together, force equals arm weight plus umbrella weight times speed over time of impact. 105 newtons. You probably can expect the jab from someone's umbrella while walking to be realistically in the ballpark of 100 newtons, which is like getting hit by a soccer ball kicked by a grade schooler at full force or dropping a 1 liter bottle of grape Fanta on your foot. Those certainly
oddly specific.
Those certainly suck too, but we're way out of getting hit by a piano territory. I don't mean to diminish the core message of the Tokyo government. It just bothers me when misleading logic is used like that, even when well-intentioned, because it lowers the messenger's credibility overall. I agree that umbrellas sticking out are annoying, and personally, I think everyone should use their umbrellas like classy little canes when walking around. I love pretending I'm Mr. Peanut, and you will too. Wow. This took... Personally, I wasn't sure if this was going to be a good SpongeBob. I think it just came in over the bar. All right. Are you guys ready to talk for another 11 hours about Attack on Titan Jr.?
My God.
No. Fuck, dude.
4 in the morning.
Or perhaps, would it be okay if we didn't cover it on episode 300 and push that shit off at least one more week. Oh,
It's 3:00 in the morning.
yep. I think that sounds like
For
a good
you?
time. All right.
Randy
Yeah, I
has
think
it
it's
worse.
okay.
And Gundam. Fuck off, Gundam.
Okay, let's the color comes from the rape flower. A major export of Canada, rapeseed oil was rebranded in Canada.
I knew it. It came from rapeseed.
Yep.
That's canola oil, sir.
Old man has dared me to tell you
I'm gonna
that if
canola you in the
If
ass.
you step on my foot with a high heel, it's the same as if an elephant did it.
You called me fat?
News at 11, the UK bans assault umbrellas along with ninja swords and potato peelers. Old man. Wow. What a magnificent thing you have just said. Because now I have...
I'm sure they'd also ban rape oil if it was still called that.
It is still called that.
That's just baby oil.
Oh no. Hold on, I gotta make a new tab and throw it into USA so that I can find the damn thing. There it is. All right. Now I just gotta find. That's the one I'm sharing. Here you go, old man. Confirmed from Keir Starmer. Confirmed. Ninja swords will be banned by this summer. When we promise action, we take it. Because he's saying that in response to knife crime in epidemic levels is ruining lives across Britain. If ninja swords were the problem, Japan would have more stabbings than the UK. It's not the ninja swords. It's the ninjas.
Oh no. So are ninja swords banned, but samurai swords, they're okay?
Ninja swords are straight. Samurai swords are curved.
Exactly. So
No. Actually, truth be told, in reality, most ninja swords were just samurai swords that a ninja stole. The UK did ban rape yellow, random. Do you want the article? Yes. You post that shit in the doc or in the Discord.
In the
Yes.
articles.
but they ban rape oil. That's the thing.
In the article submission. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is currently almost 1 a.m. for me, 3 a.m. for Reese, and 4 a.m. for random. So we're gonna go ahead and end this.
And put-
That's me doing the
Wow.
Elon salute. Good night, everybody.
No place to hide.
The Titans come to protect us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! Roar!
He tears through walls with rage and might. No end in sight, just endless night. Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of fury.